Tract Sanhedrin. Explanatory remarks. In our translation we adopted these principles. 1. Tenon of the original we have learned in a Mishnah, Tanya we have learned in a Bereitha, Itmar it was taught. 2. Questions are indicated by the interrogation point, and are immediately followed by the answers, without being so marked. 3. When in the original there occur two statements separated by the phrase, Lishna akrina or Webeath ina or Ika diamri, literally. Otherwise interpreted, we translate only the second. 4. As the pages of the original are indicated in our New Hebrew edition, it is not deemed necessary to mark them in the English edition, this being only a translation from the latter. 5. Words or passages enclosed in round parentheses denote the explanation rendered by Rashi to the foregoing sentence or word. Square parentheses contain commentaries by authorities of the last period of construction of the Gemara. To him who ranks among the first philanthropists of our co-religionists Abraham Esq, in recognition of his generous deeds toward promoting literature in general and Judaism in particular, this book is most respectfully dedicated by the translator Michael L. Rodkinson, New York, in the month of Elul, 5662, September 18, 1902. A word to the reader: many books have been written by the scientists of the last century, and many lengthy articles have appeared in the various periodicals, concerning the Jewish High Court, and this tract, which, if extracts were given, would make an entire bulky volume in itself. However, we deem it best to give the reader the information where these are to be found. The time during which the Sanhedrin were established is the main topic of their discussions. Zunes, for instance, gives the time from King Simeon of the Maccabees. Jos states that it was from the period of Hyrcan. And an anonymous writer in Israelitish Annalen, Volume 1, pages 108 to 134, maintains that they were established at an exceedingly earlier date, and that the Greek name, Sanhedrin, was changed during the time of the Second Temple. At all events, Schur, in his Judisch Geschichte, wrote a lengthy article on this subject, in Volume 2. From page 188 to 240, where there is to be found a bibliography of the subject, concluding with his opinion that the High Court began at an earlier time. Z. Frankel, too, in his article, Der Gerichtliche Beweis, Berlin, 1848, claims that the establishment of the jury in the entire civilized world was taken from the Sanhedrin. All this was written in Germany. An English book by Rabbi Mendelssohn also treats upon this topic. We, too, will have something to say concerning this in our forthcoming History of the Talmud. We are inclined, in many respects, however, to accept the opinion of Riefman, given in his Hebrew book, Sanhedrin, Warsaw, 1888. He says that courts were even established in the days of Noah, the judges of which were Shem, Abraham, Isaac, and Amram, continuing until Moses. He, in turn, established a court of 70 judges, and from that time the Supreme High Court was of that number, 71, including Moses, and thereafter Supreme Courts of 23, and Courts of 3, were established at all times, and wherever the Jews resided, the sages of the Second Temple naming these courts, Great and Small Sanhedrin. Riefman's reasons are gathered from the post-biblical literature, and are based upon the Bible. According to him, the 3 judges had to decide civil cases only, the 23, criminals and capital punishments, and the 71 were a political body, who were to decide also the great events, as, for instance, an entire tribe, or the princes and heads of tribes. We, however, would say that the Court of 3 had also to decide criminal cases to which capital punishment did not apply. So it seems to us, from this tract, page 212 of the Talmud, that a stubborn and rebellious son was punished with stripes by a Court of 3, before being finally sentenced to death by the Court of 23. Riefman also quotes from Midrash Agada, that before prophesying a prophet was obliged to get permission from the Sanhedrin, who previously tried him whether he was a true prophet or not. We may here add that this contradicts the Talmud, for it says that to recognize a true prophet was by demanding a sign, page 260, and if the prophet would have been obliged to get the permission of the Sanhedrin, this would certainly be mentioned in the Talmud instead. This is as much as we have to say in regard to the time and name, and that the Sanhedrin ceased about 40 years previous to the destruction of the temple. At the same time we would call the attention of the readers to the fact that this tract distinguishes itself from all others in halakha as well as in Haggadah. Aside from the many strange explanations of the verses of Scripture, which are not used in other extracts, it says plainly that there are numerous laws written in the Pentateuch which have never occurred, and never will occur, but that they were written merely for study. The Haggadah also distinguishes in taking the power to judge upon the Bible personages if they are to have a share in the world to come, and also in criticism of their acts, even of the most holy of them. This is self-evident that the later commentaries, and especially the Kabbalists, interpreted the Haggadah after their ways. We, however, have translated it almost literally, with an effort to make it in some respects intelligible to the general reader, and have also added footnotes, where we deemed it necessary. And we may say that the real student will find much pleasure if he will devote his special attention to this tract. For this purpose we have made from this celebrated tract a double volume, as we deem it will please the readers and the students, and will also equalize the size of the volumes. M.L.R. September 16, 1902. Synopsis of Subjects of Tract Sanhedrin, Supreme Council. Chapter 1, Mishnah I. To which cases judges are needed to decide, and to which commoners, which 3, 5, 23, and 71. The great Sanhedrin consisted of 71, and the small of 23. How many a city should contain, that it should be fit for a supreme council? If one were known to the majority of the people as an expert, he alone might decide civil cases. A permission from the exilarch holds good for the whole country, of Babylon and also for Palestine, from the prince in Palestine, for the whole of Palestine and Syria only. He may teach the law, decide civil cases, and may also decide upon the blemishes of firstborn animals. He, a priest, saw a divorced woman and married her, and with this he annulled his priesthood. He erred in his opinion, e.g., there were 2 Tanaim and 2 Amoraim who differed in a case, and he decided the case according to one. There are 3 Tanaim who differ concerning arbitration. When the decision is already given in accordance with the strict law, an arbitration cannot take place. May or may not a judge say, I do not want to decide this case? And under what circumstances? Is mediation a meritorious act, or is it only permitted? There were many who used to say maxims of morality, and Samuel found that they were only repetitions of verses in the Scriptures. Say unto wisdom, Thou art my sister, means, if the thing is certain to you as that it is prohibited for you to marry your sister, then you may say it, but not otherwise. If one appoints a judge who is not fit to be such, he is considered as if he were to plant a grove in Israel. The court shall not listen to the claims of one party in the absence of the other, in civil cases. You shall judge righteously, means, you shall deliberate the case carefully, and make it just in your mind, and only thereafter may you give your decision, for the judgment belongeth to God. The Holy One, blessed be He, said, It is the least for the wicked to take away money from one and give it to another illegally, etc. Is warning needed to a scholar? Where is the hint that collusive witnesses are to be punished with stripes? Punishment of stripes is not applied to those who do no manual labor. The numbers 3, 5, and 7 to what have they a similarity? A year must not be intercalated with 1 month, except by them who are invited for it by the Nashi. Since the death of the last prophets Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi the Holy Spirit has left Israel, etc. A leap year should not be made because of the kids, lambs, etc. For the following 3 things a leap year is made, because of the late arrival of spring, etc. A leap year must not be made in the years of famine, the year must not be intercalary before Rosh Hashanah. A leap year must not be made in 1 year for the next. No appointment of a leap year must be because of defilement. If not for Ben Baba, the law of fines would be forgotten from Israel. The legend how Jehuda Baba supplied the degree of rabbi to 5, 6 elders, and by this act he caused the oral law not to be forgotten from Israel. The custom of giving degrees must not be used out of Palestine. What is to be considered second tithe, of which the value is not known? Rotten fruit, etc., every great matter, means the matter of a great man. By the whole tribe, is meant the head of it. The legend how a battle was decided by King David. Whence do we know that it is a duty to appoint judges to each tribe? Etc. The legend of Eldad and Medad, and what their prophecy was. How Moses selected the 70 elders from each tribe, and also the payment of the firstborn who were not redeemed by Levites. Sentence of guilt must be by a majority of 2. If all persons of a Sanhedrin are accusing, the defendant becomes free. How so? In a city in which the following 10 things do not exist, it is not advisable for a scholar to reside. And they are, etc. Of rulers of thousands were 600, of hundreds, 6,000, of fifties, 12,000, of tens, 60,000. Hence the total number of the officers in Israel was 78,600. Chapter 2. Mishnahs I and II. The high priest may judge and be a witness, be judged and witnessed against. A king must not judge, and is not judged, must not be a witness, nor witnessed against. There are cases from which one may withdraw himself, and there are others from which he may not. How so? A king must not be a member of the Sanhedrin, nor he and a high priest engage in discussion about a leap year. The legends of 3 pasturers who had a discussion about the month Adar, which the rabbis took as a support to establish a leap year. When he, high priest, goes in the row to condole with others, his vice and the ex-high priest are placed at his right, etc. Formerly the custom was for the mourners to stand, and the people to pass by, etc. A row is not less than 10 persons, not counting the mourners. All agree that if a king has relinquished his honor, it is not relinquished. How could David marry 2 sisters while they were both living? The strength of Joseph was moderation on the part of Boaz, and the strength of the latter was moderation on the part of Palti, etc., etc. If a death occurs in the house of the king, he must not leave the gate of the palace. Mishnahs 3. To 6. 3 positive commandments was Israel commanded when they entered Palestine, viz. They should appoint a king, etc. The treasures of kings which are plundered in time of war belong to the king, only. He, the king, must not marry more than 18 wives. Even one wife, should she be liable to turn his heart away, he must not marry her. The number 18 mentioned in the Mishnah, whence is it deduced? 400 children were born to David by the handsome women whom he took captive, i.e., those mentioned in Deuteronomy 21. 11. Only a son may stay alone with his mother, but it is not allowed for anyone besides to stay alone with a married woman. He, the king, must not acquire many horses, neither more gold and silver than to pay the military. He shall not acquire many horses, and lest one say, even those which are needed for his chariots, etc. He shall not acquire much gold and silver lest one say, not even sufficient for paying the military, etc. Why does not the scripture explain the reason of its law? Because in 2 verses it was so done, and the greatest men of a generation stumbled because of them, etc. Ezra was wrathy that the Torah should be given through him, if Moses had not preceded him. In the very beginning the Torah was given to Israel in Assyrian characters, etc., see footnote 1. One must not ride on his the king's horse, etc. Come and see how hard is divorce in the eyes of the sages. He who divorces his first wife, even the altar sheds tears on account of him. The king must cut his hair every day, a high priest every eve of Sabbath, and a commoner priest every 30 days. Chapter 3. Mishnahs I to 3. Civil cases by 3, one party may select one, and so the other, and both one more. Pure-minded people of Jerusalem used not to sign a document unless they were aware who was the other who was to sign it, and also would not sit down to judge unless they were aware who was to be their colleague, etc. One has no right to reject a judge who was appointed by the majority. There is a rule that the testimony of one who is interested in a case is not to be taken into consideration. Proof is needed to each claim, even if it is not so important that it could injure the case. He who saw a Resh Lakish in the college saw one uprooting hills and crushing them, and he who saw Ar Mer saw one uprooting mountains and crushing them. Gamblers, habitual dice players, and usurers, and those who play with flying doves, are disqualified to be witnesses. What crime is there in dice playing? Because they do not occupy themselves with the welfare of the world. One who borrows to pay usurers is also disqualified. Gamblers are counted those who play with dice, and not only with dice, but even with the shells of nuts or pomegranates. Among those who play with doves other animals are also meant. There was added to the disqualified witnesses robbers and forcers, i.e., those who take things by force, although they pay the value for them. There was secondly added to that category, collectors of duty and contractors of the government. The father of our Zerah was a collector for 13 years, etc. One's thought for his maintenance injures him in his study of the law, etc. They who accept charity from idolaters are disqualified to be witnesses, provided they do so publicly, etc. One who is wicked in money matters only is disqualified to witness, but not one wicked in heavenly matters. Bar-Hama had slain a man, and the exilarch told Jacob to investigate the case, and if he really slew the man they should make the murderers blind, etc. Mishnahs 4-6. The following are counted relatives who may not be witnesses: brothers, brothers of father or mother, brothers-in-law, etc. My father's brother shall not witness in my cases, he, his son, and his son-in-law. The brother of my mother-in-law cannot be a witness for me. The husband of one's sister, also the husband of the sister of one's father and the husband of the sister of one's mother, their sons and their sons-in-law, are also excluded from being witnesses. A stepfather, his son-in-law, etc. There was a deed of gift which was signed by two brothers-in-law, i.e., two husbands of two sisters, etc. How were the witnesses examined? They were brought into separate chambers, etc. How were the witnesses frightened? There was one who had hidden witnesses under the curtains of his bed, and he said to his debtor, "Have I a manna with you?" etc. There was one who was named by the people, the man who has against him a whole cab of promissory notes. There was another who was named, the mouse who lies on dinars, etc. There was a document of confession in which it was not written, "He, the debtor, has said to us, write a document, sign, and give it him, the creditor, etc. I have seen your deceased father hide money in a certain place, saying, this belongs to so-and-so, etc. How is the judgment to be written? So was the custom of the pure-minded in Jerusalem. They let parties enter, listen to their claims, and thereafter let the witnesses enter, listen to their testimony, then told all of them to go out, etc. This is a rule for every case in which is mentioned a witness, that it means two. Simeon b. Eliakim was anxious that the degree of rabbi should be granted to Jose b. Hanina, etc., etc. A confession after a confession, or a confession after a loan, may be conjoined, but a loan after a loan, or a loan after a confession, do not join. Witnesses in civil cases who contradict one another in unimportant investigations are to be considered. So long as the defendant brings evidence to his advantage, the decision may be nullified by the court. However, if after he had said, "I have no witnesses," etc. What happened to our Naaman with a young man whom he made liable? If one who is summoning a party who says, "I want my case brought before the assembly of sages," etc. He may be compelled to try his case in that city. In Babylon they are not allowed to try cases of fine. Chapter 4. Mishnahs I-3. Cases coming before the court, the witnesses thereof must be examined and investigated. What difference is there between civil and criminal? The following from A to G. Biblically there is no difference between civil and criminal cases concerning investigations. But why is it enacted that civil cases do not need investigation? Justice, only justice, shalt thou pursue, means that one shall follow to the city of a celebrated judge, etc. What has the court first to say to the advantage of the defense in criminal cases? If one has tried a case, and made liable him who is not, or vice versa, etc. Tudus the physician testified that not one cow or one swine was sent from Alexandria in Egypt of which the womb was not removed. If one was found guilty by the court, and thereafter one come, saving, "I know a defense for him," etc., so long as the fire in the stove burns, cut off all that you want to roast, and roast it. I.e., when you are studying a thing, consider it thoroughly to prevent questions. All who take part in the discussion may explain their reasons, until one of the accusers shall yield to one of the defenders. In the neighborhood of our Johanan there was one who was blind who used to judge cases, etc. From the time of Moses until the time of Rabbi, we do not find one man who was unique in the possession of wisdom, riches, and glory, etc. One may teach his disciple, and at the same time may judge in association with him in criminal cases. In 10 things civil cases differ from criminal cases. All are competent to judge civil cases. But not all of them are competent to judge criminal cases. The Sanhedrin sat in a half-circle in order that they could see each other, etc. The Torah has testified that we are such a kind of people that even a fence of lilies is sufficient for us, and will never be broken. How were the witnesses awestruck in criminal cases? A human being stamps many coins with one stamp, and all of them are alike, but the Holy One, blessed be He, has stamped every man with the stamp of Adam the first, and, nevertheless, not one of them is like the other. Although the court of the Sanhedrin existed no longer, the punishment of the 4 kinds of death prescribed in the Scripture was not abolished by heaven. Adam the first was created singly, and why? That disbelievers should not say there were many creators in heaven, etc. In 3 things one is different from his neighbor in voice, etc. Chapter 5, Mishnah I. The court used to examine the witnesses with 7 inquiries, etc. Should one of the witnesses say, I have something to say in behalf of the defendant, or one of the disciples, I have something to say to the disadvantage of the defendant, the court silences him. Why not say that 8 queries are necessary in the examination? Viz., how many minutes are there in the hour? Do you recognize this man as the murderer of him who was slain? Was he a heathen or an Israelite? Have you warned him? Did he accept the warning? Etc. Whence do we deduce that the warning is prescribed biblically? Witnesses who testified in case of a betrothed woman, if they be found collusive, are not to be put to death. What is the difference between examination? Etc. Until what time may the benediction of the moon be pronounced? If Israel should have only the meritorious act of receiving the glory of their heavenly Father once a month, it would be sufficient. They do not drink wine. And why not? In civil cases the court may say, the case becomes old, etc. Chapter 6. Mishnahs I to 4. If the conclusion was to condemn, the guilty one was taken out immediately to be stoned. A herald goes before him, heralding, so and so, etc. One stands with a flag. I doubt who had to bear the cost of the flag and horse mentioned in the Mishnah, etc. If one of the disciples said, I have something to say in behalf of the defendant, and thereafter he became dumb. He who is modest, the verse considers him as if he should sacrifice all the sacrifices mentioned in the Scripture. When he, the guilty, was far from the place of execution a distance of 10 ells he was told to confess. Why are the words, unto us and to our children, and the ion of the ad pointed? The Lord said to Joshua, Thou thyself hast caused all the evils, because thou didst excommunicate the goods of Jericho. One should always proceed with prayer before trouble comes. It happened with one who was going to be executed, that he said, If I am guilty of this crime, my death shall not atone for all my sins. See footnote 1, concerning the legend of Simeon B.S., of the 80 witches hung by him. A male was stoned while naked, but not a female. The stoning place was 2 heights of a man, etc. If before the execution the hands of the witnesses were cut off, he becomes free from death. The avenger of the blood himself shall slay. Infer from this that it is a meritorious act for the avenger to do so himself. Mishnahs V and 6. All who are stoned are also hanged. A male, but not a female. 2 must not be judged on the same day, provided there are 2 kinds of death. How was one hanged? The beam was put in the earth, etc. King Saba questioned Hama, whence do you deduce from the Torah that one must be buried? Etc. Is the burying because the corpse shall become disgraced if not buried, or is it because of atonement? Is the lamentation an honor for the living or for the deceased? And what is the difference? Etc. A wicked person must not be buried with an upright one. All the curses with which David cursed Joab fell on the descendants of David. They were, 2 Sam 3:29, etc. If not for Joab, David would not have been able to occupy himself with the law, etc. Chapter 7. Mishnahs I to V. 4 kinds of capital punishment are prescribed to the court by the scriptures. According to our Simeon, burning is more rigorous than stoning. With her father, burning applies, with her father-in-law, stoning applies. How is this to be understood? Do you come to teach a halakha which will be used only then when the Messiah will appear? The prescribed punishment of burning was this: the sinner was placed in waist knee-deep. Then placing a twisted scarf of coarse material within a soft one, etc. But why should burning not be inferred from the offerings of the bullocks, which were burned bodily? Nadab said to Abihu, "When will the 2 old men die, and you and I be leaders of Israel?" The prescribed punishment of slaying was thus: he was decapitated, etc. The prescribed punishment of choking was thus: the sinner was placed in waist knee-deep, etc. To the following sinners stoning applies, viz. One who had connection with his mother, etc. Man means to exclude a minor. Leviticus 22, that leath with his father's wife means that there is no difference whether she is his mother or not. Mishnah 6-7. One who had connection with a human male, or with an animal, and also a human female who uncovers herself before a male animal, are punished with stoning. With an animal, makes no difference whether it was a large or a small one. A blasphemer is not guilty, unless he mentioned the proper name of God, Jehovah. Any man whatsoever, etc., meaning to include the heathen, who are warned of blasphemy. 10 commandments were commanded to Israel in Marah, 7 of them are those which were accepted by the descendants of Noah. For transgression of these commandments a descendant of Noah is put to death, viz. Adultery, bloodshed, and blasphemy. A descendant of Noah may be put to death by the decision of one judge, by the testimony of one witness, etc. Every relationship for which the punishment of the courts of Israel is death, a descendant of Noah is warned of it, but all other relationships, the punishment of which is not death, are permissible to them. He who raises his hand to his neighbor, although he has not as yet struck him, is called wicked. Flesh in which its life is, which is its blood, shall ye not eat, Gen 9. 4, means any member of the animal, while it is still alive. We do not find any case where what is forbidden to the descendants of Noah should be allowed to the Israelites. An unclean thing never came from heaven. There is no difference if one hears it from the blasphemer himself or from the witness who heard it from the blasphemer. He must rend his garments. Mishnahs 8-12. One is considered an idolater who worships it with its proper worship, and even if he only sacrifices, smokes incense, or pours wine, etc. Why not say that from bowing, all kinds of worshipping, is to be inferred? In our Mishnah it is stated, he who worships idols. Mishnahs 13-14. He who sins with a betrothed damsel is not guilty to be stoned, unless she was a maiden betrothed and still in her father's house. A seducer means one who is himself a commoner, e.g., he says, there is an idol in such and such a place which so and so eats, etc. Concerning all who are liable to capital punishment biblically, it is not allowed to hide witnesses except in this case, etc. A conjurer is liable to be stoned only when he did an act, but not if he dazzled the eyes. The halakhas of witchcraft are similar to the halakhas of Sabbath. There are some to which stoning applies, etc. I have seen a rider of a camel who took his sword, cut off the head of the camel, and thereafter rung a bell, and the camel stood up. It was only a dazzling of the eyes. The legend of our Eliezer with his disciple, "Thou shalt not learn to do," means, thou must not learn to do, but thou mayest learn it to understand it for the purposes of deciding cases. Chapter 8. Mishnahs I-8. A stubborn and rebellious son, at what age may he be considered as such? From the time he brings forth 2 hairs, etc., but the sages used to speak with delicacy. A minor of 9 years and 1 day is fit to have connection with a woman, and in a case of adultery it is considered. Whence do we know that the first generation produced children at the age of 8? A daughter should be more open to the charges of stubbornness and rebelliousness, etc. But so is the decree of the Scripture, a son, and not a daughter. He cannot be condemned as a stubborn and rebellious son, unless he eats meat and drinks wine. You shall not look for wine which makes red the faces of the wicked in this world, and makes them pale in the world to come. 13 ways are enumerated in the Scripture concerning wine, as in Genesis 9. From 20 to 25. If he has stolen from his father and consumed on his premises, etc., he is not charged as a stubborn and rebellious son unless he stole from his mother and father. If the father is willing to transfer the case of the son in question to the court, and the mother is not willing, or vice versa, etc. Such a thing neither occurred nor ever will be, and the same is with the case of a misled town, and also with a house of leprosy, and was written only for study. If one hand of his father or mother is missing, or they limp, or are dumb, etc. If he runs away before the decision of condemnation is rendered, etc. The Scripture prefers that he should die innocent, and not be put to death because of his sins. For the death of the wicked is both a benefit to them and a benefit to the world, etc. In the case of breaking in, X 12:1, for which there is no liability if one is killed by a detector, one is also punished because of his future crimes, etc. A burglar who broke in and succeeded in taking some utensils and escaped is free from paying, because he acquired title to them by his blood. It happened that rams were stolen from Rabbah by burglary and thereafter they were returned to him. He would not accept them because the above decision came from the mouth of Rab, etc. Mishnah 9. The following may be killed for self-protection: he who pursues one to kill him, and he who pursueth a betrothed damsel, etc. According to the rabbis, the Scripture cares for the violation of her honor, and as she also cares for it, though without life sacrifice, she must be saved even by killing her pursuers, etc. One who intends to worship idols may be killed, if there is an impossibility of preventing his crime otherwise. In the city of Luda it was voted and resolved that if one were compelled, under threat of being killed, to commit any one of all the crimes which are mentioned in the Torah, he might commit it and not be killed, except idolatry, adultery, and bloodshed. Is a descendant of Noah commanded to sanctify the holy name, or not? It happened to one that he saw a woman and became sick through his infatuation, etc. Chapter 9. Mishnahs I to 6. Punishment of burning applies to one man who has intercourse with a woman and her daughter, and to a daughter of a priest, etc. Punishment with the sword applies to a murderer and to the men of a misled town. If one press down a person while he is in water, or in fire, preventing him from coming out, he is guilty, etc. If one bound a person, and he died thereafter of hunger, he is not guilty of a capital crime. If, however, he put him in a sunny place, and he died because of the sun, he is guilty. Ball players: if one threw a ball with the intention of killing someone, he is to be put to death, and if it was unintentional, he is to be exiled, etc. All agree that if one kills a person whose windpipe and larynx, gullet, are cut or whose skull is fractured, he is free, for it is considered as if he attacked a dead man. If one strikes a person with a stone or with his fists, and he was diagnosed, by the physicians of the court, to die, and thereafter he improved, etc. Capital punishment does not apply to one who intended to kill an animal and killed a man, an idolater and killed an Israelite, etc. But it does apply to one who intended to strike a person on the loins with an article which was sufficient for this purpose, and he strikes him to death on his heart, etc. A murderer mixed up among others, all of them are free, etc. If it happen that the persons sentenced to deaths of different kinds, and are so mixed that it is not known who comes under this kind of death and who under another, all of them must be executed with the more lenient death. If one committed a crime which deserves 2 kinds of death, he must be tried for the more rigorous one. Ezek 18. Must not be taken literally, but the mountains he eateth not means that he does not live upon the reward of the meritorious acts done by his parents, his eyes he lifteth not up to the idols, means that he never walked overbearingly, etc. Mishnahs 7-9. He who receives stripes, and relaxes into the same crime, the court takes him to the kiphos. He who kills a person not in the presence of witnesses is taken to the kiphos and is fed on scant bread and water. If one steals a kispa, or one curses his neighbor, invoking God as a carver, zealous people, like Pinchas, have a right to strike him when caught in the act. What is this punishment if there were no zealous men? Answer to this, it happened that it was read before our Kahan in a dream, etc. In a case where there is a violation of the holy name, the honor of the master must not be considered. If a priest performs the service while he is defiled, etc., if a common Israelite served in the temple, etc. Chapter 10, Mishnahs I-6. Choking applies to him who strikes his father or mother, to him who steals a living soul, etc. A son is not guilty of a capital crime unless he wounds his father by striking him. Cursing is in one respect more rigorous than striking, as he is guilty even if he did it after his lather's death. If one steals a person, he is not guilty of a capital crime unless he brings him upon his own premises. There is no difference whether he stole a male or a female, a proselyte, or a bondsman, or a minor, etc. Jehudah says that there is no disgrace for slaves. Thou shalt not steal, in the third commandment, means human beings. Leviticus 19:2, Ye shalt not steal, meaning money. A judge rebelling against the great Sanhedrin. There were in Jerusalem 3 courts, etc. In case a judge in the country had a dispute with his colleagues, they came to the first court. If this court were able to decide it traditionally, they rendered their decision, and if not, all of them came to the great Sanhedrin, which was in the temple treasury, etc. A disciple who is not a judge who decides for practice against the great Sanhedrin, is not culpable. A rebelling judge is not guilty unless he gave his decision in a matter to which, if done intentionally, Korath applies, etc. The punishment of him who transgresses the decision of the scribes is more rigorous than for that which is plainly written in the scriptures. The judge in question was not put to death by the court of his own city, etc., but was brought to the Supreme Council, in Jerusalem, etc. A false prophet who is to be sentenced by the court is only he who prophesies what he, personally, has not heard and what he was not told at all, etc. He who prophesied in the name of an idol, saying, so and so was said by such an idol, although it corresponds exactly with the Hebrew law, he is punished by choking. See all illustrations, pages 258-260. In every case mentioned in the Torah, if a true prophet commands you to transgress, you may listen, except as to idolatry. Chapter 11. Mishnah I. All Israel has a share in the world to come. The following have no share in the world to come, he who says, etc. 3 kings and 4 commoners have no share in the world to come, etc. Is he who does not believe that the resurrection is hinted at in the Torah such a criminal that he loses his share in the world to come? Where is the resurrection hinted at in the Torah? Etc. From the Pentateuch, Prophets, and Hagiographa. Queen Cleopatra questioned her mayor thus, when they shall be restored, will they be naked? Or dressed? Caesar questioned Rabban Gamaliel, you say that the dead will be restored. Does not the corpse become dust? Etc. The living die, should the dead come to life? That which has not existed at all comes to life, shall those who had life once not come to life again? The legend of Gabiah beat Precisa, who advocated Israel before Alexander of Macedonia, etc. Antoninus said to Rabbi, the body and soul of a human may free themselves on the day of judgment by heaven. How so? Why does the sun rise in the east and set in the west? At what time does the soul come into the body? At what time does the evil spirit reach man? Lest one say that the verse just cited means, I make one die and another, one shall I bring to life, therefore it reads, I wound and I cure. As wounding and curing apply to one person only, etc. He who hesitates in declaring a halakha to a disciple, even the embryos in the entrails of their mothers denounce him. Great is wisdom, as it was placed between 2 divine names. Exiles atone for everything. The upright who will be restored in the future will never return to dust. What will they do at the time the Holy One, blessed be He, shall renew His world, etc. Concerning the dead whom Ezekiel restored, the different opinions of Tanaim and Amoraim, if it was a reality or a parable only. Page 278. 6 miracles occurred on the day Nebuchadnezzar threw Shenaniah, Mishael, and Azariah into the cauldron. Even at the time of danger one shall not change the dress belonging to his dignity. Where was Daniel at the time that they were thrown into the cauldron? The legend of Achab and Zedkiyahu with the daughter of Nebuchadnezzar. According to the advice of 3, Daniel went away before the affair of Shenaniah, etc., concerning the 6 barleys which Boaz gave to Ruth. All that is written in the book of Ezra was said by Nehemiah b. Chakaliah. Why then was it not named after him? The angel who rules the souls after their departure from this world is named Duma. Hiskiah, who has 8 names, shall take revenge on Sanherib, who also has 8 names. Hiskiah's, king of Judah, whole meal consisted of a litter of herbs. Pharaoh, who personally blasphemed, was also punished by heaven. Sanherib, who blasphemed through a messenger, was also punished through a messenger. 10 trips had the wicked made on that day, etc., as it reads, 2 Kings, X 28-32. There was 1 day more appointed for the punishment of the iniquity of Nob. And the astrologers told Sanherib, etc. If the judgment is postponed over 1 night there is hope that it will be abolished entirely. The legend how Abishai saved King David from Yishbi's hand at Nob. Sanherib, when he came to attack, brought with him 45,000 princes with their concubines in golden carriages, etc. See pages 293-296, the many legends concerning Sanherib. Be careful with the children of the Gentiles, as it happens very often wisdom emanates from them. That the day on which Achaz died consisted of only 2 hours. And when Hezekiah became sick and thereafter recovered, the Holy One returned the 10 hours to that day, etc. 300 mules loaded with iron saws which cut iron were given to Nebuzaradan by Nebuchadnezzar while going to attack Jerusalem. Nebuzaradan was a true proselyte, from the descendants of Sisera were such who studied the law in Jerusalem, and from the descendants of Sanherib were such who taught the Torah among a majority of Israelites, etc. Have you heard when the fallen sun will come? Etc. In his sabbatic period when the son of David will appear in the first year there will be fulfilled, etc. The generation in which the son of David will come, young men will make pale the faces of the old, etc. The world will continue for 6,000 years, the first 2,000 of which was a chaos, etc. There are no less than 36 upright in every generation who receive the appearance of the Shekinah. All the appointed times for the appearance of the Messiah have already ceased. And it depends only on repentance and good deeds. Jerusalem will not be redeemed but by charity. What the Messiah told to Jehoshua ben Levi, ben David will not arrive until Rome shall have dominated, etc. Discussion concerning the name of the Messiah. The cock said to the bat, I look out for the light because the light is mine, I see it, but for what purpose do you wait for it? The days of the Messiah will be as from the day of creation until now. He hath despised the word of God, means he who learned the Torah but does not teach it. He who learned the Torah and does not repeat it is similar to him who sows but does not harvest, etc. Has not Moses written something better than, and Ladan's sister was Thimna, etc.? Who is meant by the term Epicurean? What good have the rabbis done for us? They have never permitted us to eat a crow, and they have not prohibited us to eat a dove, etc. The measure with which man measures will be measured out to him, i.e., as a man deals he will be dealt with. A good woman is a good gift, she may be given to one who fears God. A bad woman is leprosy to her husband, etc. One may ask the fortune tellers who tell fortunes by certain oils or eggs. But it is not advisable to do so, because they often lie. Support me, and I will bear the statement of Akiba, my disciple, who says, pleased are chastisements, etc. 3 men, biblical personages, came with indirectness, etc. What means, and he lifted up his hands. He took off his phylacteries in his presence. See footnote, page 1. The legends concerning Jeroboam, King Menashi appears to Ashi in a dream. Arthabuhu used to lecture about the 3 kings and became sick, etc. Why was Achab rewarded by the prolongation of his kingdom for 22 years? Because he was liberal with his money and assisted many scholars from his estate, half his sins were atoned. For sects will not receive the glory of the Shekinah, viz. Scorners, liars, hypocrites, and slanderers. Achaz abolished the worship and sealed the Torah, etc. The angels wanted to put Micah aside, but the Lord, however, said leave him alone because his house is open for travelers. Great are entertainments, for its refusal estranged 2 tribes from Israel, etc. Why does not the Mishnah count Achaz and Ammon among those who have no share? Etc. Explanation to verses of Lamentation, pages 334 to 337. The scripture is particular that if anyone tells his troubles to his neighbor, he should add, may it not happen to you. The interpreters of notes said that all of them have a share in the world to come, etc., a perpetual backsliding. Said Rab, a victorious answer has the assembly of Israel given to the prophets, etc. Concerning Bilam, the elders of Moab and Midian. One shall always occupy himself with the Torah and divine commandments, even not for the sake of heaven, as finally he will come to do so for his own sake, etc. The caution that Achiah, the Shilonite, gave to Israel is better for them than the blessings that Bilam has given to them. And Israel dwelt in Shittim. Everywhere such an expression is to be found it brings infliction, etc. I saw the record of Bilam, and it was written therein 33 years was Bilam when he was killed by Pinchas, the murderer. One shall not bring himself into temptation, as David, king of Israel, placed himself in the power of a trial and stumbled. 6 months was David afflicted with leprosy, the Shekinah left him, and the Sanhedrin separated themselves from him. Exclusion shall always be with the left hand, and inclusion with the right hand i.e., if one is compelled to repudiate someone, he shall do it easy as with his left hand, etc. Concerning David's sin with Bathsheba. Mishnah 2. The generation of the flood have no share in the world to come, and are also not judged, etc. Concerning the generation of dispersion, men of Sodom and Gomorrah, etc., Noah was just, a perfect man in his generation, but not in others. According to Resh Lakish, in his generation which was wicked, so much the more in other generations. Eliezer, the servant of Abraham, questioned Shem the Great, etc. Shem the Great questioned Eliezer, etc., the generation of dispersion. What had they done? What were the crimes of the Sodomites? Concerning the congregation of Korah. One must do all he can not to strengthen a quarrel, etc., and all. On their feet, means the money which makes one stand on his feet. The generation of the desert has no share, etc., Eliezer, however, said, they have, etc. Mishnahs 3. to 4. The 10 tribes who were exiled will not be returned, etc. From what age has a minor a share in the world to come? Your saying is not satisfactory to their Creator. Say the reverse, even he who has studied but one law does not belong to the Gehenna. It happened once that I was in Alexandria of Egypt, and I found a certain old Gentile who said to me, come, and I will show you what my great-grandfathers have done to yours, etc. Concerning Shebna and his society, Ref. Isaiah 8-12. Adam was created on the eve of Sabbath. And why? The minim shall not say, etc. At the time the Lord was about to create a man, he created a coetus of angels, etc. Every place where the minim gave their wrong interpretation the answer of annulling it is to be found in the same place e.g. The discussion with R. Gamaliel and other rabbis. My creatures are sinking into the sea, and you want to sing. It reads, Obi 1, the vision of the Lord. Concerning Edom. Obadiah was an Edomite proselyte. And this is what people say, that the handle of the hatchet to cut the forest is taken from the wood of the same forest. Gen 22. 1. After these things. After what? After the words of the Satan, etc. According to Levi, after the exchange of the words between Ishmael and Isaac, etc. Mishnah 4. The men of a misled town have no share in the world to come, the halakhas in detail, 378 to 383. Concerning the key of rain, which is one of the three keys which are not to be transferred to a messenger, Elijah, 2, in the days of Achab, etc. Chapter 1 Rules and Regulations concerning the appointment of judges in civil and criminal cases. Which are considered civil and which criminal? How many are needed to the intercalation of a year and of months, to appraise consecrated real estate as well as movable properties, and if among the appraisers must be priests, and if so how many? The number of persons needed to add to the city from the suburbs of Jerusalem. What majority is needed to accuse and what to acquit? How many people must be in a city that a court of 23 judges should be established? Mishnah I, to decide upon the following cases, 3 persons are needed. The Gemara explains for which common and for which judges civil cases, robbery, wounds, whole damages and half, double amount and 4- and 5-fold payments, one and the same in the case of forcing, seducing, and libel, i.e., an evil name, Deuteronomy 22. 19, so is the decree of our mayor. The sages, however, maintain, in the last case, libel, 23 are needed, as this is not a civil case, but a crime which may bring capital punishment. In the case of stripes, 3. In the name of our Ishmael, however, it was said, 23 are needed. To the intercalation of a month and to proclaim a leap year, 3. So is the decree of our mayor. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel maintains, it begins with 3 persons and is discussed by 5, and the decision is rendered by 7 if, however, it was decided by 3, their decision holds good. The elders who had to lay their hands upon sacrifices, Leviticus 4. 15, and also in the case of the heifer, Deuteronomy 21. 3, according to our Simeon, 3 are needed, and according to our Jehudah, 5. At the performance of the ceremony of halitzah and denial, 3, to appraise the value of the plants of the 4th year, which must be redeemed, and the second tithe, of which the value in money is to be appraised, 3, to appraise the value of consecrated articles, 3, in cases of arakin, vows of value, men or articles, if movable property, 3 according to our Jehudah, one of them must be a priest, and if real estate, 10, and one of them a priest, and likewise to appraise the estimated value of men, Leviticus 27. Crimes, which may bring capital punishment, 23, in the case of Leviticus XX. 15, 23, as verse 16 reads, Then shalt thou kill the woman and the beast, and also in the preceding verse, the beast also shall ye slay. And the same is the case with the stoning of an ox, of which it reads, X. 21, 29, the ox shall be stoned, and the owner be put to death, which means, as for the death of its owner 23 are needed, so also for the stoning of the ox. The wolf, the lion, the bear, the tiger, the bardals, 2 and the serpent are killed by the judgment of 23. Our Eliezer, however, maintains, every one who hastens to kill them is rewarded. But our Akiba says, 23 are needed. A whole tribe, or a false prophet, or a high priest, if they have to be judged for a crime which may bring capital punishment, a court of 71 judges is needed. The same number of judges is needed to decide upon battles which are not commanded by the scriptures, and also for enlarging the city of Jerusalem by annexing its suburbs or free land, and the same is the case if it is necessary to enlarge the courtyard of the temple. Also, the same number of judges is needed for appointing supreme councils to each tribe. A misled town, Deuteronomy 12. 14, must also be condemned by 71. However, a town which stands on the boundary cannot be condemned, nor 3 of them at one time at any place, but only 1, or 2. The great Sanhedrin consisted of 71, and the small of 23. Whence do we deduce that the great council must be of 71? From, number 11. 16, Gather unto me 70 men. And add Moses, who was the head of them, hence 71. And whence do we deduce that a small one must be 23? From Ibid 35. 24 and 25, the congregation shall judge, and the congregation shall save. 3 We see that one congregation judges, and the other congregation saves, hence there are 20, as a congregation consists of no less than 10 persons, and this is deduced from Ibid 14. 27, to this evil congregation, which was of the 10 spies, except Joshua and Caleb. And whence do we deduce that 3 more are needed? From X 23. 2, Thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil, from which we infer that you shall follow them to do good. But if so, why is it written at the end of the same verse, Incline after the majority, to wrest judgment? For this means, the inclination to free the man must not be similar to the inclination to condemn, as to condemn a majority of 2 is needed, while to free, the majority of 1 suffices. And a court must not consist of an even number, as, if their opinion is halved, no verdict can be established, therefore 1 more must be added. Hence it is of 23. How many shall a city contain that it shall be fit for a supreme council? 120 families. R. Nehemiah, however, maintains 230, so that each of them should be the head of 10 families, as we do not find in the Bible rulers of less than 10. Gemara, are not robbery and wounds civil cases? Said R. Fabuhu, the Mishnah means to explain the term civil cases by robbery and wounds, but to the admitting of debts or loans, 3 judges are not needed. And that so it should be understood, both expressions were needed, as, if it stated civil cases only, it would include loans, etc., and if the expression robbery, etc., only, one might also say the same is the case with loans, etc., and the expression robbery, etc., is because the main point wherein 3 judges are prescribed by the scriptures is in cases of robbery, X 22. 7. Shall the master of the house be brought unto the judges? And concerning wounds, it is the same whether a wound be in one's body or in his pocket, money, and therefore it begins with civil cases, and explains that cases like robbery are meant, and not common ones, etc. But whence are common loans excluded, that they do not need 3? Did not R. Abuhu say, if 2 persons have judged in a matter of civil law, all agree that their judgment is of no value? Therefore we must say that the Mishnah means to exclude loans and admission of debts to exclude from 3 established judges, but 3 common men are needed. And the reason is what our Hanina said, biblically, investigation is needed of crimes as well as of civil cases. As it is written, Leviticus 24. 22, 1 manner of judicial law shall ye have. But why was it said that civil cases do not need investigation? In order not to lock the door to borrowers. And Rabbah explained this statement as meaning that in 2 kinds of civil cases, loans, etc., 3 common people are needed, but in cases of robbery, etc., 3 established judges. And our Hahabi, our Eka said, biblically, even 1 is fit to decide civil cases, as it is written, Ibid 19. 15, in righteousness shalt thou judge thy neighbor. But the rabbis enacted 3, in order to prevent men of the market, who are ignorant of law, to undertake to judge cases. But is it not the same with 3 common men? Are they not men of the market? If 3 undertake to judge a case, it is highly probable that at least one of them knows something of law. But if so, let 2 who should make an error in judging not be responsible. If this should be enacted, then all the market people would undertake to decide upon things. But what is the difference between Rabbah and our Hahabi, our Eka? According to both, 3 common men are needed in cases of common loans, etc. They differ in the following, which was said by Samuel, if 2 commoners have decided upon loan cases, their decision is to be respected, but they are considered an impertinent Beth Din. Rabbah does not hold with Samuel, and maintains, their decision must not be respected. And our Aha holds with him, Samuel. Whole damages and half, etc. Are not damages the same as wounds, both are to be paid? Because it has to state half damages, it mentions also whole damages. Are not half damages also the same? The Mishnah teaches concerning money which is to be collected according to the strict law and that which is only a fine. But this is correct only as to him who says that half damages are a fine, but as to him who says damages are strict law, what can be said? Because it has to state about the double amount, and 4 and 5-fold, which are more than the amount damaged, it mentions also half damages, which is less, and as half is mentioned, it mentions also the whole. Whence do we deduce that 3 are needed? From what the rabbis taught. It treats, X 22. 7 and 8, 3 times of judges, hence 3 are needed. So said our Yachiha. Our Jonathan, however, maintains, the first expression, judges, as the beginning, must not be taken into consideration, as it is needed for itself, and therefore only the 2 expressions, judges, mentioned after, are to be counted, and the third one is added only because we do not establish a court of an even number, as said above. The rabbis taught, civil cases are to be discussed by 3. Rabbi, however, said, it is discussed by 5, so that the final decision should be by 3. But even when there are 3, is not the final decision made by 2? He means to say, because the conclusion must be of 3 judges. This explanation was ridiculed by our Abuhu, saying, on such a theory, then the great Supreme Council ought to be 141, to the end that the final conclusion should be made by 71, and of a small council there ought to be 45, so that the conclusion should be made by 23. And therefore we must say, as the scripture reads, gather unto me 70, it means the 70 ought to be at the time established. And the same is it in the case above cited, the congregation shall judge, and the congregation shall save, meaning that at the time of judging there shall be 10. And in the same way are to be interpreted the just cited verses 7 and 8, that the plaintiff has to bring his case before 3 only. Therefore it may be said that the reason of Rabbi's decision is that because in the first verse is written, the judges may condemn, as in the last, 3 is meant, so is it with the word Elohim, mentioned before, which means judges, also 2 is meant, which makes 4, and 1 is added, so that they shall not be an even number hence 5. The rabbis do not care for this, as the term which is translated, they may condemn, is written in the singular, and is only read in the plural. The rabbis taught, civil cases are decided by 3, but if one is known to the majority of the people as an expert, he alone may decide. Said our Naaman, e.g., I decide cases alone, without consulting any other rabbis. And so also said our Haya. The schoolmen propounded a question, what does our Naaman mean by saying, as, for instance, I? Does he mean similar to him, who knew the laws traditionally and by common sense, and was also so empowered by the exarch, but if there was one who was equal to him in wisdom, but had no permission, his decision must not be respected? Or does he mean to say, if one were equal to him in wisdom he might so do without permission? Come and hear, Mar Zutra, the son of Ar. Naaman made an error in one of his decisions, and came to question our Joseph whether he must make good the error. To which he answered, if he was appointed by the parties as a judge, he had not to pay, if not, he must pay. Infer from this that he who is appointed by the parties may so do even without permission from a higher court. Said Rab, if one wants to decide cases, and not be responsible in case of an error, he shall get permission from the exarch. And so also said Samuel. It is certain that here in Babylon a permission from the exarch holds good for the whole country, and the same is the case from the prince in Palestine, for the whole of Palestine and Syria. And it is also certain that if one has a permission from the exarch, he may practice in Palestine. As the following Baratha states, the scepter shall not depart from Judah. These are the exarchs of Babylon, who rule over Israel with their scepters. And a lawgiver, etc., Gen 49:10, means the grandsons of Hillel, who are teaching the Torah among the majority of the people. The question, however, is, if with the permission of the princes they may judge in Babylon. Come and hear, Rabbi beat Hannah had decided a case and erred, and came to question R. Haya whether he had to pay, to which he answered, if the parties appointed you as a judge, you have nothing to pay, but if not, you have. Now, as Rabbi beat Hannah had permission from Palestine, and would be obliged to pay if not appointed, it is to be inferred that the permission from Palestine did not hold good in Babylon. But is it not a fact that Rabbi Huna, when he would quarrel with the house of the exilarch, used to say, I did not take any permission from you, but from my father, who had it from Rab, and the latter from Haya, and the latter from Rabbi? This was concerning worldly affairs only. But if the permission of Palestine does not hold good for Babylon, why did Rabbi Hannah take it? For the cities which are situated on the boundary of Palestine. How was the case when he took the permission? When he was about to descend from Palestine to Babylon, Haya said to Rabbi, my brother's son, Rabbi Hannah, descends to Babylon. And Rabbi answered, he may teach the law, decide civil cases, and may also decide upon the blemishes of firstborn animals which are prohibited to be slaughtered without a blemish on their body. 5. When Rab was about to go to Babylon, Haya said to Rabbi, the son of my sister goes to Babylon. Said Rabbi, he may teach the law, decide cases, but not about blemishes of the firstborn of animals. Why did Haya name the first, my brother's son, and the second, my sister's son? And lest one say that so was the case, did not the master say, Abu, Hannah, Sheila, Marta, and Haya all were the sons of Abi, Karsala of Kafri? Hence Rab, who was Abu's son, was also his brother's son. Why did he say, my sister's? Rab, who was his brother's and also his sister's son, on his mother's side, he named him, the son of my sister, but Rabbi Hannah was the son of his brother only. And if you wish, it may be said that Haya named him, my sister's, because of his great wisdom. As it is written, Parov 7. For, say unto wisdom, thou art my sister. But why should Rab not be permitted to decide about blemishes? Was he not wise enough for this? Is it not a fact that B was wiser than any of his contemporaries? Or was he not acquainted enough with the kind of blemishes? Did not Rab say, I have dwelt 18 months with a pasture of cattle to learn the blemishes which are temporary, and those which remain forever? This was done that Rabbi Hannah should be respected, as Rab was highly respected even without that. And if you wish, it might be said that because of the fact itself, that Rab was an expert concerning blemishes, it was not allowed to him to practice, for the reason that Rab would allow such blemishes as other experts were not aware of, and people who should see that would act likewise, relying upon Rab, so that they would finally allow the animal which had a temporary blemish to be slaughtered. It is said above, Rabbi said, he shall teach law. To what purpose was this said? Does such a scholar as Rab need such a permission for teaching? This was said because of the following case. It happened that Rabbi went into a certain place and saw that they kneaded dough without offering a sample for legal purity. And to the question why they did so, their answer was, there was a disciple who taught, water of Bzion, swamp, does not make articles subject to defilement. In reality, however, the expression was, mi bezim, which means eggs, and they took it for Bzion, and acted accordingly. And therefore it was taught, a decree was enacted that a disciple should not teach unless he had the permission of his master. Tan-chun, the son of Ami, happened to be in the city of Thar, and lectured, one may wet wheat and pound for peeling on Passover. And they said to him, is not there here a Mani of the city of Zur, who is a great scholar, and there is a Baratha, a disciple must not decide a halakha at the place of his master, unless distant from him 3 parsas, which distance Israel took when traveling in the desert. And he answered, I was not aware of this. Haya saw a man standing in a cemetery, and said to him, are you not the son of so-and-so, who was a priest? He said, yeah, but my father was one of those who follow their eyes. He saw a divorced woman and married her, and with this he annulled the priesthood. It is certain, when one takes a permission to give judgment, in part, that it holds good, as so it was with Rab. But how is it if the permission was conditionally for a certain time? Come and hear what Johanan said to shaman, you have our permission until you shall return to us. The text says, Samuel said, if it was decided by 2, their decision is valid, but they are called an impertinent Beth Din. Naaman repeated this halakha, and Rabbah objected from the following. If 2 are defending and 2 are accusing, and one says, I do not know how to decide, judges must be added. Now, if it were as you say, that the decision of two is valid, let, then, the decision of the two hold good? There it is different, as they start with the intention that it should be decided by three. He then objected to him from the following: Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel said, judgment in accordance with the strict law must be decided by three. In an arbitration, however, two suffice, and the strength of the mediation is greater than that of the law, as, if there were two who had decided a case in accordance with the law, although they were appointed by the parties, they, the parties, may retract. But if a mediation was made by the arbitrators, no retraction can take place. And lest one say that the rabbis differ with Simeon, did not ʻtɑːlmūḍ say, all agree that a decision passed by two is valueless? And he answered, do you oppose one man to another? ʻtɑːlmūḍ may say so, and Samuel otherwise? Abba objected to ʻtɑːlmūḍ from the following: if one has decided upon a case, freed the guilty, or pronounced guilty the innocent, or decided unclean a thing which is clean, or vice versa, the act is valid and he must pay from his pocket. Hence we see that even the decision of one is respected. This Baratha speaks of when the parties had appointed him for this purpose. But if so, why must he pay? It means, if they tell him, we appoint you to decide this case in accordance with the biblical law. Said Saphras to Abba, let us see what was the error. If the error was that he decided against a Mishnah, did not Sheshet say in the name of see that he who made an error as to a Mishnah might retract from his decision? Hence such a decision is not valid, and he is not to pay from his pocket. Therefore it must be said that it means he erred in his opinion. How is this to be understood? Said Papa, e.g., there were two Tanaim and two Amoraim who differed in a case, and it was not decided with whom the halakha prevailed. However, the world practiced according to one party, and he had decided the case according to the other party, and this could be called erring in one's opinion. Shall we assume that in that case in which Samuel and ʻtɑːlmūḍ differ, the Tanaim of the following Baratha also differ, arbitrating must be done by three persons? So is the decree of our mayor. The sages, however, maintain, one is sufficient. The schoolmen who heard this thought that all agree that arbitration is similar to a strict law, and therefore they assumed that the point of their difference was, our mayor holds three are needed, and the sages that two suffice. Nay, all agree that a strict law must be decided by three, and the point of their differing is, whether arbitration must be similar to a strict law. According to one it must, and according to the other it must not. Shall we assume that there are three Tanaim who differ concerning arbitration? One holds, three are needed, the second, two, and the third, that even one is sufficient. Said Ahabi, Eka, according to others Yemabi, Clamia, he says two are needed holds that even one is sufficient, and only to the end that they should be able to testify to this case as witnesses did he say two. Said Ashi, infer from this that an arbitration does not need a sidarium, for if it should be necessary, why should not the one who maintains that three are needed be satisfied with two and a sidarium? The halakha, however, prevails, and arbitration needs a sidarium. The rabbis taught, even as a strict law needs three, so is it with arbitration. However, when the decision is already given in accordance with the strict law, an arbitration cannot take place. Eliezer, the son of Jose the Galilean, used to say, it is prohibited to mediate, and he who should do so sins, and he who praises the mediators despises the law, as it is written, Ps. X. 3, the robber blesseth himself when he hath despised the Lord. But it may be taken as a rule that the strict law shall bore the mountain, as it is written, Dut. 17, the judgment belongs to God. And so was it said by Moses our master. But Aaron, his brother, loved peace, ran after it, and used to make peace among the people, as it is written, Mal 2. 6, the law of truth was in his mouth, and falsehood was not found on his lips, in peace and equity he walked with me, and many did he turn away from iniquity. And Jehoshua b. Karha also said, arbitration is a meritorious act, as it is written, Zech 8. 16, with truth and the judgment of peace, judge ye in your gates. How is this to be understood? Usually, when there is judgment, there is no peace, and vice versa. It must then be said that an arbitration is a judgment which makes peace. So also was it said about David, 2 Sam 8:16, and David did what was just and charitable 6 unto all his people. Here, also, just, and charitable, do not correspond, as if just, it could not be called charitable, and vice versa. Say, then, it means arbitration, which contains both. The first Tana, however, who said above that arbitration is prohibited, explains the passage thus: he, David, judged in accordance with the strict law, he acquitted him who was right, and made responsible him who was so, according to the law, but when he saw that the culpable one was poor and could not pay, he used to pay from his pocket. But you must not say so after you are aware, as it is written, Deuteronomy 17, ye shall not be afraid of any man. Jehoshua b. Karha said, whence do we deduce that if a disciple were present when a case came before his master, and saw a defense for the poor and an accusation for the rich, which his master might overlook, he must not keep silence? From the verse just cited. Hanin said, one must not keep in his words out of respect for any one, and witnesses also must be aware for whom they testify, and for whom their testimony goes. And who is he who will punish them for bearing false witness? As it is written, Deuteronomy 19:17, then shall both the men who have the controversy stand before the Lord. And the judge must also be aware of same, as it is written, PS 82. God standeth in the congregation of God, in the midst of judges doth he judge. And so also it reads, 2 Chron 19:6, which was said by the king Jehoshaphat, look, well, at what ye are doing, because not for man are ye to judge, but for the Lord. And should the judge say, why should I take the trouble and the responsibility to myself? Therefore it is written at the end of this verse, who is with you in pronouncing judgment? Hence the judge has to decide according to what he sees with his eyes. What is to be understood by final judgment? Said Jehudah in the name of Rab, when the judge is able to pronounce, you, so and so, are guilty, and you, so and so, are right. Said Rab, the halakha prevails with Jehoshua b. Karha. Is that so? Was not Hunah a disciple of Rab, and his custom was, to question the parties of a case before him, do you desire strict law, or arbitration? Hence we see that he did not begin with mediation, and Jehoshua said that mediation is a meritorious act. Jehoshua, with his statement, means also to say, ask the parties which they like better. But if so, it is the same as what the first Tana said, i.e., it is prohibited to arbitrate after the conclusion, but not before the case is begun. The difference between them is according to Jehoshua it is a meritorious act, and according to the first Tana it is only a permission for the judge, but not meritorious. But then it is the same as Simeon b. Menashe said. There is also a difference, as according to the latter we must not advise an arbitration after hearing the claim, which is not according to the former. All the Tanae mentioned above differ with Thnhum b. Nilai, who said, the above cited verse, X, was said concerning the golden calf, X 32:5, and when Aaron saw this. What did he see? Said Benjamin b. Jephthah in the name of Eleazar, he saw Cha, who was killed by the people. And he thought, if I do not listen to them, they will do likewise with me, and will commit a sin, as written, Lamb 2:20, shall there be slain in the sanctuary of the Lord the priest and the prophet? And they will have no remedy. It is better for them that I should make the golden calf, and to that probably there will be a remedy by repenting. There was one who used to say, it is well for him who is silent while being reproved, and if he is accustomed to do so, it prevents 100 evil things which he might have to overcome through quarreling. Said Samuel to Jehudah, this man only repeats what is already written in the above cited verse, Kerovi 17:141:7. There was another who used to say, a thief is not killed for stealing 2 or 3 times, i.e., do not wonder if the punishment does not occur at once, as finally it will come. And Samuel said to Jehudah, this is also repeating the verse, Amos 2:5, thus hath said the Lord, for 3 transgressions of Israel, and for 4, will I not turn away their punishment. There was another who used to say, into 7 pits does the man of peace fall and come out, and the wicked does not come out from the first into which he falls. And to this also said Samuel to our Jehudah, it is a repetition of the verse, PROV 24. 16, for though the righteous were to fall 7 times, he will rise up again, and should the wicked fall in 1:8 he will not rise again. There was another who used to say, if the court levied on one's mantle for a bet to his neighbor, he might chant a song and go on his way. And to this the same said to the same, this also is to be understood from Acts 18. 23, the whole of this people will come to its place in peace. There was another who used to say, she slumbers, and the basket which was placed on her head fell down. And also to this said Samuel, the same is understood of, Acts 18, through slothful hands the rafters will sink, etc. And there was another who used to say, the man on whom I relied raises his fist against me. To which Samuel referred, P.S. is lie. 10, yea, even the man that should have sought my welfare, in whom I trusted, who eateth my bread, hath lifted up his heel against me. There was one more who used to say, when love was strong, I and my wife could place ourselves on the flat of a sword. Now, when love is gone, a bed of 60 ells is not sufficient for us. To which our Hunah said, we can see this from the scriptures in Acts 25. 22, I will speak with thee from above the cover. And the Beratha states that the ark measured 9 spans, and the cover 1, hence, altogether, it measured 10. Also in 1 Kings 6. 2. House which was built 60 cubits in length. And finally we read, is 66. 1. Where is there a house that ye can build unto me? I.e., when the tabernacle was built, 10 spans sufficed, and at the exile no house in the world could be found in which the Shekinah would rest. Our Samuel B. Naamani in the name of Jonathan said, a judge who judges truth to his fellow men makes the Shekinah to rest in Israel, as the above cited Psalm 82. I reads, God standeth in the congregation of God, in the midst of judges doth he judge. And those who do the contrary influence the Shekinah to leave, as it is written, Ibid 12. 6, because of the oppression of the poor, because of the sighing of the needy, now will I arise, saith the Lord. The same said again in the name of the same authority, a judge who takes away from one and gives to another, against the law, the Holy One, blessed be he, in revenge, will take souls from his house. Thus it is read, PROV 22. 22, 23, rob not the poor because he is poor, neither crush the afflicted in the gate, for the Lord will plead their cause, and despoil the life of those that despoil them. And he said again, in the name of the same authority, a judge should always consider as if a sword lay between his shoulders and Gehenna was open under him. As it is written, Solomon's Song, 3. 7, 8, behold, it is the bed which is Solomon's, 60 valiant men are round about it, of the valiant ones of Israel. All of them are girded with the sword, are expert in war, every one hath his sword upon his thigh, because of the terror in the night which means the terror of Gehenna, which is equal to the night. Our Jashiha, according to others are Naaman b. Itzhak, lectured, it is written, J 21. 12, O house of David, thus hath said the Lord, exercise justice on, every, morning, and deliver him that is robbed out of the hand of the oppressor. Do, then, people judge only in the morning, and not during the entire day? It means, if the thing which you decide is clear to you as the morning, then do so, but if not, do not. Our Haya b. Abba in the name of our Jonathan, however, said, this is inferred from, Prov. 7, for, say unto wisdom, thou art my sister, which means, if the thing is as certain to you as that it is prohibited for you to marry your sister, then you may say it, but not otherwise. Our Jehoshua b. Levi said, if there are 10 judges discussing about one case, the collar lies upon the neck of all of them. But is that not self-evident? It means even a disciple who is sitting before his master, although the result does not depend upon him. Our Hunah used to gather 10 disciples of the college when a case came before him, saying, in case of error, let them also have sawings of the beam. And Ashi, when it happened that there was the carcass of a slaughtered animal to examine if it was legal, used to gather all the slaughterers of the city, for the above said purpose. When Dimi came from Palestine, he said, Hanaman be Cohen lectured, it is written, Ibid 29. For, a king will through the exercise of justice establish, the welfare of, a land, but one that loveth gifts overthroweth it, meaning, if the judge is like unto a king, who needs not the favor of any one, he is establishing the land, but if like unto a priest who goes around the barns asking for heave offering, he overthroweth it. The house of the prince had appointed a judge who was ignorant, and it was said to Jehudah be, Naaman, the interpreter of Resh Lakish, go and be his interpreter. He bent himself to hear what was said for interpretation, but the judge said nothing. Jehudah then exclaimed, Woe unto him that saith to the wood, Awake! Rouse up, to the dumb stone. Shall this teach? Behold, it is overlaid with gold and silver, and no breath whatever is in its bosom. Hab 2. 19, and the Holy One, blessed be he, will punish his appointer, as the following verse reads, But the Lord is in his holy temple, be silent before him, all the earth. Resh Lakish said, If one appoints a judge who is not fit to be such, he is considered as if he were to plant a grove in Israel. As it is written, Deuteronomy 16. 18, Judges and officers shalt thou appoint unto thyself, and Ibid 21 it reads, Thou shalt not plant unto thyself a grove any tree. Ashi added, And if this were done in places where scholars are to be found, it is considered as if one should do it at the altar, as the cited verse continues, near the altar of the Lord thy God. It is written, XXX. 23, Gods of silver and gods of gold, etc. Is it only prohibited from gods of silver, and of wood we may? Said Ashi, this means the judge who is appointed by means of silver and gold. Rab, when he went to sit on the bench, used to say, By my own will I go to be slain, if I make an error I shall be punished for it, without attending the needs of my house, and I enter, clear the court, and I pray that the departing should be like the entering, as he came without sin, so should he depart. And when he saw the crowd run after him, he used to say, Though his exaltation should mount up to the heavens, and his head should reach unto the clouds, yet when he but turneth round will he vanish for ever. Job, XX. 6, 71, to quiet his excitement. Mar Zutra the pious, when he was carried on the shoulders of his followers on the Sabbaths before the festivals, each Sabbath before the 3 festivals they used to preach festival laws, he used to say, Kerovi 27. 24, For property endureth not forever, nor doth the crown remain for all generations. Bar Kapra lectured, Whence do we deduce what the rabbis said, be deliberate concerning judgment? From, XXX. 23, Neither shalt thou go up by steps upon my altar, and the next verse is These are the laws of justice. Eliezer said, Whence do we know that the judge should not step upon the heads of the whole people? The hearers of the lectures used to sit on the floor during the lectures, and one who passed among them appeared as if he were stepping on their heads. From the same cited verse. It treats, Thou shalt set before them the laws of justice, it ought to be, Thou shalt teach them. Said Jeremiah, and according to others Hiabi, Abba, it means the preparation of things belonging to judgment, the cane, the strap, the cornet, and the sandal. As Huna, when he used to go on the bench, used to say, Bring here all the things above mentioned. It is written, Deuteronomy 16, And I commanded your judges at that time. This was a warning to the judges that they should be careful with the cane and straps, which were in their hands to punish them who rebelled. Farther on it is written, Hear the causes between your brethren and judge righteously. Said Hanina, This is a warning to the court that it shall not listen to the claims of one party in the absence of the other, in civil cases, and the same warning is to one of the parties he shall not explain his claim in the absence of his opponent. You shall judge righteously, means, you shall deliberate the case carefully, and make it just in your mind, and only thereafter you may give your decision. It is written, Between a man and his brother, and his stranger. Said Jehudah, it means, even between a house and its attic. I.e., if it were an inheritance, the judge must not say, "You both need dwellings, what is the difference, if one take the house and one the attic?" But he must appraise the value of each and then give his decision. And his stranger means, if you hire your house to a stranger for a dwelling, it cannot be said, "What is the difference, if I give him an oven or a stove?" But you must give him according to the conditions. So are Jehudah. Farther on it reads, "Ye shall not recognize, respect, persons in judgment." According to our Jehudah, it means, you shall not recognize him if he is your friend, and according to our Elazar, it means, you shall not recognize him as strange to you, if he is your enemy. The host of Rab had to try a case before Rab, and when he entered he said to Rab, "Do you remember that you are my guest?" And he answered, "Yeah, but why?" And he said, "I have a case to try." Rejoined Rab, "I am unfit to be a judge for your case, because you reminded me that you favored me some time ago." And he appointed our Kahana to judge the case. Our Kahana, however, had seen that he relied too much upon Rab, so that he would not listen to him. He then said to him, "If you listen to my decision, well and good, and if not, I will put Rab out of your mind, i.e., I will put you under the ban." It reads farther on, "The small as well as the great shall ye hear." Said Resh Lakish, it means, you shall treat a case of one peruta with the same care and mind as you would treat a case involving 100 manas. To what purpose was this said? Is this not self-evident? It means, if two cases come before you, one of a peruta and one of 100 manas, you shall not say, "It is a small case, and I will see to it after." Ye shall not be afraid of any man, for the judgment belongeth to God. Said our Hamabi, our Hanina, the Holy One, blessed be he, said, "It is the least for the wicked to take away money from one and give it to another illegally, but they are troubling me that I shall return the money to its owner. And I commanded you at that time." Above it reads, "I commanded your judges." Said our Elazar in the name of our Simlai, this was a warning for the congregation, that they should respect their judges, incidentally, also, a warning to the judges that they should bear with the congregation. To what extent? Said our Hannah, according to others our Sabathi, even, number 11. 12, as a nursing father beareth the sucking child. It treats, Dut. 31, 23, "Thou must bring this people," etc. And in verse 7 it is written, "Thou must go with." Said our Johanan, Moses said to Joshua, "You and the elders shall rule over them," but the Holy One, blessed be he, said, "Thou shalt bring them, i.e., thou alone, because there must be one ruler to a generation, and not two or many. There is a beretha, a summons must be by the consent of 3 judges. And this is in accordance with Rabbah, who said, if the messenger of the court had summoned one in the name of one of the 3 judges who are in the court, the summons is nothing unless he stated is in the name of all the 3 judges, provided it was not a court day, but on a court day he has to mention nothing. Double amount. Our Naaman b. our Hista sent a message to our Naaman b. Jacob, "Let the master teach us. In cases of fine, how many persons are needed?" What was the question? Does not the Mishnah state 3? The question was, whether one judge, who is an expert, may do this, or not. And the answer was, this is stated in our Mishnah, in the double amount, and 4 and 5-fold 3. And it cannot be said it means 3 common men, for your grandfather said in the name of Rab, even 10 commoners are illegal to decide cases of fine. Hence the Mishnah means judges, of whom, nevertheless, 3 are needed. It may bring capital punishment. And what is it? Meanwhile his claim is money. Why should 3 not be sufficient? Said Ula, the point of their differing is, if an evil tongue is to be feared, i.e., while he comes to the court complaining about his wife, witnesses may come and testify that she had indeed sinned, and then it is a crime of capital punishment. According to our Mayor, the fear of such is not to be taken into consideration, and according to the rabbis, it is. Rabbah, however, maintains, the fear of an evil tongue is not taken into consideration by all of the parties, but the point of their difference is, if the honor of the first should be respected or not. And it treats that 23 were gathered for that case, and the husband claimed that he would bring witnesses that his wife had sinned. But thereafter he could not bring witnesses, and the case remained as a claim for money only, and then the 20 departed. And he asked them to decide at least his civil claim. According to our mayor, this case, as a money matter, might be tried by 3, but according to the rabbis, we must respect the honor of the judges gathered, and therefore even in the latter case all the 23 have to take part. An objection was raised from a Baratha which states, the sages said, if the claim was money, then 3 suffice, but if a crime which could bring capital punishment, then 23 are needed. And this is correct only according to Rabbah's statement, viz. If the beginning of the claim was money, then 3, and if the beginning was crime, then 23. But according to Ulas it is contradictory. Said Rabbah, I and the lion of our society, who is our Hayab Abim, have thus explained this. The Mishnah treats of a case in which the husband brought witnesses that his wife had sinned, and his father-in-law brought witnesses who proved the first collusive. And his claim against the husband was money, and therefore 3 sufficed. But in a case where crime is charged, 23 are necessary. Abai, however, maintains, all agree that an evil tongue is to be feared, and they also agree that the honor of the first must be respected. The Mishnah, however, speaks of a case in which the warning was as to capital punishment, but not stoning. I.e., as will be explained in the proper place, one should not be put to death for a crime of which he was not warned that the punishment for it was death, and according to some, the warning must be, the punishment for such a crime is such and such a death. And as the punishment of adultery is stoning, and she was warned only of death in general, according to him who holds that the warning must state the kind of death, in this case no capital punishment can occur. And this is in accordance with our Jehuda, who said elsewhere, one is not put to death unless he was informed in the warning what kind of death he should die. Our Papa maintains, it speaks of a scholarly woman who was aware of what kind of punishment pertained to such a thing, and the point of their differing is, if to a scholar warning is needed. And our Ashi maintains, the warning was as to stripes, instead of capital punishment, and the point of their differing is, if a trial involving stripes needs 23, in accordance with the opinion of our Ishmael or not. 9 and Rabina maintains, it speaks of when one of the witnesses was found a relative, or incompetent to be a witness, and the point of their difference is, if the testimony of the other witnesses should be ignored because of the incompetent one, or not, explained at length in Tract Makath. And if you wish, it can be said that it speaks of when one was warned by some others, but not by the witnesses, and there are some of the Tanaim who hold that the warning holds good only when it was made by the witnesses. And it might also be said that the witnesses contradicted one another, at the cross-examination, concerning certain unimportant things, e.g., how he and she were dressed when the crime was committed, but they did not contradict each other concerning the important thing, e.g., the date and hour. And there is a difference between Tanaim whether such a contradiction is to be taken into consideration, or not. R. Joseph said, if the husband brought witnesses that she had sinned, and the father brought witnesses who proved them collusive, the witnesses of the husband are put to death, but do not pay the prescribed fine. If, however, the husband brought a third party of witnesses, who proved collusive the second party, they are to be punished both with death and with payment of fine to the husband. Rabbah said, if witnesses testify that they had sinned with a betrothed woman, and thereafter they be found collusive, they are put to death, but do not pay the fine. If, however, they testified that they had sinned with the daughter of B, who was betrothed, they pay the fine also. And the same is the case if they testify that one had connection with an ox, and they were found collusive. If, however, they testify with the ox of so and so, they have to pay the fine to the owner of the ox also. But to what purpose did he state the other case? Is it not the same as the first? Because he himself was in doubt concerning the following case, if one testified that so and so had connection with my ox, should he be trusted or not? Shall we say that only a testimony which incriminates oneself is not to be trusted because one is kin to himself and cannot make himself wicked, but in a case where one's property is involved, we do not say that he is kin to his money, and therefore he should not be trusted. After deliberating, however, he decided that the testifying concerning his ox should be trusted, as the latter case is not taken into consideration. The cases of stripes, etc. Whence is this deduced? Said Huna, it is written, Deuteronomy 25. And they judged them, which is plural, and no less than 2, and as a court must not be of an even number, 1 is to be added, hence it is 3. In the same verse it reads, and they justify. And they condemn, which is also plural, and no less than 2, hence 2 and 2 are 4, and with the 3 mentioned above it is 7. The latter terms are needed for that which Ulla said, where is to be found a hint in the scriptures concerning collusive witnesses. A hint does it not read, Ibid. 19, Then shall ye do unto him as he had purposed to do unto his brother. Where is the hint that collusive witnesses are to be punished with stripes? From the above cited terms, and they shall justify. Condemn the wicked, then shall it be, if the guilty man deserve to be beaten, etc., which is not to be understood as meaning the court only, as the words, they shall justify the righteous, would be superfluous in that case. And therefore it is to be explained thus, if there were witnesses who had made the righteous guilty, and thereafter other witnesses came and justified the righteous who were indeed right, and made guilty the witnesses who accused them, then, if the former were to be punished with stripes, if found guilty, the same punishment is to be meted to the guilty witnesses. But is there not a negative commandment in XXX? 16, Thou shalt not bear false witness. This negative commandment is counted among those who do no manual labor, and for the transgression of such, punishment of stripes is not applied. In the name of Ishmael it was said, etc. What is his reason? Said Abai, the analogy of expression, Rasha, guilty. It reads, Deuteronomy 25, 2, guilty man, and, number 35, 31, who is guilty of death. As in case of death, 23 are needed, the same is the case with stripes. Rabbah, however, maintains, his reason is simple, as stripes take the place of that. Said Haha, the son of Rabbah, to Ashi, if so is the case, why must he be examined by the court to see if he can stand the 40 stripes? Let him be beaten without any examination, and if he cannot stand them, let him die. And he answered, it reads, Deuteronomy 25. 3, And thy brother be rendered vile before thy eyes. Hence if you beat, you must beat one who is still alive, but not a dead body. If so, said Aha again, why does a Baratha state that if the examination shows that he can stand only 20, he is beaten with that number, which can be made a multiple of 3, say 18 only? Let him receive 21, and if he cannot receive the last stripe let him die, as the last stripe was on a body which was still alive. Thrice 7 are 21, and as he would not die by 20 according to the examination, the 21 would still be on a live body. Rejoined Ashi, the verse reads, Thy brother thus rendered vile before thy eyes, which means that after the stripes he shall still be thy brother, which would not be the case if he died while being beaten. To the intercalary month, etc. It does not state for the consideration of the intercalary, nor does it state for the consecration of the month, but for the intercalary itself, why are 3 needed? Let it be not consecrated at the 30th day, and it will become intercalary by itself, i.e., if the 31st day be consecrated as the first of the next month, the past month will be intercalary with 1 day. Said Abai, read, for the consecration of the month. And so also we have learned in a Tosefta, for the consecration of the month and the proclamation of a leap year, 3. So is the decree of our mayor. Said Rabbah, you say, read, for the consecration, but it is stated, the intercalary. Therefore, he maintains, the consecration in the additional day, e.g., the 30th, must be by 3, but after the day is over, no consecration is needed. And it is in accordance with our Elazar b. Zadok, who said, Rosh Hashanah, page 1 if the moon was not seen at the usual time, no consecration is needed, as it was already consecrated by heaven. Naaman says, the consecration after the 30th day must be by 3, but at the 30th no consecration takes place at all. And it is in accordance with Pliny, who says in the following Baratha, when the moon is seen at her usual time, no consecration is needed, but if not at the usual time, then it must be consecrated. Ashi, however, maintains, it is to be understood, the consideration if the month should be intercalary, and the expression, to intercalary, means the consideration of it. And because it needs to teach to proclaim a leap year, it says also intercalary. Hence only to the consideration, but not to the consecration, which is in accordance with our Eliezer, who said, a month must not be consecrated at any time, as it is written, Leviticus 25:10, Ye shall hallow the 50th year, from which we infer that a year may be consecrated, but not months. Rabban Simeon Gamaliel, etc. There is a Bereitha. How was it said by our Simeon b. Gamaliel that it began with 3, was discussed by 5, and concluded by 7? Thus, if one of the 3 says it must be considered, and the other 2 say it is not needed, then the individual's opinion is abandoned. If, however, vice versa, 2 more must be added to discuss the matter, and then, if 2 say it needs, and 3 say no, the majority is considered. And if vice versa, then 2 more must be added, and the decision is according to the majority. The numbers 3, 5, and 7, to what have they a similarity? R. Itzhak b. Naamani and one of his colleagues, who was R. Simeon b. Potsi, and according to others just the reverse, differ. One said that the 3 were taken from the 3 verses specifying the blessings of the priests, number 6. 24, 25, 26. And the other said, 3 from the 3 doorkeepers, mentioned in 2 Kings, 25. 18, and 5, from Ibid 19l, the 5 men of those that could come into the king's presence, and the 7 from the 7 princes of Persia and Media, Esther, I. 14. R. Joseph taught the same as the latter, and Abai questioned him, Why did not the master explain this to us before now? To which he answered, I was not aware that you needed the explanation. Has it happened that you questioned me, and I would not answer? The rabbis taught, a year must not be intercalated with 1 month, except by them who are invited for it by the Nashi. It happened with Rabban Gamaliel, who commanded that 7 persons should be invited for the morrow in his attic, for the purpose of the intercalation of the year, that on the morrow, when he came, he found 8 persons, and said, He who was not invited shall leave. Samuel the little then arose and said, I am the one who was not invited. I came here, not to take part in the intercalation, but to get experience in the practice of this ceremony. To which the former answered, Sit down, my son, sit down. All the years which have to be intercalated might be done by you. But so was the decision of the sages, that such must be done only by the persons who were invited. Says the Gemara. In reality, it was not Samuel the little, but some other, and he did so only not to bring shame upon his colleague. It happened that as Rabbi was lecturing he perceived the odor of garlic, and he said, He who has eaten garlic shall leave. Our Haya then rose and left the place, and every one, seeing our Haya go out, did the same. On the morrow our Simeon, the son of Rabbi, met our Haya, and questioned him, Was it you who disturbed my father yesterday? And he answered, Save God. Such a thing would not be done in Israel by myself. And from whom did our Haya learn this? From our Meir, as is stated in the following Bereitha. It happened with a woman who came to the college of our Meir, saying, One of you has betrothed me, but I do not know who it was. Then our Meir arose and wrote her a divorce, and handed it to her, and after him, all the people in the college did likewise. And from whom did our Meir learn this? From Samuel the little, and Samuel the little from Shechaniah b. Yehiel, who said to Ezra, Ezra, x. 2, We have indeed trespassed against our God, and have brought home strange wives of the nations of the land, yet now there is hope in Israel concerning this thing. And he, Shechaniah, learned this from Jehoshua b. Nun, of whom it is said, Josh 7. 10, Get thee up, wherefore least thou upon thy face? Israel hath sinned, etc. The rabbis taught, since the death of the last prophets, Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi, the Holy Spirit has left Israel, nevertheless they were still used to a heavenly voice. It happened once that they had a meeting in the attic of the house of Uriah, in the city of Jericho, and a heavenly voice was heard, Among these people there is one who is worthy that the Shekinah should rest upon him, but his generation is not fit. And the sages turned their eyes on Hillel the elder. And when he departed, they lamented him. Woe, pious! Woe, modesty! O thou disciple of Ezra! The same happened again when they had a meeting in an attic in the city of Yamnia, and the heavenly voice said, Among these people is one worthy that the Shekinah should rest upon him, but his generation is not fit. And the rabbis turned their eyes on Samuel the little. When he departed, he also was lamented, Woe, pious! Woe, modesty! O thou disciple of Hillel! The rabbis taught, a year must not be intercalated without the prince's consent. It happened once that Rabban Gamaliel went to one ruler in Syria, and remained there longer than was expected, and the sages had intercalated the year on the condition that Rabban Gamaliel should agree, and then, when he came, he said, I agree, and the year was intercalated without any other ceremony. The rabbis taught, a leap year should not be made unless necessary, because of the spoiled roads, bridges requiring to be repaired, and because of the ovens where the paschal lambs were to be roasted, and they were not yet dry, and for them who reside in exile, and had left their places for Jerusalem to offer the paschal lamb, but could not reach in such a short time, but not if there was still snow or cold, and also not for them who resided in exile and had not as yet left their places for Jerusalem. The rabbis taught, a leap year should not be made because of the kids, lambs, and pigeons which are too young. But this may be taken as a support. How so? Said our Janae in the name of our Simeon b. Gamaliel, we inform you that the pigeons are still soft, and the lambs still thin, and the time of spring has not yet arrived, and it has pleased me to add to this your 30 days. An objection was raised from the following Beratha, how much is to be added to a leap year? 30 days. Our Simeon b. Gamaliel said, 1 month of 29 days. Said our Papa, if they wish, they can make it with 30 days, and if they wish, with 1 month of 29 days. Come and see the difference between the old, mighty generation and that of the new, modest one. There is a Beratha, it happened with Rabban Gamaliel, who used to sit on a step in the court of the temple, that Johanan his scribe was standing before him, and 3 pieces of parchment were lying before him. And be told him, take 1 parchment, and write to our brethren in Upper Galilee and to our brethren in Lower Galilee, may your peace be increased. We inform you that the time has come to separate tithe of the mounds of olives. And take another piece of parchment, and write to our southern brethren, may your peace be increased. We inform you that the time has come to separate tithe of the garden sheaves. And take the third one, and write to our brethren in exile in Babylon, and to our brethren in Media, and to all other Israelites who are scattered in exile, may your peace be increased everlastingly. We inform you that the pigeons are soft, and lambs thin, and the time of spring has not yet come, and it pleases me and my colleagues to add to this your 30 days. Hence Gamaliel wrote, pleased me and my colleagues, and Simeon his son did not mention his colleagues. Says the Gemara. Perhaps this happened after our Gamaliel was discharged and reappointed, as then he became more modest. The rabbis taught, for the following 3 things a leap year is made, because of the late arrival of spring, of the unripeness of tree products, and for the late arrival of Tkufa, the equinox. 10 When 2 of the 3 things occur, the year is made intercalary, but not if one of them. And when one of the reasons is spring, all rejoiced. And our Simeon b. Gamaliel said, when Tkufa, the equinox, was the reason. And the schoolmen questioned, how is he to be understood? Does he mean that they rejoiced when the Tkufa, the equinox, was one of the reasons, or does he mean to say that if it was the reason it suffices to make the year intercalate even without other reasons? The question remains undecided. The rabbis taught, for the following 3 lands the leap year was made, Judea, Galilee, and the other side of the Jordan. For 2 of them, but not for 1. If it happened that Judea was one of them, all rejoiced, because the offer of the Omer, as the first of the harvest, was brought only from the land of Judea. The rabbis taught, the year is to be made intercalary only in the land of Judea, but if it was made already in Galilee, their act is valid. However, Hananiah, the man of Ani, has testified that if the leap year was made in Galilee it was not considered. And our Jehuda b. R. Simeon b. Potsi said, the reason of Hananiah is, Deuteronomy 12:5, even unto his habitation shall ye refrain, which means, all your repairing should be only in the habitation of the Omnipotent. The rabbis taught, a leap year is to be made only during the daytime, and if it was done in the night it is not intercalate. And the same is the case with the consecration of the month, it holds good in the daytime, and not in the night. The rabbis taught, a leap year must not be made in the years of famine. And there is a beretha, our mayor used to say, it is written, 2 Kings 4:42, and there came a man from Baal Shalisha, and brought unto the man of God bread of the firstfruits, 20 loaves of barley bread, etc. And we know by tradition that the city of Baal Shalisha was the most fruitful city in the whole land of Israel, in which the fruit became ripe previous to all other cities, and nevertheless at that time it was not ripe, but only one kind of grain, and not wheat, but barley, as so it reads. And lest one say it was before the time the omer was to be brought, therefore it is written at the end of this verse, give it unto the people, that they may eat. Hence, under such circumstances, that year ought to have been intercalary. And why was it not made so by Elisha? Because it was a year of famine, and every one went to the barns in order to get something to eat, and therefore it was not intercalated. The rabbis taught, the year must not be intercalary before Rosh Hashanah, i.e., no meeting must be appointed to discuss upon the necessity of an additional month in the next year. Even if it were so done, it is not to be taken into consideration. However, if circumstances compelled them to do so, they may do it immediately after Rosh Hashanah, but the additional month must be no other one than Adar. Is that so? Was not a message sent to Rabbah? A couple came from the city of Lakart, and caught an eagle, and in their hands were found things which were made in the city of Luz, e.g., ʻtæl, for Chitzith. And by the kindness of the Merciful One, and because of their unripeness, they were redeemed, and left in peace. And the descendants of Nahshon desired to establish one Nazib, ruler, more, but the Aramaic had prevented them. However, the prominent men of the cities held a meeting, and added one ruler, Nazib, in that month in which Aaron, the high priest, died. Hence we see that a meeting about a leap year was appointed in the month of Ab, as Aaron died in that month. 11 The discussion, and even the establishment, may be done even before Rosh Hashanah, but it must be kept secret until the day of New Year is past. But whence do we know that with the above-mentioned word, Nazib, they meant a month? From 1 Kings 4:7, and Solomon had 12 superintendents, Nazibon. For the king's household, 1 month in the year, but Ibid 19 reads, besides the one superintendent, Nazib, who was in the land. Jehudah and Naaman one said, one manager over all the superintendents. And the other maintains that this Nazib was for the intercalary month. The rabbis taught, a leap year must not be made in 1 year, for the next, and also 3 successive years must not be intercalary. Simeon, however, said, it happened with Akiba, that he established 3 leap years, one after the other, while he was in prison. And he was answered, this is no evidence, as the court had established each leap year in its proper time. The rabbis taught, a leap year must not be appointed, neither in the Sabbatic year nor in the following year. But when were they used to be established? On the eve of the Sabbatic year. The house of Rabban Gamaliel, however, used to appoint it for the year following the Sabbatic. The rabbis taught, no appointment of a leap year must be because of defilement. Jehudah, however, maintains it may, and adds, it happened with King Hezekiah, who had established such because of defilement, and thereafter he prayed for forgiveness. As it is written, 2 Chron, XXX. 18, for a large portion of the people, even many out of Ephraim and Manasseh, Issachar, and Zebulun had not cleansed themselves, but ate the Passover not as it is written. However, Hezekiah prayed for them, saying, the Lord, who is good, will grant pardon for this. Simeon said, if they had established it because of defilement, it is intercalary, and Hezekiah prayed for forgiveness because the law dictates that only the month of Adar shall be intercalary. He, however, intercalated the month Nisan. Simeon beat Jehudah, however, said in the name of Simeon, he prayed for forgiveness because he seduced Israel to establish a second Passover. The master said, he intercalated the month of Nisan. Did he not hold the tradition, X 12? 2. This month shall be unto you the chief of months, which means Nisan, and it is written, this is Nisan, but no other month shall be named Nisan. He erred in that which is said in the name of Samuel, in the 30th day of Adar no intercalary month must be appointed, because this day was fit that it should be the first of Nisan. And he, Hezekiah, did not hold this theory. There is also a Baratha which states, in the 30th day of Adar no month must be intercalated because it is fit to be the first of Nisan. But how is it if, notwithstanding this, it was established on that day? Said Ula, then the month must not be consecrated on that day. But how is it if it was consecrated also? According to Rabbah, the consecration abolishes the intercalary, and according to our Naaman, both hold good the intercalary and the consecration. Said Rabbah to our Naaman, let us see. From Purim to Passover are 30 days, and on Purim we begin to lecture about the law of Passover. Now, if they should appoint another Adar on the 30th day after the lectures of Passover were already heard, people would not believe then that another month was appointed, and so they would use leavened bread on Passover. And he answered, why, they would believe, as they know the establishment of a leap year depends on counting, and they would say that it was not as yet clear to the rabbis the reckoning of this year until the 30th day of Adar arrived. Our Jehudah in the name of Samuel said, a leap year must not be established unless the Tkufa was less with a greater part of the month, which are 16 days. So is the decree of our Jehudah. Our Hosea, however, said, 21 days. And both took their reference from, X 34. 22, and the feast of ingathering at the closing, Tkufat equinox, of the year. One holds that the whole feast should be in the new Tkufat, and the other holds that it is sufficient if a few days of the feast should occur in the new Tkufat. How is this to be understood? If they hold that the day in which the Tkufa occurs is counted to the past Tkufat, why, then, is it necessary for our Jehudah that the Tkufat shall be less with 16, and to our Hosea with 21 days? Even if it would be less with 15 days, according to our Jehudah, and 20 days, according to our Hosea, the whole festival will not be on the new Tkufat according to our Jehudah, as the 15th day of Nisan, which is the first day of the feast, and in which the Tkufat occurs, is counted to the past Tkufat, and also according to our Hosea, if the Tkufat occurs on the 21st day, which is counted to the past, not one of the festival days would occur on the new Tkufat, as the festival begins on the 15th, and the 7th ends with the 21st. Therefore it must be said, of the day in which the Tkufat occurs, both our Jehudah and our Hosea counted as the beginning of the new Tkufat. 12. Laying the hand of the elders upon sacrifices. The rabbis taught, it is written, Leviticus 4. 15, and the elders of the congregation shall lay their hands, etc. The expression in Hebrew is, Samka Zikni Hoda, literally, and they shall lay, the elders, of the congregation. From the expression Hoda, which means the congregation, instead of elders of the congregation, it is deduced that it means the prominent of the congregation, and from the plurality of Samku, and they shall lay, which means no less than 2, and the plurality of the elders who are also 2, it is deduced 4 persons, and as the number of the court must not be even, 1 is added hence it makes 5. So is the decree of our Jehudah. Our Simeon, however, maintains, there is only 1 plurality in the elders, who are 2, and 1 is added for the purpose mentioned above, making 3 only. And there is a Baratha, to laying the hand upon the elders, and laying the hands of the elders upon the sacrifices, 3 are needed. What does this mean? Said our Johanan, laying the hand upon the elders means, to give one the degree of rabbi, said Abai to our Hosea, whence do we deduce this? From, number 27. 23, and he laid his hand upon him, etc. Then let 1 be sufficient, as Moses was only 1 person, and lest one say that Moses took the place of the large Sanhedrin, who were 71, then say that to confer a degree 71 are needed. This difficulty remains. Said our Ahabi Rabbah to our Ashi, do we lay the hands upon the man to whom we want to give such a degree? And he answered, we support him with that we name him rabbi and give him the permission to judge about fines upon them who deserve it. Is it indeed so that one man cannot bestow a degree? Did not our Jehuda in the name of Rab say, Behold, the memory of that person shall remain blessed forever? I mean, our Jehuda be Baba, as, if not Ben Baba, the law of fines would be forgotten from Israel. It happened once that the government passed an evil decree upon Israel, that he who bestowed a degree should be put to death, and the same should be done with him who received the degree. The city where the degree was conferred should be destroyed, and even the boundaries which were used while giving the degree should be torn out. Jehuda be Baba then went and sat between two great mountains, and between two large cities between the two suburban limits of the cities of Usha and Sprehan, and conferred the degree of rabbi on 5 elders, and they were, our Meir, our Jehuda, our Simeon, our Jose, and our Eleazar be Shamuas. According to our Ivia, there was a 6th, our Nehomai. When the enemy got wind of it, Jehuda said to them, My children, run away. And to their question, Rabbi, what will become of you? He answered, I shall remain before them as a stone which cannot be moved. It was said that 300 iron spears were put by the enemy into his body, making it as a sieve. Hence we see that even one person only is authorized to give a degree. There were some other persons with him, but they were not mentioned because of the honor of Jehuda be Baba. Was indeed Meir elevated by Jehuda? Did not Rabbah be Hannah say in the name of Johanan that our Akiba gave the degree to our Meir? Yeah, our Akiba did so, but it was not accepted, and from our Jehuda be Baba he accepted. Our Jehoshua be Levi said, the custom of giving degrees must not be used out of Palestine. What does he mean? Shall we assume that loss of fines should not be judged at all out of Palestine? This is not so, as there is a Mishnah. Sanhedrins are to be established in Palestine as well as in other places out of Palestine. He means that one must receive his degree in Palestine only. It is certain that a degree of rabbi is not considered when the bestower is out of and the receiver is in Palestine. But how is it if the bestower is in Palestine and the receiver is out? Come and hear. Our Johanan was troubled for our Shaman be Aba, who was not present and could not receive the degree our Johanan wished to honor him with. Our Simeon be Zered and his colleague Jonathan be Ekmai, according to others vice versa, one of them who was present they supported with a degree, and the one who was not did not receive such. Our Hanina and our Hosea were 2 about whom our Johanan troubled himself very much, to honor them with the degrees they deserved, but was always prevented, whereat he was very sorry. Said they to him, Let master not worry, as we are descendants of the house of Eli. And our Samuel be Naaman in the name of our Jonathan said, Whence is it deduced that the descendants of Eli are prevented by heaven from receiving degrees? From Isam 2:32, And there shall not be an elder in thy house in all times, which cannot be meant literally, an old man, as it is written, Ibid 33, and all the increase of thy house shall die as vigorous men. Hence it means a degree of an elder, scholar. Our Zerah used to hide himself so as not to be honored with a degree, because of our Eleazar's statement, Be always misty, in order to have a better existence. Thereafter, when he heard another statement of the same authority, one is not raised to a great authority unless all his sins are forgiven by heaven, then he went to receive a degree. When he was graduated as a rabbi, his followers sang for him thus, There is no dyeing, no polishing, no painting, and nevertheless it is handsome and full of grace. When Ami and Asi were graduated as rabbis, likewise people sang of them thus, Of such men of such people appoint rabbis for us, but not from the sermonizers, and according to others, not steel-hearted and impudent men, our Abuhu, when he came from college in the court of the Zeisser, the matrons of Zeisser's house used to sing for him, Great man of his people, ruler of his nation, candle of light, may thy coming be welcomed in peace. Case of the heifer. The rabbis taught, Deuteronomy 21:2, Then shall thy elders and thy judges go forth, etc. Elders, 2, and judges, 2, are 4, etc., will be translated in tract Suda, as the proper place. Plants of the 4th year and 2nd tithe, etc. The rabbis taught, what is to be considered 2nd tithe of which the value is not known. Rotten fruit, sour wine, and rusty coins. They also taught, such second tithe must be redeemed by the appraisement of 3 buyers who all know the price of such stock, but not by 3 laymen who do not know the exact price. Among the buyers may be a Gentile, and also the owner of the stock. And Jeremiah questioned, how is it if the 3 were partners? Come and hear, one and his 2 wives may redeem the second tithe of which the value is not known. Hence it is allowed. This is no support, as this Baratha may speak of such as were apart in business. E.g., our Papa and his wife, the daughter of Aba of Surah, who used to do business for herself. Consecrated articles, etc. Our Mishnah is not in accordance with our Eliezer b. Jacob of the following Baratha, who said, even for a small fork of the sanctuary, 10 persons are needed to appraise the value for redeeming. Said our Papa to Abai, our Eliezer is correct that it needs 10, as he may hold with the statement of Samuel, who said, priests are 10 times mentioned in the portion which speaks of consecrated things. But whence did the rabbis take 3? This difficulty remains. Arakin. Movable properly. What are they? Gittel in the name of Rab said, if one vows, the value of this utensil is to be consecrated, then it must be appraised for its value, and he must pay. Hista, however, said in the name of Abai, it means, if one vows his own value, and appoints movable property for the collection. Abuhu said, if one vows his own value for the treasurer of the priests, when he came to collect, if he collects from movable property, 3 suffice to appraise it, but if from real estate, 10 are needed. Said Aha of Difthi to Rabina, it is correct that 3 are needed to appraise articles which are to be redeemed from the sanctuary, but why are 3 needed for bringing into the sanctuary? And he answered, it is common sense. What is the difference between bringing in and taking out? The reason of appraisement is because an error can occur by which the sanctuary would suffer, and this can take place in both taking out and bringing in. A priest, etc. Said our Papa to Abai, it is correct that our Jehudah requires that one of them should be a Kohen, as in that portion a Kohen is mentioned, but what is the reason of the rabbis, who do not require him, and for what purpose is a Kohen mentioned, according to them? This difficulty remains. By 10, and one of them a priest, etc. Whence is all this deduced? Said Samuel, in this portion the word Kohanim is mentioned 10 times, and only one of them is needed for itself, and all the others are considered as an exclusion after an exclusion, as to which there is a rule that such comes to add something. And therefore we add 9 Israelites to 1 Kohen. Hunabi, and Nathan opposed, saying, why not say, add 5 Israelites to 5 Kohanim? This difficulty also remains. The value of men, etc. But does, then, a man become consecrated? Said Abuhu, if one vows, the money he is worth, not according to age, which is prescribed biblically, must be appraised as if he were a slave sold on the market, and a slave is equal to real estate. Therefore it needs 10. Abim questioned, how is it if one vows the value of his hair, and it should be cut off? Shall we say that things which ought to be cut off are considered as already cut, and movable, and the appraisement needs 3 only, or, so long as it is attached to the body, it is considered as the body itself, and 10 are needed? Come and hear, if one consecrated his slave, no transgression is committed by using him for work. Simeon b. Gamaliel said, if one uses his hair, it is a transgression, and we are aware that he speaks when the hair in question is still attached to the body and is ready to be cut off. Hence there is a difference of opinion among the Tanaim. The stoning of an ox. And the owner put to death. Said Abai to Rabbah, whence do we know this verse means to equal the judgment of the ox to that of its owner? Perhaps it is meant literally that its owner also shall be put to death. Said Hezekiah, and so also was it taught by his school, it is written, number 35. 21, he who smites him shall be put to death, for he is a murderer. From which we infer that only when he himself smote is he to be put to death, but he is not to be killed for the death by his ox. The wolf, the lion, etc. Said Resh Lakish, this is in case they have killed someone, but if not, it is not a meritorious act to kill them. Hence we see that he holds that these beasts can be considered the property of one who domesticates them. Johanan, however, maintains, in any case, it is a meritorious act to kill them. Hence he holds that they cannot be domesticated, and are considered ownerless. There is an objection from our Mishnah, R. Eliezer says, every one who hastens to kill them is rewarded, which is correct according to our Johanan, who may explain the word rewarded with the skin of the animal, but according to Resh Lakish, who said, only when they have killed, there is a rule that when so it was, the rabbis considered them as if they were already sentenced to death by the court, and in such a case it is prohibited to derive any benefit from them. What, then, means Eliezer by the expression, he is rewarded? It means that he will be rewarded by heaven. There is a Baraitha in accordance with Resh Lakish, as follows, an ox, as well as other animals or wild beasts which kill, must be judged by 23. R. Eliezer, however, maintains, an ox which has killed, by 23, but as to all wild beasts, he who hastens to kill them will be rewarded by heaven. R. Akiba says, etc. Is it not the same as the first Tana? They differ in the case of a serpent. A whole tribe, etc. Let us see what sin a whole tribe may commit. Shall we assume that it has violated the Sabbath? We know that there is a difference between an individual and a majority only in the case of idolatry, but in the other commandments there is no difference, according to the Scripture. And if it means that the whole tribe was accused of idolatry, and they should be judged as a majority, then our Mishnah is neither in accordance with our Jeshia nor with our Jonathan of the following Baraitha, how many people must be in the city which shall be misled? From 10 to 100. So is the decree of our Jeshia. Our Jonathan, however, maintains, from 100 up to the majority of the tribe. Now we see that even Jonathan says the majority, but not the whole tribe. Said our Mathna, it means the prince of the tribe only. As our Ada Biahaba explains, X 18. 22, every great matter means, the matter of a great man, so also here, by the whole tribe is meant the head of it. Rabina, however, said, the Mishnah speaks of a case in which the whole tribe was accused of idolatry, your difficulty being, do we then judge them as a majority? We may say, yeah. Although their punishment is similar to that of an individual who is to be stoned. And this is in accordance with our Hamabi, Jose, who said in the name of our Osea, it is written, Deuteronomy 17. 5, then shalt thou bring forth that man or that woman who has committed this wicked thing, unto thy gates, which means only an individual, but not the whole city, to thy gates. The same is the case with a whole tribe, only an individual can be brought to the gates to be stoned, but not the whole tribe. Hence they are judged by 71, as a majority. False prophet, etc. Whence is this deduced? Said our Jose B. Hanina, from an analogy of expression, presume, which is to be found in the case of a false prophet, Deuteronomy 18. 20, and in the case of a rebelling elder, Ibid 17. 12, as in the latter case 72 are needed, so also in the former. But is not the expression, presumptuously, used in the cited verse concerning death, of which the verse reads, and death is judged by 73 only? Therefore said Resh Lakish, the analogy is in the expression, dobhor, which is mentioned in both the verses cited. High priest, etc. Whence is this deduced? Said Ada B. Ahaba, from the above cited X 18. 22, which is explained as the matter of a great man. To decide upon battles, etc. Whence is this deduced? Said our Abuhu, from, number 27. 21, and before Eleazar the priest shall he stand. He and all the children of Israel with him, and all the congregation. He means the king. All Israel with him means the priest who was anointed to be the leader of the war. And all the congregation means the Sanhedrin. But perhaps the cited verse means that only for the just mentioned persons the Urim is allowed to be used, but not for common men. And the question, wherefrom is it taken that 71 are needed to decide about battles? Remains. Therefore it must be said, As our Bisna in the name of our Simeon the Pious said, a harp was placed over the bed of David, and when midnight arrived a north wind used to blow in it, so that the harp would play by itself and awake David, who used to get up and occupy himself with the Torah until the morning star arose. And thereafter the sages of Israel used to enter to him, saying, Lord our King, thy nation Israel needs food. And to his answer, Go, then, and make business among yourselves, they answered him, A handful of food can never satisfy a lion, and a pit can never be filled with the earth taken out from it. Whereupon David decided, They shall go to a battle. Then they consulted Ahithophel, took also advice from the Sanhedrin, and asked the Urim, etc. Joseph said, Whence do we know from the scripture that such was the custom? From ʻtæl 27. 34, And after Ahithophel, came Jehoiada, the son of Benaiah, and Abiathar, and the captain of the king's army was Joab. Ahithophel was the counselor, as it reads, 2 Sam 16. 23, And the counsel of Ahithophel, which he counseled in those days. Jehoiada means the Sanhedrin, as it is written of his father Benaiah, ʻtæl 18. 17, And Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, was over the Kerethites and the Pelethites, which means the Sanhedrin, to whom Jehoiada his son was the head after Benaiah. And why was the Sanhedrin named Kerethites and Pelethites? Because the literal meaning of the two terms in Hebrew is cutting and wonder, and the Sanhedrin, with their decisions, used to cut off and do wonderful things. And Abiathar means the Urim Thummim, and then comes the captain of the king's army, Joab, which means war. And Itzhak b. Ada, and according to others b. Abudamai, said that, Ps. 57. 9. Awake, psaltery and harp, I will wake up the morning dawn, is a support to our business statement. For enlarging, the city, etc. Whence is this deduced? Said Shimi b. Haya, from X 25. 9. In accordance with all that I show thee, the pattern of the tabernacle, and the pattern of all instruments thereof, even so shall ye make it, which means, so shall ye do in the later generations. Rabbah objected from the following, all the utensils which were made by Moses, the anointment sanctified them, however, the utensils which were made after him, the using of them for service consecrated them. And why? Apply, so shall ye do, etc., to the utensils also, they shall need anointment in the later generations also. With this it is different, as, number 7. And had anointed them, and sanctified them, means them with anointment, but not those which should be made in a later generation. But how is it inferred from the passage that for the utensils made in the later generations anointing is prohibited? Said Papa, it is written, Ibid 4. 12, wherewith they minister in the sanctuary. We see, then, that the passage makes them sanctified by ministering with them. Appointing supreme councils, etc., this is taken from Moses, who had established the first Sanhedrin, and the person of Moses is equalized to 71 of them. The rabbis taught, whence do we know it is a duty to appoint judges? From Deuteronomy 16. 18, judges and officers, etc. But whence do we know that it is a duty to appoint them to each tribe? From Ibid, throughout thy tribes. From this verse is deduced that judges as well as officers are to be appointed to each tribe. Jehuda maintains, it was also necessary to appoint one who should rule over all the judges, as this verse reads, Shalt thou appoint, which means that the great Sanhedrin, who ruled all the judges in the lower houses, should be appointed by them. Simeon b. Gamaliel said, it reads, Throughout thy tribes, and they shall judge, which means, it is a meritorious act to appoint judges to a tribe from its own people. To condemn a misled town, etc. Whence is this deduced? From Ibid 17. 5, Then shalt thou bring forth that man, etc. An individual you may bring to thy gates, but not the whole city, as said above by Hama b. Joseph, here mentioned Haya, instead of Hama. Town on the boundary, etc. Why so? Because it reads, from thy midst, but not from a boundary. Nor 3 of them, etc. Because it is written, Ibid 13. 13, one of thy cities. But why two? Because of the word, cities. The rabbis taught, one, but not three. But perhaps one, and not two. Because it reads cities, two are meant. Hence with the term one, not three, is meant. Rab used to say at one time that for one court it is not allowed to make three, but for 2 or 3 courts it is allowed, and at another time he said that it is not allowed to do so, even in several courts. And the reason is, that Israel must not be made bald-headed. Said Resh Lakish, this is said only in one country, but in several countries, it may. Johanan, however, is of the opinion that even then it must not, for the reason that the land should not be bald-headed. There is a Bereitha in accordance with Johanan. 3 misled cities must not be made in the land of Israel, 2, however, may 1 in Judea and 1 in Galilee, but not 2 in Judea, nor 2 in Galilee. And if it were near to the boundary, even one must not be proclaimed misled, for, should it come to the ears of the heathens, they might destroy the whole land of Israel. But why not deduce it from the passage which states, from thy midst, and not from the boundary? This is in accordance with our Simeon, who used to explain the reasons of what is stated in the scriptures. The great Sanhedrin, etc. What is the reason of the rabbis, who said that Moses was as head of them? Because it reads, number 11. 16, and they shall stand there with thee, which means, and thou shalt remain with them. Jehudah, who says 70 only, maintains, it was necessary for Moses to remain with them, that the Shekinah should rest upon them. The rabbis taught, it is written, Ibid 11. 26, and there remained 2 men in the camp. According to some, it means that their names remained in the urn. As, at the time the Holy One, blessed be he, said to Moses, gather unto me 70 men of the elders of Israel, he thought, how shall I do it? Shall I appoint 6 of each tribe? Then there will be 2 more. Or shall I take 5 of each? Then there will be 10 less. Or shall I appoint from 2 tribes 5 only, while from the others 6 each? Then will I bring jealousy among the tribes. So he chose 6 from each, and wrote on 70 tickets Zachan, elder, and 2 he left blank, then mixed, and put all of them into the urn. Then he said, go, each, and take your ticket. To those who drew elder, he said, you are already sanctified by heaven. But those who drew the blanks had no claim, as such was their lot. Similar was the case from Ibid 3. 47, thou shalt take 5 shekels apiece for the poll. And to this Moses also said, how shall I do it? If I should say to one, give the shekels, he may answer, the Levite has already redeemed me. Therefore he wrote on 22,000 tickets, Levite, and on 273 he wrote, 5 shekels, mixed them, put them in the urn, and told the people, each shall draw his ticket. To the one who drew, Levite, he said, you are free, as the Levite has redeemed you. And he who drew 5 shekels was told to pay the amount and go. Simeon, however, said, not their names remained in the urn, but themselves remained in the camp in doubt, saying, we are not worthy of such a high appointment. And the Holy One, blessed be he, said, because ye were modest, I will increase your grace. And what grace was increased to them? All the 70 had prophesied once, and ceased, but these 2 did not cease to prophesy. And what was their prophecy? They said, Moses shall die, and Joshua shall bring Israel to his land. Aba Hanin, however, said in the name of our Eleazar, they prophesied about the quail, saying, come up, quail. Come up, quail. And our Naaman said, about Gog and Magog they prophesied, as it is written, Ezek 38. 17, then hath said the Lord Eternal, art thou, not, he of whom I have spoken in ancient days through means of my servants the prophets of Israel, who prophesied in those days, Shanim, years, that I would bring thee against them? Do not read Shanim, but Shnaim, which means 2. And who were the 2 who had prophesied at one period, with one and the same prophecy? Eldad and Medad. It is correct in respect to him who said above that their prophecy was, Moses shall die, what is written, number 11. 28, My Lord Moses, forbid them. But in respect to them who said they prophesied about other things, why, then, should they be forbidden? Because it was not seemly for them thus to prophesy in the presence of Moses. What is meant by the words, forbid them? He meant to say, appoint them, they shall occupy themselves with the needs of the congregation, and they will be destroyed by themselves. Whence do we know that 3 more are needed, as, after all, sentence of guilt by a majority of 2 cannot take place, as, if 11 defend and 12 accuse, then there is only a majority of 1, and if 10 defend and 13 accuse, there is a majority of 3. Said Arthabuhu, such a case can be only when there is a necessity to add more judges according to all. I.e., in case 11 accuse and the same number defend, and one of them says, I am in doubt. And in such a case all agree that judges must be added, as the one who is in doubt cannot be counted, and then 2 more are to be added. And if the 2 who were added also accuse, there is a majority of 2. And such also can be found in the great Sanhedrin, in accordance with R. Jehuda, who said, there was an even number of 70. Arthabuhu says again, in case more judges are to be added, an even number may be made in the small Sanhedrin also. Is this not self-evident? Lest one say that the one who says he is in doubt is counted, and if thereafter he gives a reason for his decision after deliberating he may be listened to, he comes to teach us that as from the time he is in doubt he is not to be counted at all, so after the deliberation he may not be listened to. R. Kahana said, if all the persons of the Sanhedrin are accusing, the defendant becomes free. Why so? Because there is a tradition that such a trial must be postponed for 1 night. As perhaps some defense may be found for him, but if all accuse him, it is not to be supposed that some will find any defense for him overnight, and therefore they are no longer competent to decide in his suit. Arch Johanan said, the persons who are chosen to be members of the Sanhedrin must be tall, men of wisdom, of good appearance, and of a considerable age, and, also, they should understand something in cases of witchcraft, and they must also know 70 languages, so that they shall not need to hear a case through an interpreter. Arch Jehuda in the name of Rab said, in a city in which there are not to be found 2 persons who can speak 70 languages, and one who can understand them although he cannot speak, Sanhedrin must not be established. In the city of Bet-Har were 3, and in the city of Yamayam were 4, namely, Ar Eleazar, Ar Jehoshua, Ar Akiba, and Simeon of Taman their disciple, who was not of age to become a rabbi. An objection was raised from the following: a Sanhedrin in which 3 of them could speak 70 languages was considered a wise one, and if 4, it was considered the highest one. We see, then, that 3 who could speak were needed. Rab holds with the Tana of the following Beretha: if 2, it is a wise one, and if 3, it is the highest one. There is a rule that, where there is to be found throughout the Talmud the expression, the man who learned in the presence of the sages, Levi before Rabbi is meant, and where the expression, discussed before the sages, Simeon b. Azi, Simeon b. Zoma, Hanan the Egyptian, and Hyania b. Kainai are meant. Arthanaman b. Itzhak taught 5 persons the 4 mentioned above, and the 5th was Simeon of Taman. Where it is mentioned, our masters in Babylon, Rab and Samuel are meant, our masters in Palestine, are. Abi is meant, the judges of the exile, Karna is meant, the judges of Palestine, are Ami and are Pesi, the judges of Pumbeditha, are Papabi, Samuel, the judges of Nahardia, are Adabi, Menumi, the elders of Surah, are Huna and are Hista, the elders of Pumbeditha, are Jehuda and are Aina, the geniuses of Pumbeditha, Ifa and Abami sons of Rabbah, the Amoraim of Pumbeditha, Rabbah and are Joseph, the Amoraim of Nahardia, are Hama. If it is said, then Hardlayan taught, Rami b. Baroka is meant. But was it not said by Huna himself, it was said in the college? Therefore it must be said that Hamnuna is meant. It was said in Palestine, our Jeremiah is meant, a message was sent from Palestine, our Hosea b. Hanina is meant. And where it is said, it was ridiculed in Palestine, our Eleazar is meant. But do we not find a message was sent from Palestine, according to our Hosebi, Hanina it is so and so. Hence our Hosebi, Hanina cannot be meant in the expression, there is a message from Palestine. Therefore it must be reversed. Where it is said, a message from Palestine, our Elazar is meant, and, it was ridiculed in Palestine, our Hosebi, Hanina is meant. How many shall a city? 120, etc. What is the reason of that number? 23 of the small Sanhedrin, and 3 rows of 23 each, hearers, make 92, and 10 idle men, who must always be in the houses of prayer and learning, make 102, and 2 scribes, 2 sextons, 2 parties for defendant and plaintiff, 2 witnesses, and 2 men who may be able to prove the witnesses collusive, and still 2 more who could prove the last one's collusive. Hence in the total there are 114. There is a beretha that in a city in which the following 10 things do not exist, it is not advisable for a scholar to reside, and they are, 5 persons to execute what the court decides, a treasury of charity, which is collected by 2 and distributed by 3, a prayer house, a bath house, lavatories, a physician, a barber, a scribe, and a teacher for children. And according to others it was said in the name of our Akiba, in the city should be several kinds of fruit, as the consuming of fruit enlightens the eyes. Our Nehemiah, etc. There is a beretha, Rabbi said, 277. And there is another, Rabbi said, 278. And there is no contradiction, as one beretha is in accordance with our Jehuda, who needs only 70 for the great Sanhedrin. The rabbis taught, it is written, X 18. 21, and place these over them, as rulers of thousands, rulers of hundreds, rulers of 50s, and rulers of 10s. Rulers of thousands were 600, rulers of hundreds were 6,000, rulers of 50s, 12,000, and rulers of 10s, 60,000. Hence the total number of the officers in Israel were 78,600. Chapter 2 Rules and Regulations concerning the High Priest, if he may judge and be judged, be a witness and be witnessed against, the laws regarding a death occurring in his family and the custom of the condolence. The same rules concerning a king. Regulations as to what a king may and may not allow himself, how many wives and how many stables for horses he may have, how he must be respected and feared by his people, etc. Mishnah I, the high priest may judge and may be judged, he may be a witness and may be witnessed against, he may perform the ceremony of halitza, and the same may be done to his wife if he dies childless, or his brother may marry his wife in such a case. He, however, must not marry his brother's wife when his brother dies childless, because it is forbidden for a high priest to marry a widow. If a death occurs in his family, he must not accompany the coffin, but if the coffin with those accompanying it are no longer visible in the street, he goes after them. And so with other streets when they are not visible, he may enter the street, etc., and in such manner he may follow the coffin to the gate of the city. So is the decree of our mayor. Our Jehuda, however, maintains, he must not leave the temple at all, as it reads, Lev. 21:12, and out of the sanctuary shall he not go. When he, the high priest, condoled with others, it was usual that the people went one after another, and the superintendent of the priests would place him between himself and the people, so that he could say a word of condolence to every one of them. But when he was being condoled with, the people used to say to him, We shall be your atonement, i.e., to us shall occur what ought to occur to you, and his answer was, You shall be blessed by heaven. And at the condoling meal, all the people were placed on the floor, but he sat on a chair. A king must not judge, and he is not judged, he must not be a witness, nor be witnessed against. The ceremony of halitza does not exist for him, nor for his wife. He does not marry his childless brother's wife, and his brother must not marry his wife. Our Jehuda, however, maintains, if B was willing to give halitza or to marry his brother's wife, he may be remembered among the good. And he was told, even if he is willing, he must not be listened to. His widow must not remarry. Our Jehuda said, a king may marry the widow of a king, as so we found with David, who married the widow of Saul, as it reads, 2 Sam. 12:8, And I gave unto thee the house of thy master, and, put, the wives of thy master into thy bosom. Gemara, is it not self-evident that the high priest may judge? It was stated, because it was necessary to say that he may be judged. But this is also self-evident, as if it were not permitted to judge him, how could he judge? Is it not written, Zeph. 2:1, gather yourselves, which Resh Lakish explained in Middlegate, page 287, correct yourself first, and then correct others. Therefore we must say, because in the latter part it was necessary to teach that a king must not judge or be judged, it teaches also that the high priest may judge and be judged. And if you wish, it may be said that it came to teach us what is stated in the following Baratha, a high priest who killed a person if intentionally, he may be killed, and if unintentionally, he may be sent into exile, he transgresses a positive and a negative commandment, and is also, concerning other laws, considered as a commoner in every respect. Intentionally he may be killed. Is this not self-evident? It was necessary to state, if unintentionally, he might be sent into exile. But is this also not self-evident? Nay. One may consider, because it reads, Number 35:28, he shall remain until the death of the high priest, that he who has a remedy to return to his land by the death of the high priest shall be sent into exile, but he who has no such remedy should not, and there is a Mishnah, he who kills a high priest, or a high priest who has killed a person, is not returned from the city of refuge for everlasting, and therefore he should not be exiled. It comes to teach us that it is not so. But perhaps it should be so. There is another verse, Deuteronomy 19:3, every manslayer, which includes a high priest. The Baratha states, he transgresses a positive and negative commandment. Must he, then, transgress? It means to say that if it happened he should transgress a positive and a negative commandment, he is considered a commoner in every respect. Be a witness, and witnessed against, etc. May he be a witness? Have we not learned in the following, Baratha, it reads, Deuteronomy 22:I, and withdrew thyself. There are cases from which one may withdraw himself, and there are others from which he may not. How so? E.g., a priest who sees a lost thing lying in a cemetery is not obliged to pick it up for the purpose of returning it, or if there were an old, respectable man, and it was not in accordance with his honor to bother with such a thing, or even if one's time is more valuable than the value of the lost thing, he may withdraw himself. Hence it is self-evident that it is not fit for a high priest to go and witness. Why, then, should he be obliged? Said our Joseph, he may be a witness in a case that concerns the king. But does not our Mishnah state that a king must not be a witness, and not be witnessed against? Therefore said our Zerah, he may be witness in the case of a prince, the son of the king. A prince is he not considered a commoner in all respects concerning the law? Say he may witness before the king. But have we not learned that the king must not be a member of the Sanhedrin, and also that both the king and the high priest must not take part in the discussion about a leap year? For the honor of the high priest, the king comes and remains with the Sanhedrin until the testifying of the high priest ends, and then both depart, and the Sanhedrin themselves deliberate and decide the matter. The text states that a king must not be a member of the Sanhedrin, nor a king and a high priest engage in the discussion about a leap year. The first is deduced from Acts 23:2-13, and the second a king because he would not like to add a month to the year, because of the increase of the wages of the military, and a high priest, because of the cold, i.e., it is prescribed by the scriptures to take during the Day of Atonement legal baths 5 times in cold water, and by adding a month, the month of Tishri would fall when in a usual year is the month of Cheshvi, which is much colder than Tishri. Said our Papa, infer from this that the seasons of the year follow the usual months, and not according to the intercalary month. Is that so? We know that it happened, 3 pasturers were standing and conversing in the presence of rabbis thus. One of them said, if there were enough heat so that the wheat which was sown in the beginning of the month, and the barley which was sown recently, should sprout, the month could be named Adar, and if not, it remained Shvat. The second said, if in the morning there is such a cold that the ox trembles from it, and in the middle of the day he should hide himself in the shadow of a fig tree, the month may be considered Adar, and if not, it remains Shvat. And the third said, if the winter has already lost its strength, and the air you blow from your mouth moderates the cold brought by the east wind, it is Adar, and if not, it remains Shvat. And as that year was not so in any of these cases, the rabbis intercalated it. Hence we see that the intercalary comes because of the cold, and not vice versa. How can you conceive that the rabbis had relied upon the pasturers to intercalate a year? They relied upon their own reckoning, and the gossip of the pasturers was considered as a support only. He may perform the ceremony of halitza, etc. The Mishnah makes no difference if the widow was from betrothal or from marriage. And this can be correct only with a marriage, as there is a positive commandment that a high priest must marry a virgin, and a negative commandment that he must not marry a widow, while to marry the wife of his childless brother is a positive commandment only, which cannot invalidate a positive and a negative commandment. But if the widow was from betrothal, she is still a virgin, there remains only one negative commandment, he shall not take a widow. And there is a rule that a positive commandment invalidates a negative commandment. The positive commandment applies only to the first intercourse, but not thereafter, upon which the negative commandments rest. And if the first were allowed, he would come to commit a transgression thereafter, and therefore it is prohibited. And so also a Baratha states. If death happens, etc. The rabbis taught, he shall not leave the sanctuary, means he shall not go with them, but he may go out after them. How so? When they are not visible in the street, he may appear, etc., to the gate of the city, etc. Is not our Jehuda correct with his statement? Our Meir may answer, according to your theory, he must not leave the temple for home. You must then explain this passage, that it means that he must not go out from his sanctuary, and while he goes after them, when they are no longer visible, he will not come in contact with the corpse. Our Jehuda, however, fears that because of his sorrow it may happen that when he shall accompany them he will come in contact with the corpse, and violate his sanctity. Condole with others, etc. The rabbis taught, when he goes in the row to condole with others, his vice and the ex-high priest are placed at his right, and the head of the priest's family at the mourners, and all other people are placed at his left. But when he stands in the row to be condoled with by others, the vice only is placed at his right, but not the ex-high priest, as he may be dejected, thinking that the ex-priest sees a revenge in him. Said R. Papa, from the Baratha three things are to be inferred, a. That the vice and superintendent are identical, b. That the mourners stand and the people pass by, and c. That the mourners are placed at the left side of the condolers. The rabbis taught, formerly the custom was for the mourners to stand and the people to pass by, but there were two families in Jerusalem who had quarreled, one saying, I must pass first, according to my dignity, and the other said, I must pass first, therefore it was enacted that the people should stand and the mourners pass. Said Rami B. Aba, our Jose re-established the old custom that the mourners shall stand and people pass, in the city of Sephorias. And he said also, the same enacted in the same city that a woman should not go into the street with her child following her, but that she should follow the child, because of an accident that happened. Rashi explained, it happened that immoral men had stolen a child who was following its mother, and put it in a house, and while she was crying and searching for it, they said to her, come with us and we will show it to you. And while doing so, she was assaulted. He also said, the same enacted in Sephorias that women should talk to each other while they were at their toilet, for the purpose that men should not intrude. Amina Shia B. Evath said, I questioned Jeshia the Great in the cemetery of Huzzle, and he told me that a row is not less than 10 persons, not counting the mourners, who must not be among them, and there is no difference if the mourners stand and the people pass, or vice versa. Being condoled with, etc. The schoolmen questioned, what did he say when he condoled with others? And they were answered from a Baratha, which states, he used to say, be comforted. A king must not judge, etc. Said Joseph, this is concerning the kings of Israel, but the kings of the house of David are judged and judge. As it is written, J 21. 12, O house of David, thus said the Lord, exercise justice on every morning. We see that they did judge, and if they were not to be judged, how could they judge, as is said above by Resh Lakish? And what is the reason it is prohibited to the kings of Israel? Because an unfortunate thing happened as follows: the slave of King Janai murdered a person, and Simeon b.ch said to the sages, notwithstanding that he is the slave of the king, he must be tried. They sent to the king, "Your slave has killed a man." And Janai sent his slave to them to be tried. However, they sent to him, "You also must appear before the court." As it is written, X 21:29, warning has been given to its owner, which means the owner of the ox must appear at the time the ox is tried. He then came and took a seat. Said Simeon b.ch, "King Janai, arise, so that the witnesses shall testify while you stand, yet not for us do you rise, but for him who said a word, and the world was created." As it reads, Deuteronomy 19:17, "Stand before the Lord." And the king answered, "It must not be as you say, but as the majority of your colleagues shall decide." Simeon then turned to his right, but his colleagues cast their eyes upon the floor without any answer, and the same did his colleagues at his left. Simeon then exclaimed, "You are all troubled in mind, disconcerted. May the one who rules minds take revenge upon you." Gabriel came then and smote them to the floor, that they died. And at that time it was enacted that a king should neither judge nor be judged, neither be a witness nor be witnessed against, if he was willing to give halakha, etc. This is not so. Did not Ashi say, "Even he who holds that if a prince has relinquished his honor it holds good, agrees that if a king does so his honor is not relinquished." As it is written, Deuteronomy 17:15, "Set a king over you," which means, that respect, fear, for the king should always be before thy eyes, i.e., and in the ceremony of halakha the woman takes off his shoe, and spits before him, which is a disgrace for a king, and must not be done even if he is willing. Jehuda, however, maintains, where there is a biblical commandment, it is different. His widow must not remarry, etc. There is a Baratha, the sages answered Jehuda, the verse you refer to means, the woman who was ordained to him by the king, Saul, and they were Merab and Michal, his daughters. The disciples of Hosea questioned their master, "How could David marry two sisters while they were both living?" And he answered them, "He married Michal after the death of Merab." And Hosea said so in accordance with his theory in the following Baratha, which states, Hosea used to lecture about passages in the scriptures which were obscure, namely, it reads, 2 Sam 21:8, "And the king took the 2 sons of Rizpah, the daughter of Aiah, whom she had borne unto Saul, Armani and Mephibosheth, and the 5 sons of Michal, the daughter of Saul, whom she had borne 14 to Adriel, the son of Barzillai the Mahalathite." But was Michal given to Adriel? Was she not given to Palti-beth-Laish? It reads, Sam 25:44, "But Saul had given Michal his daughter, David's wife, to Palti, the son of Laish." Hence the scripture equalizes the betrothing of Merab to Adriel to the betrothing of Michal to Palti-beth-Laish, as the betrothing of Michal to Palti was a sin, for she was already the wife of David, and according to the law a second betrothing is not considered at all, so also was the betrothing of Merab to Adriel a sin, for she was already David's wife. Jesh b. Karha, however, maintains, the betrothal of Merab to David was by an error. As it is written, 2 Sam 3:14, "Give up to me my wife Michal, whom I espoused," etc. But what would he say to that passage which reads, "The 5 sons of Michal, the daughter of Saul"? He might say, did, then, Michal bear them? Was it not Merab who bore them, whereas Michal merely brought them up? But they bore the name of Michal, because the scripture considers the one who brings up an orphan as if it were born to him. Hanina says, this is inferred from Ruth 4:17, "There hath been a son born unto Naomi," etc. Did, then, Naomi bear him? Was it not, in fact, Ruth who bore him? Therefore we must say that, though Ruth bore him, he was nevertheless named after Naomi, because she brought him up. Eliezer said, from Ps. 77:16, "The sons of Jacob and Joseph." Selah. Were they, then, born to Joseph, and not to Jacob? They were born to Jacob, but Joseph fed them, and therefore they were named after him. Our Samuel b. Namani in the name of our Jonathan said, he who teaches the Torah to the son of his neighbor, the scripture considers him as if he were born to him. As it is written, number 3. 1, and these are the generations of Aaron and Moses, and the following verse reads, and these are the names of the sons of Aaron. It is only to say that they were born to Aaron and Moses taught them, and therefore they were named after him. It is written, is 29. 22, therefore thus hath said the Lord unto the house of Jacob, he who hath redeemed Abraham. Where do we find that Jacob redeemed Abraham? Said our Jehudah. He redeemed him from the affliction of bringing up his children. I.e., Abraham was promised by the Lord that he would multiply his children, and so the affliction of bringing them up was to lie upon Abraham, but, in fact, it was Jacob who was afflicted by bringing them up, Rashi. And this is what is written, Ibid, not now shall Jacob be ashamed, and not now shall his face be made pale, which means, he shall not be ashamed of his father and his face shall not become pale because of his grandfather. In the scripture there is written in some places, Palti, in other places, Paltiel. Said our Johanan, his name was Palti, and why was he named Paltiel? For God saved him from sin, i.e., Palit, in Hebrew means, to break through, and, El, means God, and according to tradition Palti did not live with Michal, although he slept with her in one bed, because of her betrothal to David. Said our Johanan, the strength of Joseph was moderation on the part of Boaz, and the strength of the latter was moderation on the part of Palti. The strength of Joseph was moderation on the part of Boaz, as it is written, Ruth, 3. 8, and it came to pass at midnight, that the man became terrified, etc. And Rab said, his body became as soft as, boiled, turnip heads. And the strength of the latter was the moderation of Palti, as with Boaz it occurred only on one night, and with Palti it was continually. The same said again, it is written, Parov 31. 29, many daughters have done virtuously, but thou excellest them all. Many daughters, means Joseph and Boaz. That feareth the Lord shall indeed be praised, Ibid 30, means Palti b. Laish. Our Samuel b. Namani in the name of our Jonathan said, Ibid. 30, false is grace, means Joseph, and beauty vain, means Boaz. That feareth the Lord, means Palti b. Laish. According to others, false is the grace, means the generation of Moses, and vain is the beauty, means the generation of Joshua. That feareth the Lord, means the generation of Hezekiah. And still according to others, false is the grace, means the generation of Moses and Joshua, and vain is the beauty, means the generation of Hezekiah. Fear of the Lord, etc., means the generation of our Jehudah b. Eli. As it was said, in the time of that rabbi 6 disciples had covered themselves with one garment, as they were very poor, and occupied themselves with the study of the Torah. Mishnah 2, if a death occurs in the house of the king, he must not leave the gate of the palace. Our Jehudah, however, maintains, if he is willing to accompany the coffin, he may do so, as we find that David accompanied the coffin of Abner, 2 Sam, 3. 31, and King David walked behind the bier. But he was told that David did so only to appease the spirit of the people. And at the condoling meal all the people are placed on the floor and he is seated on the dais. Gemara, the rabbis taught, in those places where it is customary for women to follow a coffin, they may do so, and where it is customary for them to precede the coffin, they have to do accordingly. Our Jehudah, however, maintains that women must always precede the coffin, as we find in the case of David, who followed the coffin, as in the above-cited verse in the Mishnah. And he was told that this was only to appease the spirit of the people. And they were appeased, because David used to go from the men to the women and from the women to the men for this purpose. As it is written, Ibid 37, and all the people and all Israel understood on that day that it had not been of the king. Rabbah lectured, it is written, Ibid 35, and all the people came to cause David to eat food while it was yet day. The term, to cause, is expressed in Hebrew lohabrath, and according to him it was written lohakbroth. The first term means food and the second means to destroy korath, from which it is to be inferred that in the beginning the people came to destroy him because of the death of Abner, but after he had appeased them they caused him to eat. 15 said Jehudah in the name of Rab, why was Abner punished? Because he ought to have warned Saul he should not kill the priest of Nob, and he did not do so. Itzhak, however, maintains, he did warn, but was not listened to. And both infer this from the following verses, Ibid. 33, 34, and the king lamented over Abner, and said, Oh that Abner had to die as the worthless dieth. Thy hands were not bound and thy feet were not put in fetters. The one who said that he did not warn interprets thus, Thy hands were not bound and thy feet were not put in fetters. Why didst thou not warn? And he who said that he did, but was not listened to, interprets it thus, Oh that Abner should die as the worthless dieth. Thy hands were not bound. And thou didst warn Saul. Why, then, as one falleth before men of wickedness art thou fallen? But according to the latter, that he did warn, why was Abner punished? Said Naaman be Itzhak, because he postponed the kingdom of David for 2 years and a half. Mishnah 3. And he, the king, declares a war which is not commanded in the scripture, after consultation with the court of 21 judges. He may also establish a way in private property, and nobody has a right to protest against it. The way of a king has no limit. When the military take plunder from the enemy, they must transfer it to the king, and he takes his share first. Gemara, was not this already taught in the first Mishnah of this tract? A court of 71 judges is needed to decide upon battles which are not commanded, etc. Because it teaches of other things which belong to the king, this is also repeated. Jehudah in the name of Samuel said, all which is written in 1 Samuel 8. In that portion relating to a king, the king is allowed to do. Rab, however, maintains that the whole portion was not said except to warn them. The above Amoraim differ in the same respect as the Tanaim of the following Beretha. It is written, Deuteronomy 17. 15, set a king over thee, etc. According to Hosea, all that is written concerning a king in Samuel, the king is allowed to do. Jehudah, however, maintains that the whole portion is written only to frighten them, as the expression, to set a king over thee, means that the fear of the king shall be always upon you. And thus Jehudah used to say, there are 3 positive commandments which Israel was commanded at the time they entered Palestine, viz. They shall appoint a king, they shall destroy the descendants of Amalek, and they shall build a temple. Hurai, however, says, the whole portion was said only because they murmured against Samuel, requesting a king. As it is written, Ibid 14, and thou sayest, I wish to set a king over me, etc. There is a Beretha, It is to be inferred that the cutting off of the nation of Amalek was to be first. And so was it with David. As it reads, 2 Sam 7. 1, and it came to pass, when the king dwelt in his house, and the Lord had given him rest, etc., he spake then to Nathan the prophet about the temple. The rabbis taught, the treasures of kings which are plundered in time of war belong to the king only, all other plunder, however, half to the king and half to the people. Said Abai to Dimi, according to others to Haha, it is correct that the treasures of kings belong to the king, as so it is customary. But from where do we know that other plunder is half to the king, etc.? From Ikron 29. 22, and they anointed him unto the Lord as chief ruler, and Zadok as priest. We see, then, that he compares the ruler to Zadok. As in the case of Zadok the high priest, a half belongs to him and a half to his brother, the same is the case with the ruler. And wherefrom do you know that in the case of Zadok it is so? From the following Beretha, Rabbi said, it reads, Leviticus 24. 9, and it shall belong to Aaron and to his sons, meaning half to Aaron and half to his sons. Mishnah 4. He, the king, must not marry more than 18 wives. Jehudah, however, maintains, he may marry as many as he likes, provided that they shall not turn his heart away. And Simeon maintains, even one wife, should she be liable to turn his heart away, he must not marry her. And the verse which reads, "Neither shall he take to himself many wives," means even when they were similar to Abigail. Gemara, shall we assume that our Jehudah takes account of the reason mentioned in the scriptures and our Simeon does not? Have we not heard elsewhere just the reverse? A widow must not be pledged, no matter if she be rich or poor. As it is written, Deuteronomy 24:17, "Thou shalt not take in pledge the raiment of a widow." So is the decree of our Jehudah. Our Simeon, however, maintains, if she be rich she may be pledged, but when she is poor she must not be pledged. And one is obliged to return the pledge to her. And to the question, how is this to be understood? It was said thus, if you take a pledge from her, you are obliged, biblically, to return it every evening, and by this act she will get a bad name, etc. Hence we see that our Jehudah does not take account of the reason mentioned in the scriptures, as there it is written, "You shall return to him," as if not, he will not have whereupon to sleep, which treats only of the poor, and our Jehudah's theory is that even a rich person must not be pledged. Our Jehudah does not take account of the reason in all other cases. But here it is different, as the verse itself explains the reason that his heart shall not be turned away. And our Simeon may also say, do we not take account in all other cases of the reason? Why, then, does the scripture give the reason here? Let it say, he shall not marry many wives, and we would understand the reason that it is because of his heart. And as the reason is mentioned, it is for the purpose that even if only one, and she is liable to turn his heart away, he must not marry her. The number 18 mentioned in the Mishnah, whence is it deduced? From 2 Sam 3:2-5, "And there were born unto David sons in Hebron, and his firstborn was Amnon, of Achanom the Yisraelitess, and his second was Kilab, of Abigail the wife of Nabal the Carmelite, and the third, Absalom, the son of Maachah the daughter of Thalmai the king of Geshur, and the fourth, Adonijah, the son of Chaggith, and the fifth, Shephatiah, the son of Abital, and the sixth, Yithrim by Eglah, David's wife. These were born unto David in Hebron. And the prophet said, Ibid. 12:8, "And if this be too little, I could bestow on thee yet many more like these." 16. Now let us see. The number of the wives mentioned in the scriptures is 6. Like this, is 6 more, and like this, is again 6 more, of which the total is 18. But was not Michal his wife, who is not mentioned? Said Rab, Eglah is identical with Michal. And why was she named Eglah? Because he liked her with the liking of a cow for her newborn calf. And so also it reads in Judges 14:18, "And he said unto them, If he had not plowed with my heifer," etc., from which we see that he names the wife heifer or calf. 17 But had, then, Michal children? Is it not written, 2 Sam 6:23, "And Michal the daughter of Saul had no child," etc. Said our Hista, she had no children after that time, mentioned in the scripture, but previous to this she had children. But is it not written, Ibid v. 13, "And David took yet more concubines and wives out of Jerusalem"? Hence it is to be supposed that he married more than 18. Nay, he married more, to fulfill the number of 18. What are wives, and what are concubines? Said our Jehudah, wives are married by betrothal and marriage contract, concubines are without both of them. Our Jehudah in the name of Rab says, 400 children were born to David by the handsome women whom he took captive, i.e., those mentioned in Deuteronomy 21:11, all of them had never cut their hair. They were placed in golden kara. And in time of war they were placed with the chief officers of the military, and they were the mighty soldiers in David's army. The same said again in the name of the same authority, Tamar was a daughter of one of the above-mentioned handsome women. As it reads, 2 Sam 13:13, "But now, O speak, I pray thee, unto the king, for he will not withhold me from thee." And if she were really his daughter, how could she say that the king would allow a sister to marry her brother? Infer from this that she was one of the children born by one of the above-mentioned handsome women. It reads, Ibid 3-10, "But Amnon had a friend." And Yonadab was a very shrewd man. Said Jehudah in the name of Rab, he was shrewd to advise evil. It reads, Ibid 19, and the Mar put ashes on her head, and the garment of divers colors which was on her she rent. There is a Beratha in the name of Jehoshua b. Karha, from that which happened to the Mar, a great safeguard was decreed by the sages, as it was said, if it so happened to daughters of kings, so much the more could it happen to daughters of commoners, and if to the chaste, so much the more to the lewd. And therefore said Jehudah in the name of Rab, at that time a decree was made that one must not stay with a married woman alone, nor with a single one. Is that so? Is this not prohibited biblically? As Johanan in the name of Simeon b. Jehozadak said, where do we find a hint in the scriptures that one must not stay alone with a married woman? Deuteronomy 13. 7. If thy brother, the son of thy mother, should entice thee. Does, then, only a brother from the mother's side entice, and not a brother from the father's side? It is but to say that only a son may stay alone with his mother, but it is not allowed for anyone besides to stay alone with a married woman. Hence it is biblical. Say that at that time it was decreed that one must not stay alone even with a single woman. It is written, 1 Kings, 5, and Adoniah the son of Chagath exalted himself, saying, I shall be king. Said Jehudah in the name of Rab, infer from this that he wanted to place the crown on his head and could not. Rashi explains this that there was a band of gold in the crown which fitted the descendants of David who had an indentation in their heads which Adoniah had not. It is written further, and he procured himself a chariot and horsemen, and 50 men who ran before him. What is there exceptional in this for a prince? Said Jehudah in the name of Rab, the milt of all of them was taken out, so that it should be easy for them to run, and also the flesh of the soles of their feet was cut off. Mishnah v. He, the king, must not acquire many horses only sufficient for his chariots, and also he must not acquire more gold and silver than to pay the military. He must also write the holy scrolls for himself, when he goes to war he must bear them with him, when he enters the city they must be with him, and the same when he sits judging the people, and when he takes his meals they must be placed opposite him. As it is written, Deuteronomy 17. 19, and it shall be with him, and he shall read therein all the days of his life. Gemara, the rabbis taught, he shall not acquire many horses, and lest one say even those which are needed for his chariots, therefore it is written, for himself, from which it is to be inferred that for the chariots he may, but if so, what, then, is meant by, he shall not acquire many horses? It means horses which should remain idle. And whence do we deduce that even one horse which is idle is under the negative commandment, he shall not acquire many horses? For it is written there, Ibid. 16, in order to acquire many horses. Is it not said above of even one horse, and it is idle, that he transgresses the commandment, he shall not acquire many horses? Why is it written, in order to acquire, etc.? That he should be responsible for the transgressing of the above commandment for each horse which is idle. But how would it be if in the scripture were not mentioned, for himself, he would not be allowed even for the chariots? Is this possible? Then, it could be explained, he should have the exact number needed, but not more. Much gold and silver, etc. The rabbis taught, it is written, he shall not acquire much gold and silver, lest one say not even sufficient for paying the military, therefore it is written, for himself. But how would it be if this were not written he would not be allowed, even for paying the military? Is that possible? Then, it could be explained that he should have the exact amount, but not more. Now, as we see that from the words, for himself, things are inferred, what do you infer from the same words which are written concerning wives? This excludes commoners, who are allowed to take as many as they please. Jehudah propounded a contradiction in the following verses, 1 Kings, v. 6, and Solomon had 40,000 stalls for the horses for his chariots, and 12,000 horsemen, and, 2 Chron, 9. 25, and Solomon had 4,000 stalls for horses and chariots, and 12,000 whom he quartered in the cities for chariots, and near the king at Jerusalem. How is it to be understood? If there were 40,000 stables, every one of them contained 4,000 stalls, and if it were only 4,000 stables, then each contained 40,000 stalls. Yitzhak propounded the following contradiction. It reads, 1 Kings, x. 21. None were of silver, it was not in the least valued in the days of Solomon, and, Ibid 27, and the king rendered the silver in Jerusalem like stones. Hence it had some value. This presents no difficulty. The first verse speaks of before Solomon married the daughter of Pharaoh, and the second after this. Yitzhak said, here is repeated from Tract Sabbath, 1st edition, page 109, in the name of Jehudah. See paragraph there same rabbi. The same said again, why does not the scripture explain the reason of its law? Because in 2 verses it was so done, and the greatest men of a generation stumbled because of them. They are, he shall not acquire many wives, for the purpose that they should not turn his heart away. And King Solomon said, I shall take many wives, and my heart shall not be turned away. However, 1 Kings, 11. 4, and it came to pass that his wives turned away his heart. And the same was the case with the horses, of which he said, I shall acquire many, and shall not return to Egypt. However, Ibid x. 29, and a chariot team came up and went out of Egypt, etc., write the Holy Scrolls. There is a Beratha, he must not suffice himself with those left by his parents. Rabbah said, it is a meritorious act for one to write the Holy Scrolls at his own expense, though they were left to him by his parents. As it is written, Deuteronomy 31. 19, now therefore write this song. Abai objected from our Mishnah, he shall write the Holy Scrolls for himself, and must not suffice himself with those of his parents. And this speaks only of a king, but not of a commoner. Our Mishnah treats of 2 Holy Scrolls, as it is explained in the following Beratha, it is written, Ibid 17. 18, he shall write for himself a copy of this law, which means that he must write for himself 2 Holy Scrolls, one which he must bear with him wherever he goes, and one which shall remain in his treasury. The one he has to bear with him he shall write in the form of an amulet, and place it on his arm. However, he must not enter with it a bath or toilet house. As it is written, Ibid 19, and it shall be with him and he shall read, which means it shall be with him in those places where it is allowed to read it, but not in those where it is not. Mar Zutra, according to others Mar Ukba, said, originally the Torah was given to Israel in Hebrew characters and in the Hebrew language, the second time it was given to Israel in Ezra's time, but in Assyrian characters and in the Aramaic language. Finally the Assyrian characters and the Hebrew language were selected for Israel, and the Hebrew characters and the Aramaic language were left to the Hediotim, idiots. Who are meant by idiots? Said Hista, the Samaritans. What is meant by Hebrew characters? Said Hista, the Libnua characters. 18 There is a Beratha, Jose said, Ezra was worthy that the Torah should be given through him, if Moses had not preceded him. Concerning Moses it reads, x. 19. 3, and Moses went up unto God, and concerning Ezra it reads, Ezra, 7. 6, this Ezra went up. The term, went up, concerning Moses means to receive the Torah, the same being meant by the same expression concerning Ezra. Farther on it is written, Deuteronomy 4. 14, and me the Lord commanded at that time to teach you statutes and ordinances. And it is also written, Ezra, 7. 10, for Ezra had directed his heart to inquire into the law of the Lord and to do it, and to teach in Israel statutes and ordinances. And although the Torah was not given through him, the characters of it were changed through him. As it is written, Ibid 4. 7, and the writing of the letter was written in Aramaic, and interpreted in Aramaic. And it is also written, Dan v. 8, they were not able to read the writing, nor to make its interpretation. Hence we see that the new characters the Aramaic people could not read. And why are they named Assyrian? Because they were brought from the country of Assyria. There is another Beratha, Rabbi said, in the very beginning the Torah was given to Israel in the Assyrian characters, but after they had sinned it was turned over to them as a dasher. However, after they repented, it was returned to them. As it is written, Zech 9:12, Return you to the stronghold, ye hopeful prisoners, even today do I declare that I will recompense twofold unto thee. And why is it named Assyrian? Because the characters are praised above all other characters. Asher, in Hebrew means, praise. Our Simeon b. Eleazar, however, said in the name of our Eliezer b. Parta, quoting our Eleazar the Modai, that the characters were not changed at all. As it is written, X 27:10-19, and it is also written, Book of Esther, 8:9, and to the Jews according to their writing, and according to their language. From which it is to be inferred, that as their language was not changed neither was their writing. But if so, what means the term Mishnah 20 in the verse in Deuteronomy cited above? He shall write a copy of this law, the 2 copies of the holy scrolls which a king has to write, as said above, one for the treasury and one which he must bear attached to his arm. As it is written, PS 16:8, I have always set the Lord before me, that, being at my right hand, I might not be moved. But he who maintains that the writing was not changed at all, what does he infer from the verse just cited? That which was said by our Hannah b. Bizna, he who praises should always think that the Shekinah is opposite him, as the cited verse reads. Mishnah 6. One must not ride on the king's horse, and also must not seat himself on his chair, and must not make use of his scepter. And none must be present when he cuts his hair, and not when he is naked, and not when he is in the bathhouse. As it is written, Thou shalt set a king over thee, which means that his fear shall be always upon thee. Gemara, our Jacob in the name of our Johanan said, Abishag was allowed to Solomon but not to Adoniah, because Solomon was a king, and to a king it is allowed to make use of the scepter of his predecessor, but not to Adoniah, who was a commoner. How is to be understood that which is written in 1 Kings 4, and she became an attendant on the king, and to her request that the king should marry her he answered, You are prohibited to me, as I have already 18 wives. Said our Showman b. Aba, Come and see how hard is divorce in the eyes of the sages, so they permitted Abishag to be with David and did not allow him to divorce one of his wives in order to marry her. Said our Eliezer, He who divorces his first wife, even the altar sheds tears on account of him. As it is written, Mal 2:13, And this ye secondly, covering the altar of the Lord with tears, with weeping and with loud complaint, so that he turneth not any more his regard to the offering, nor receiveth it with favor at your hand. And immediately after it reads, Yet ye say, Wherefore? Because the Lord hath been witness between thee and the wife of thy youth, against whom thou hast indeed dealt treacherously, yet is she thy companion, and the wife of thy covenant. Our Johanan, according to others our Eleazar, said, Frequently, one's wife dies when her husband owes money and has not to pay. As it is written, Prov 22:27, If thou have nothing to pay, why should he take away thy bed from under thee? The same said again, To him whose first wife dies, it is as if the temple had been destroyed in his days. As it is written, Ezek 24:16 and 19, I will take away from thee the desire of thy eyes, etc. And when I had spoken unto the people in the morning, my wife died at evening, and, Ibid 21, I will profane my sanctuary, the pride of your strength, the desire of your eyes. And our Alexander said, To him whose wife dies, the whole world is dark for him. As it is written, Job 18:6, The light becometh dark in his tent, and his lamp will be quenched above him. And our Hosea b. Hanina adds, Also his steps become shortened, as immediately it reads, His powerful steps will be narrowed. And our Abuhu adds, Also his advice is no more of use, as the end of the cited verse reads, And his own counsel will cast him down. Rabbi b. Baana said in the name of our Johanan, It is hard for heaven to appoint marriages as it was to divide the sea, as in PS 68:7, God places those who are solitary in the midst of their families, he bringeth out those who are bound unto happiness. 21 Our Samuel b. Naaman said, For everything there may be an exchange, but for the wife of one's youth. As it is written, is live. 6. and as a wife of one's youth that was rejected. Jehudah taught to his son Yitzhak, one does not find pleasure only in his first wife, as it is written, Parov 19, thy fountain will be blessed, and rejoice with the wife of thy youth. And to the question of his son, whom do you mean? He answered, E.g., your mother. Is that so? We are aware that the same read before Yitzhak his son, ʻtæl. 26, and I find as more bitter than death the woman whose heart is snares and nets, etc. And to the question of his son, whom do you mean? He answered, E.g., your mother. True, she was hard to him at the start, but finally she overruled herself and did all he pleased. R. Samuel B. Umayyah said in the name of Rab, a wife is similar to a piece of metal, and does not make any covenant but with him who makes her a vessel. As it is written, live. 5, for thy husband is thy master, etc. There is a beretha, one dies but to his wife, and the wife dies but to her husband. The first is deduced from Ruth, 3, thereupon died Elimelech Naomi's husband, and the second from Gen 48. 7, and as for me, when I came from Padan, Rachel died by me. Cuts his hair. The rabbis taught, the king must cut his hair every day. As it is written, 33. 17, the king in his beauty shall thy eyes behold. A high priest every eve of Sabbath, and the commoner priest every 30 days. Why every eve of Sabbath? Said Samuel B. Naaman in the name of Johanan, because the watching priests are relieved every eve of Sabbath. And why for a commoner every 30 days? Because it reads, Ezek 44. 20, and their heads shall they not shave close, nor suffer their hair to grow long, they shall only crop the hair of their heads. And there is an analogy of expression from a Nazirite, number 6. 5, as concerning a Nazirite it is 30 days, the same is the case here. And whence do we know that for a Nazirite it is 30 days? Said Mathna, it reads, holy shall he be. Because the generation of Yehi counts 30, the Yod counts 10, He, 5, and in the word Yehi there are 2 Yods and 2 He's. Said Papa to Abai, why not explain the above-cited verse as that they shall not be allowed to let their hair grow at all? And he answered, if it read, they shall not let their hair grow, your explanation would be correct, but as it reads, to grow long, it must be explained as the rabbis enact, they shall let it grow 30 days. Said Papa again. If so, in our time, when there is no temple, it is to equalize the cutting of the hair to the partaking of wine, which was prohibited to the priests only when they had to enter the temple, as after the case of hair cutting immediately follows the prohibition of the partaking of wine. Is that so? Have we not learned in a Beretha, Rabbi said, I say that it is prohibited for the priest to drink wine at any time whatever. But what can I do, in that the destruction of the temple was their remedy, as they were forbidden to drink wine in order that they should not enter the temple while drunk, so, now that the temple no longer exists, they do not care. Said Abai, according to whom do the priests drink wine in our time? In accordance with Rabbi's statement. Rabbi was questioned, how was the haircutting of the high priest, which it is told was done very artistically? And he answered, go and see the haircutting of Ben Ailshi. And there is a Beretha, Rabbi said, not in vain has Ailshi expended his money to learn the art of cutting hair, it was only to show how the high priests used to cut their hair. Chapter 3 Rules and Regulations concerning the qualification or disqualification of judges and witnesses who may decide upon strict law and who in arbitration. When a rejection against judges and witnesses may or may not take place. Of relatives that are disqualified and those that are not. How the witnesses should be examined in civil cases. Until what time new evidence may or may not affect a decision rendered. Mishnah I, civil cases by 3, one party may select one and so the other, and both of them select one more, so is the decree of our mayor. The sages, however, maintain that the 2 judges may select the third one. One party may reject the judge of his opponent, according to our mayor. The sages, however, say, this holds good only when the party brings evidence that the judges selected by his opponent are relatives, or they are unqualified for any other reason. If, however, they were qualified, or they were recognized as judges from a higher court, no rejection is to be considered. The same is the case with the witnesses of each party, according to our mayor, so that the rejection of each party against the witnesses of its opponent may be taken into consideration. The sages, however, say, such holds good only in the cases said above concerning the judges, but not otherwise. Gemara, how is to be understood the expression of the Mishnah, one party selects one, etc.? Does it mean one party may select one court of 3 judges, and likewise the other, and then both the third court, which would be altogether 9 judges? Are, then, 3 not sufficient? It means, if one party selects one judge, its opponent may also do so, and then both may select the third one. And what is the reason of such a selection? It was said in Palestine in the name of our Zerah, because each party selects its own judge, and both agree in the selection of the third one, the decision will be a just one. The sages, however, say, etc. Shall we assume that the point of their difference is what was said by our Jehuda in the name of Rab, witnesses may not sign a document unless they are aware who will be the others, and so our mayor does not hold this theory and the rabbis do? Nay. All hold this theory, and the point of their difference is thus, according to our mayor, the consent of the parties is also needed, but the rabbis hold that the consent of the judges, but not of the parties, is needed. The text reads, our Jehuda said in the name of Rab, witnesses, etc. There is also a Beretha. Pure-minded people of Jerusalem used not to sign a document unless they were aware who was the other who was to sign it, and also would not sit down to judge unless they were aware who was to be their colleague, and would also not go to a banquet unless they were aware who were invited to it. Each party may reject, etc. Has, then, one the right to reject judges? Said our Johanan, it speaks of the little courts in Syria, where there were Gentile judges who were not recognized by the higher court. But if they were, no objection could be taken into consideration. But does not the latter part state, and the sages, however, say, recognized by the court? From which it is to be understood that their opponent our mayor speaks even of them who were recognized. They mean to say, if not disqualified, on account of kinship or bad conduct, they are to be considered as if they were authorized judges against whom no rejection can take place. Come and hear. The sages said to our mayor, one cannot be trusted with any right to protest against a judge who was appointed by the majority. Read, one has no right to reject a judge who was appointed by the majority. And so we have learned in the following Beretha, one may reject the selected judge of his opponent until he has selected a judge who was recognized by a majority. So is the decree of our mayor. But are not witnesses considered as recognized judges, and nevertheless our mayor said that one party may disqualify the witness of his opponent? Aye. But was it not already said by Resh Lakish, how is it possible that a holy mouth like our mayors should say such a thing? Therefore it must be supposed that our mayor did not say witnesses, but his witness, i.e., a single witness. Let us see. What does he mean by one witness? If concerning a civil case, the law itself disqualifies him, and if concerning an oath, he is trusted by the law as if there were 2 witnesses. It speaks of a civil case, and the case was that previously the parties accepted him, saying that his testimony would be considered as if it were testified by 2. But, after all, what news did he come to teach us that he may retract? This we have learned already in the succeeding Mishnah, which states that, according to our mayor, he may retract, to which our Dimi B, our Naaman B, our Joseph said that the Mishnah speaks of when he has accepted his father as a third judge, and because biblically a father is not fit to judge in a case of his son, he may retract even if he has previously accepted him. Why not say the same in our case? Because one is not fit for a civil case, he may retract although he had previously accepted him. Both cases were needed, as if the case about his father only were stated. One might say that because the same is fit to be a judge in other cases, therefore the rabbis maintain that no retraction is to be considered, but in the case of a commoner, who is not fit to be a judge in any case whatsoever, the retraction would hold good, even in accordance with the rabbis. And if the case of a commoner were stated, one might say that only in that case are may permitted to retract. But in the other case he agrees with the rabbis, therefore both are stated. But how would the expression of the Mishnah be understood? It speaks about the judge in the singular, one may reject the judge, etc., and concerning witnesses, it speaks in the plural, one may reject the witnesses, etc. Hence we see that the Mishnah is particular in its expression. How, then, can you say that a mayor maintains a single witness? Said Elazar, it means that he one of the parties, and also another one who does not belong to this case come to reject this witness, as then they are two against one, and therefore the rejection holds good. But, after all, why should one of the parties have a right to reject? Is he not interested in this case, and there is a rule that the testimony of such is not to be taken into consideration. Said Ahabi, Ika, the case was that he laid before the court the reason of his protest, which can be examined. Let us see what was the reason. If, e.g., robbery, it must not be listened to, as he is interested in this case. Therefore we must say that the reason was the incompetence of his family e.g., that he or his father was a bondsman, who was not as yet liberated. According to our mayor, he may be listened to, as his testimony is against the entire family. The rabbis, however, maintain that even then he must not be listened to because of his interest in this case, and the court has not to consider his testimony at all. When our Dini came from Palestine, he said in the name of our Johanan that the point of their difference is two parties of witnesses, e.g., the borrower said, I have two parties of witnesses who will testify to my right, and brought one party of them against which the lender protests. According to our mayor, the protest holds good because the opponent himself confessed that he had another party. Hence he may bring the other party, against whom no protest would be considered, and his reason is that a proof is needed to each claim, even if it is not so important that it could injure the case, and according to the rabbis, no protest must be listened to even in such a case, as they do not desire a proof to each claim. But when there was only one party of witnesses, all agree that no rejection is considered. Said our Ami and our Asi to our Johanan, how is it if the other party of witnesses were found to be his relatives, or incompetent to be witnesses for any other reason, should the testimony of the first party be considered, or because of the incompetence of the other party, the first party also loses credit? Said our Ashi, the testimony of the first party was already accepted, and therefore there is no basis to ignore their testimony because of the incompetence of the other party. Shall we assume that our mayor and the rabbis differ the same as Rabbi and our Simeon b. Gamaliel differ concerning one who claims that he has bought a document and Hazaka, last gate, page 377, and in the discussion we come to the conclusion that the point of their difference is, if one must prove his words or not? Nay. According to our Simeon b. Gamaliel, they do not differ at all, and the point of their difference is according to Rabbi's statement there. Our mayor holds with Rabbi. The rabbis, however, maintain that Rabbi does so only in case of the claim of Hazaka, which is based upon the document, but in our case, where the testimony of the witnesses is not based upon that of others, even Rabbi admits that no proof is needed. When Rabbin came from Palestine, he said in the name of our Johanan that the first part of our Mishnah treats of incompetent witnesses but competent judges, and because they reject the witnesses the judges are also rejected, and the latter part speaks of the reverse that the judges were incompetent and not the witnesses, and the witnesses are rejected because of the judges. Rabbah opposed, it would be correct to say that because of the incompetence of the witnesses one may reject the judges, as the case can be brought before other judges. But how can the witnesses be rejected because of the judges? Then the party would remain without witnesses at all. It speaks of when there was another party of witnesses. But how would it be if there were no other witnesses? Then no rejection is to be considered. Thus Rabbin said the same that our Dimi said. The theory of because is the point of their difference. As to our Dimi, the theory of because is not to be used at all, while according to Rabbin it is. The text says, Resh Lakish said, the holy mouth of our mayor should say such a thing, etc. Is that so? Did not Ullah say that he who saw Resh Lakish in the college saw one uprooting hills and crushing them? Hence how could he say such a thing, which was objected to? Said Rabina, was it not said of our mayor that he who saw him in the college had seen one uprooting mountains and crushing them, and nevertheless he was criticized by Resh Lakish. Therefore he, Ula, meant thus, come and see how the sages respected each other, though Resh Lakish was such a genius, he nevertheless, in speaking of our mayor, named him Holy Mouth. 22 Mishnah 2. If one says, I accept as a judge in this case your father or my father, or, I accept certain 3 pasturers to judge our case, according to our mayor he may retract thereafter, and according to the sages he must not. If one owes a note to a party, and the latter said to him, swear to me by your life, and I will be satisfied, according to our mayor he may retract, and according to the sages he may not. Gemara, said our Dimi B, our Naaman B, our Joseph, it speaks of when he has accepted his father as a 3rd judge. Even then he may retract, according to our mayor. Said our Jehuda in the name of Samuel, the Tanaim of the Mishnah differ in case the creditor said to the debtor, your or my father may judge this case, and if they should acquit you, I will renounce my claim. But if the debtor said to the creditor, I trust your father, and if they shall hold me liable, I will give you the money, all agree that he may retract. Our Johanan, however, said that they differ in the latter case. The schoolmen propounded a question, does our Johanan mean to say that they differ only in the latter case, but in the former, I will renounce my claim, all agree that no retraction is to be considered, or, does he mean to say that they differ in both cases? Come and hear what Rabbah said, they differ only if he said, I will satisfy your claim, but in case of, I will renounce my claim, all agree that he cannot retract. Now let us see. If the question of the schoolmen is to be resolved according to Rabbah's decision just mentioned, it is correct, as he is in accordance with our Johanan, but if the question should be resolved that they differ in case of renouncing, etc., according to whom would be Rabbah's opinion? Rabbah may differ with both, and declare his own opinion. Our Talapa objected to Rabbah from the latter part of our Mishnah's statement, that if he told him to swear by his life, according to our mayor he may retract, etc. Does not the Mishnah speak of one who is to be acquitted with an oath, which is equal to, I renounce my claim? Nay, it speaks of them who ought to swear and collect, which is equal to, I will give you. But this was stated already in the first part. The Mishnah teaches both cases, one in which he is dependent upon himself and one in which he is dependent on the mind of others. And both are needed, as, if there were stated the case when he is dependent upon others, e.g., I trust your father, etc., one might say that only in such a case our mayor permits to retract, as he has not as yet made up his mind to pay, thinking that probably he will be acquitted, but when he depends upon himself e.g., swear by your life, etc., our mayor also admits that he cannot retract. And if this case only were stated, one might say that in such a case only the rabbis hold that he cannot retract, but in case he depends upon others, they agree with our mayor. Therefore both are needed. Resh Lakish said, the Tanaim of the Mishnah differ in case the decision was not yet rendered, but after it was, all agree that no retraction can take place. Our Johanan, however, maintains that they differ in the latter case. The schoolmen propounded a question, does our Johanan mean to state that they differ in a case where the decision was rendered, but in case the decision was not as yet rendered all agree that a retraction can take place, or does he mean to say that they differ in both cases? Come and hear what Rabbah said, if one has accepted a relative or one who is legally disqualified to be a judge, if before the decision, his retraction holds good, but if after, no retraction is to be considered. Now let us see. If the saying of our Johanan is to be explained that they differ when the retraction took place after the decision, but if before, all agree that it holds good, Rabbi's decision is correct, as it is in accordance with our Johanan's explanation and in accordance with the rabbis. But if it should be explained that they differ also in case it was before the decision, according to whom would be Rabbah's decision just mentioned? Infer from this that they differ in the case after the decision but before, all agree that a retraction holds good. Our Naaman B, our Hista sent a message to our Naaman B, to Jacob, let the master teach us in which case the Tanaim of our Mishnah differ after or before the decision, and with whom the halakha prevails. And the answer was, after the decision, and the halakha prevails with the sages. Ashi, however, I said that the question was, do they differ in case he said, I will renounce my claim, or in case I will satisfy your claim? And the answer was, they differ in the latter case, the halakha prevails with the sages. So was it taught in the college of Surah. In the college of Pumbeditha, however, it was taught, Hanina b. Shlamiha said it was a message from the college, to Samuel, let the master teach us how is the law if the retraction took place before the decision, but they have made the ceremony of a sidarium. And the answer was that nothing could be changed in such a case. Mishnah 3. The following are disqualified to be witnesses, gamblers, habitual dice players, and usurers, and those who play with flying doves, and the merchants who do business with the growth of the Sabbatic year. Said Simeon, in the beginning they were named the gatherers of Sabbatic fruit, even those who had gathered the fruit, not for business, were disqualified. However, since the demand of the government to pay duties increased, the gatherers of the Sabbatic fruit were absolved from the disqualification, and only those who did business with same were disqualified. Said Jehudah, then the merchants and all the other persons named above were disqualified only when they had no other business or trade than this, but if they had, they were qualified. Gemara, what crime is there in dice playing? Said Rami b. Hama, because it is only an asmaktha, which does not give title. Shesheth, however, maintains that such is not to be considered an asmaktha, but they are disqualified because they do not occupy themselves with the welfare of the world, and the difference between them is if they had another business besides. As we have learned in our Mishnah, according to our Jehudah, if they have some business besides, they are qualified. Hence we see that the reason of the disqualification is because they do not occupy themselves with the welfare of the world, and this contradicts Rami b. Hama's above statement. And lest one say that our Jehudah's opinion is only of an individual, as the rabbis differ with him, this is not so, as Jehoshua b. Levi said that in every place where Jehudah says, this is only, or if he says, provided, he comes only to explain the meaning of the sages, but not to differ with them. And our Johanan maintains that when he says, this is only, he comes to explain, but when he says, provided, he means to differ. And as in our Mishnah he expresses himself, this is only, all agree that he is only explaining. Hence Rami is contradicted. Do you contradict one man with another man? Each of them may have his opinion. Rami holds that they do differ, and Shesheth that they do not. Have we not learned in the following Baratha that it does not matter if he has another business besides, he is nevertheless disqualified? The Baratha is in accordance with our Jehudah in the name of Tarpon of the following Baratha. Our Jehudah said in the name of our Tarpon, concerning a Nazirite, Tract Nazir, 34a, that wherever there is any doubt he is not deemed a Nazirite. And the same is in our case, as the gambler is not certain that he will win or lose, it cannot be considered a real business, but robbery, and therefore he is disqualified even when he has another business. Usurers. Said Rabbah, one who borrows to pay usury is also disqualified. But does not our Mishnah state, usurers, which means the lenders, and not the borrowers? It means to say a loan which is usurious. There were two witnesses who testified against Bar Benitus. One said, in my presence he has given money at usury, and the other said, he has loaned to me at usury. And Rabbah disqualified Benitus from being a witness. But how could Rabbah take into consideration the testimony of him who said, I have borrowed from him at usury? Did not Rabbah say that the borrower also is disqualified, because, as soon as he has borrowed at usury, he is wicked, and the Torah says, thou shalt not bring a sinner as a witness. Rabbah is in accordance with his theory elsewhere, that one is not trusted to make himself wicked. Hence his testimony that he himself has borrowed at usury is not taken into consideration, but that part, that Benitus has loaned to him at usury, was. There was a slaughterer who sold illegal meat in his business, and Naaman disqualified him. And he let his hair and nails grow as a sign of repentance, and Naaman was about to remove the disqualification. Said Rabbah to him, perhaps he is deceiving you. But what remedy can he have? As our Adb Abin said elsewhere, for him who is suspected of selling illegal meat there is no remedy, unless he goes to a place where he is not known and returns a valuable lost thing, or he recognizes the illegality of meat in his business, even if it is of great value. Flying doves, etc. What does this mean? In this college it was explained, if your dove should fly farther than mine, such and such a distance, ye shall take an amount of money. And Hamabi Bushia said that it means in ■ omega, one who uses his doves to entice to his caught doves belonging to other cots, and this is robbery. But to him who maintains, if your dove shall fly farther, etc., is this not gambling? Why, then, is it repeated? The Mishnah teaches both cases depending upon himself and depending upon his dove, as if depending upon himself only were stated. One might say that, because he was sure he would win, he offered such an amount, and B has not made up his mind to pay the sum willingly in case of a loss, and therefore it is considered an asmaktha, which does not give title. But in the other case, where he is dependent upon his dove, in which he is not sure, and has nevertheless offered a sum of money, it is to be supposed that he made up his mind to pay willingly in any event, and therefore it is not considered an asmaktha. And if this latter case were stated, one might say that he did so probably because the winning of the race depends on the clapping, and he knew better how to clap, at the pigeon race, but when he depends upon himself, it is different. Therefore both are stated. An objection was raised from the following: gamblers are counted those who play with dice, and not only dice, but even with the shells of nuts or pomegranates. And when is their repentance to be considered? When they break the dice and renounce this play entirely, so that they do not play even for nothing. And usurers are counted both the lender and the borrower, and their repentance is to be considered only then when they destroy their documents and renounce this business entirely, so that they do not take usury even from a heathen, from whom it is biblically allowed. And among those who play with doves, those who train doves to fly farther are counted, and not only doves, but even other animals, and their renunciation is considered only when they destroy their snares and renounce the business entirely, so that they do not catch birds even in deserts. Among those who handle Sabbatic fruits are counted those who buy or sell, and their renunciation is considered only when they cease to do so in the next Sabbatic year. Said Arfa Nehemiah, it is not sufficient that they cease to do so, but they must return the money which they derived from the sale of the fruit. How if one say, I, so and so, have obtained 200 zuz from the Sabbatic fruit, and I present them for charity? We see, then, that among those who play with doves, those who do so with other animals are also counted, and this can be correct only according to him who explains our Mishnah, if your dove should fly farther than mine, as the same can be done with other animals. But to him who says in ■ omega, could this be done with other animals? This can be done with a wild ox, and it is in accordance with him who says that a wild ox may be counted among domesticated animals. There is a beretha. There was added to the disqualified witnesses robbers and forcers, i.e., those who take things by force, although they pay the value for them. But is not a robber disqualified to be a witness biblically? It means even those who do not return a found thing which was lost by a deaf-mute or by minors, which according to the strict law is not to be returned, but it was enacted that it should be returned for the sake of peace, that there should be no quarrel with their relatives, and as this does not occur frequently, they were not counted among the disqualified. Thereafter, however, they were added, as, after all, they take possession of money which does not belong to them. And the same is the case with the forcers, who were not placed among the disqualified, because this does not happen frequently. Thereafter, however, as the rabbis saw that it became a habit, they added them also. There is another beretha. There was secondly added to that category, pasturers, collectors of duty, and contractors of the government. Pasturers were not put in this category previously, because, when it was seen that they led their animals into strange pastures, it was only occasionally, but later, when it was seen that they did it intentionally, they were also added. And the same is the case with the collectors of duty and the contractors, as at first it was thought that they took only what belonged to them, but after investigation, when it was found that they took much more than they ought, they were added. Said Rabbah, the pasture in question, it matters not if he is a pasture of small cattle or of large ones. Did Rabbah indeed say so? Did he not say that a pasture of small cattle is disqualified only in Palestine, but not outside of it, and pastures of large cattle even in Palestine are qualified? This was taught of them who raise the cattle for themselves, and if they are small cattle, they are disqualified because it was forbidden to keep small cattle in Palestine, as explained elsewhere. And so it seems to be as the previous Mishnah expresses, 3 pasturers, and it is to be assumed for witnesses. Nay, it means for judges, and this is to be understood from the number 3. As if for witnesses, for what purpose are 3 needed? But if for judges, why does the Mishnah express itself, pasturers, let it state 3 laymen who do not know the law? It means to say that even pasturers who spend their time in uninhabited places are nevertheless qualified to judge of the appointment of the parties. R. Jehuda said, a pasturer of whom it is not heard that he leads his cattle into strange pasture is nevertheless disqualified, but a duty collector of whom it is not said that he takes more than he ought, is qualified. The father of R. Zerah was a collector for 13 years, and when the governor would come to that city he used to say to the scholars, go and hide yourselves in the houses, so that the governor shall not see so many people, or he will demand from the city more taxes. And also to the other people, when he saw them crowded in the streets, he used to say, the governor is coming, and he will kill the father in presence of the son, and the son in presence of his father. And they also used to hide themselves. And when the governor came, he used to say to him, you see that there are very few people in this city. From whom, then, shall we collect so much duty? When he departed, he said, there are 13 maize which are tied in the sheet of my bed, take and return them to so and so, as I took it from him for duty and did not use it. They were named gatherers of Sabbatic fruit, etc. What does this mean? Said R. Jehuda thus, formerly it was said the gatherers of the fruit were qualified, but the merchants were not. But when it was seen that they used to pay the poor that they should gather the fruit for them and bring it to their houses, it was enacted that the gatherers as well as the merchants were disqualified. This explanation, however, was a difficulty to the scholars of the city of Rehoboth as to the expression of our Mishnah, since the demand of the government, and according to this explanation it ought to be, since the increase of buyers, and therefore they explain thus, since the government has increased their duties, as our Yani announced, go and sow in the Sabbatic year, because of the duties, it was enacted that the gatherers were qualified, but not the merchants. Hai B. Zarsuki and Simeon B. Jehuzdak went to intercalate a year in Essia, and Resh Lakish met them and said, I will go with them to see how they practice. In the meantime he saw a man who was plowing in the Sabbatic year, and he said to them, is this man a priest, who is suspected of doing work in the Sabbatic year? And they answered, probably he is hired by a Gentile to do so. He saw again a man who was collecting the fluid in a vineyard and putting it back into the bale. And he said again, is this man a priest, who is suspected, etc. And they answered, he who trims vines in the Sabbatic year may say, I need the twigs to make a bale for the press. Rejoined Resh Lakish, the heart knows whether it is done for ʻtæl, a legitimate purpose, or out of the kalkaloth, perverseness. And they rejoined, he is a rebel. When they came to their place, they ascended to the attic and moved the steps that he, Resh Lakish, should not ascend with them. The latter then came to our Johanan and questioned him, men who are suspected of transgressing the Sabbatic year, are they fit to establish a leap year? After deliberating, however, he said, it presents no difficulty to me, as they may be compared with the 3 pastures mentioned above, p. 46, and the rabbis recommended them to do so, as so it should be according to their reckoning. Afterward, however, he said to himself, there is no similarity, as, concerning the 3 pastures mentioned thereafter, the rabbis selected the right number needed for intercalation. Here, however, they themselves did it, and they are only a society of wicked men who are not at all qualified to intercalate. Said our Johanan, I am distressed that you called them wicked. When the above-mentioned rabbis came to our Johanan, complaining that Resh Lakish called them pasturers of cattle in the presence of our Johanan and he kept silent, he answered, if he were to call you pasturers of sheep, what could I do to him? 23 Ula said, one's thought for his maintenance injures him in his study of the law, i.e., because of his sorrow it remains not in his mind for a long time, and he forgets it easily. As it is written, Job, v. 12, who frustrateth the plans of the crafty, so that their hands cannot execute their well-devised counsel. Said Rabbah, however, if he occupies himself with the Torah for the sake of heaven, he is not injured. As it is written, Prov 19:21, there are many thoughts in a man's heart, but the counsel of the Lord alone will stand firm, which is to be explained, a study which is for the sake of heaven, no matter in what circumstances one is, it remains forever. Naaman said, they who accept charity from idolaters are disqualified to be witnesses, provided they do so publicly, but not if privately, and even publicly, they are disqualified only then when it was possible for them to do same privately and they do not care to disgrace themselves publicly, but if not, one is not disqualified, as he is compelled to get a living. The same said again, he who is suspected of adultery is qualified to be a witness. Said Shesheth to him, Master, answer me. Should a man who has 40 stripes on his shoulders 25 be qualified? Said Rabbah, Naaman admits that concerning a woman he is disqualified to be a witness. And Rabbina, according to others Papa, said, this is said only concerning a divorce, but concerning bringing her into the house of her husband, the suspicion does not matter. Naaman said again, if one has stolen in the month of Nisan at the harvest time, and has stolen again in the month of Tishri, he is not named a thief so that he should be disqualified, provided he was a gardener and stole a thing of little value, and if it was a thing which could be consumed without any preparation. The gardener of Zebed stole a cab of barley, and Zebed disqualified him. And also another one stole a bunch of dates, and was also disqualified. There were undertakers who had buried a corpse on the first day of Pentecost, and Papa put them under the ban and disqualified them to be witnesses. However, Hunabi, Jehoshua qualified them, and to the question of Papa, are they not wicked? He answered, they thought they were doing a meritorious act. But were they not put under the ban for this transgression, and nevertheless did it again? They thought that the putting under the ban was only a kind of atonement imposed by the rabbis for violating the holiday. However, the burial act itself is meritorious, though they will have to be under the ban for a few days for violation of a holiday. An apostate who eats illegal meat, which is identical with carcasses, because it is cheaper, all agree that he is disqualified. But if he does this not because it is cheaper, but for the purpose of angering his former brothers in faith, 26 according to Abai he is disqualified and according to Rabbah he is not. The reason of Abai is because he is wicked, and the scripture reads plainly, thou shalt not bring a sinner as a witness. Rabbah's reason, however, is that it speaks of one wicked in money matters only. An objection was raised from the following, the meaning of the scripture concerning the testimony of a sinner means one who is wicked in money matters, as, for instance, robbers and perjurers. No matter if the oath was a vain one, e.g., if one has sworn that a stone is a stone, or if the oath was a false one concerning money matters. Hence we see that even a vain swearer is also disqualified. By the expression, vain swearer, is not meant as explained, but that he has sworn in vain concerning money matters e.g., A owes money to B, which was not necessary at all, as A has never denied it. An objection was raised from the following, thou shalt not bring a sinner as a witness, means one wicked in robbery namely, robbers and usurers. Hence this Baratha contradicts Abai's statement. The objection remains. Shall we assume that the above Amoraim differ in the same respect as the Tanaim of the following, a collusive witness is disqualified in all law cases? So is the decree of Mayor. Jose, however, maintains, provided he was made collusive in a case of capital punishment, but if in money matters, he is still qualified to be a witness in criminal cases. Now, shall we say that Abai holds with Mayor, who maintains that even from a lenient we disqualify to a rigorous one, and Rabbah holds with Jose, who maintains that only from a rigorous case we disqualify, even to a lenient one, but from lenient to rigorous we do not? Nay. In accordance with Jose's theory, they do not differ. But the point of their difference is concerning Mayor's theory, as Abai holds with him, and Rabbah maintains that even Mayor said so only concerning a collusive witness in money matters, which is both wicked against man and wicked against heaven, but in our case, where the wickedness is in heavenly things only, even Mayor admits that he is qualified to be a witness in money matters. The halakha, however, prevails with Abai. But was he not objected to? The Baratha which contradicts a Bai is in accordance with our Jose. But even then, is it not a rule, when our Mer differs with our Jose, that the halakha prevails with the latter? In this case it was different, as the editor of the Mishnayth taught an anonymous Mishnah in accordance with our Meir's opinion. And where is it? This was explained in the following case. Bar Hama had slain a man and the exilarch told Ab Jacob to investigate the case, and if he really slew the man, they should make the murderer blind. Since the temple was destroyed, capital punishments were abolished by Israel, and therefore to make a man blind was to make him dead to the world. And 2 witnesses came to testify that he surely killed the man. The defendant, however, brought 2 witnesses who testified against one of the witnesses. One of them said, "In my presence this man stole a cab of barley," and the other said, "In my presence he stole the handle of a borer." And the exilarch said to him, "You wish to disqualify this man to be a witness because of our Meir's theory, but I know of the rule that the halakha prevails with our Jose when he differs with our Meir, and according to our Jose, if one was collusive in money matters, he is still qualified in criminal cases." Said our Papa to him, "This is so in other cases, but in this case it is different, as there is an anonymous Mishnah in accordance with our Meir." But which Mishnah is it? Shall we assume it to be that which stated that he who is competent to judge criminal cases is competent for civil cases also, which cannot be in accordance with our Jose, as, according to his theory, there is a witness who was made collusive in civil cases and is still competent in criminal cases? Hence it is in accordance with our Meir. But perhaps the cited Mishnah does not speak about collusive witnesses, but of such as are incompetent to be witnesses because of their family. Therefore we must say that he means our Mishnah which states the following are disqualified for witnesses, players with dice, etc., and the Baratha adds, and also slaves. This is the rule in all cases in which women are not allowed to be witnesses, they also are disqualified. And this cannot be in accordance with our Jose, as he holds that they are qualified to be witnesses in criminal cases, for which women are disqualified. Hence it is in accordance with our Meir. Hama then arose and kissed him, and freed him from paying duties all his life. Mishnah 4. The following are counted relatives who may not be witnesses: brothers, brothers of father or mother, brothers-in-law, uncles by marriage from father's or mother's side, a stepfather, a father-in-law, the husband of one's wife's sister, they and their sons-in-law, and also a stepson himself, but the latter's children are qualified. Said our Jose, this Mishnah was changed by our Akiba. The ancient Mishnah, however, was thus: one's uncle, one's first cousin, and all those who are competent to be one's heirs, and also all one's relatives at that time, but if they were relatives and thereafter became estranged, they are qualified. Our Jehuda, however, maintains that even if a daughter dies and leaves children, her husband is still considered a relative. An intimate friend, as well as a pronounced enemy, is also disqualified. Who is considered an intimate friend? The groomsman. And who is considered a pronounced enemy? The one who has not spoken to him for 3 days because of animosity. And the sages answered our Jehuda, the children of Israel are not suspected of witnessing falsely because of animosity. Gemara, whence is this deduced? From that which the rabbis taught. It is written, Deuteronomy 24:16, fathers shall not be put to death for the children, for his own sin, etc. To what end is this written? If only to teach the meaning of it literally, it would not be necessary, as the end of the verse reads, for his own sin shall every man be put to death. It must therefore be interpreted, fathers should not die by the witnessing of their children, and vice versa. From this is deduced fathers by sons, and vice versa, and so much the more fathers who are brothers are incompetent to testify for each other. But whence do we know that grandsons, cousins, are also incompetent to testify for each other? It should read, parents shall not die because of their son. And why sons, in the plural? To teach that their sons are not competent to testify for each other. But whence do we know that 2 relatives are not qualified to testify in one case even for a stranger? It should read in the singular, and a son for his parents. And why in the plural, and sons. To teach that two sons are incompetent to testify in one case, even for a stranger. But from this is deduced the relatives from the father's side only. Whence, however, do we know that the same is the case with the relatives from the mother's side? From the repetition of the word fathers in the same verse. And as it was not necessary for the relatives on the father's side, apply it to the relatives on the mother's side. But this verse speaks of accusation. Whence do we know that the same is the case concerning advantage? From the repetition of the words, shall not die, which were not necessary in the case of accusation. Apply it, therefore, to cases of advantage. All this, however, is said concerning criminal cases. But whence do we know that it is the same with civil cases? Hence it reads, Leviticus 24:22, one manner of judicial law, etc., meaning that all cases must be judged equally. Rab said, my father's brother shall not witness in my cases, he, his son, and his son-in-law. And similarly, I, for my part, will not witness in his cases, neither my son nor my son-in-law. But why? Is not one son a grandnephew, who is a third to a father's brother, and our Mishnah teaches that only a cousin is not competent, who is second to the party, but not a second cousin, who is third to the party. The expression in our Mishnah, his son-in-law, means the son-in-law of his son, who is already a third. But if so, why does it not teach, the son of his son, grandson? Incidentally, the Mishnah teaches us that the husband is equal to his wife. But if so, according to whom would be the following Beretha, taught by our Haya, 8 fathers, which counts 24, including their sons and sons-in-law, i.e., father and brother, 2 grandfathers, and 4 great-grandfathers, 2 from each side, and 8 sons and 8 sons-in-law. And if our Mishnah means the son-in-law, then it ought to be 32, viz. 8 fathers, 8 sons, 8 sons-in-law, and 8 grandsons. Therefore we must say that our Mishnah means his son-in-law. And why does Rab name him the son-in-law of his son? Because he is not a descendant from him, but came from strangers, he is considered not of the second generation but as of the third. But, after all, according to Rabba's saying, it is a third to a second cousin, and we are aware that Rab holds that such is qualified to be a witness. Therefore we must say that Rab holds with our Elazar, who says in the following Beretha, even as my father's brother cannot be a witness for me, neither his son nor his son-in-law, the same is the case with the son of my father's brother and with his son and son-in-law. Still, this cannot serve as an answer to the objection that Rab himself has qualified a third to a second cousin. Say, Rab holds with our Elazar only concerning his son, but differs with him concerning the son of his father's brother. And the reason of Rabba's theory is because it reads, fathers shall not die because of their sons, and sons, etc., which means the addition of one more generation. And the reason of our Elazar is, for their children, means that the incompetence of the fathers shall extend to their children also. Artha Naaman said, the brother of my mother-in-law cannot be a witness for me, and the same is the case with his son, and also with the son of the sister of my mother-in-law. And there is also a Beretha similar to this, viz. the husband of one's sister, also the husband of the sister of one's father and the husband of the sister of one's mother, their sons and their sons-in-law, are also excluded from being witnesses. Said our Ashi, while we were with Ula we questioned him, how is it concerning the brother of one's father-in-law and his son, and also concerning the son of the sister of his father-in-law? And he answered, this we have learned in a Beretha, one's brothers, the brother of one's father and of one's mother, they, their sons and their sons-in-law all are incompetent. It happened that Rab was going to buy parchments, and he was questioned, may one be a witness to his stepson's wife? The answer to this question was, according to the College of Surah, that the husband is the same as his wife, and according to the College of Pumbeditha, the answer was that the wife is the same as her husband, which means that he is considered as if he were really her father-in-law. And as Huna in the name of Rab said, whence do we know that the woman is considered to be the same as her husband? From Leviticus 18:14, she is thy aunt. Is she indeed his aunt? Is she not the wife of his uncle only? We see, then, that the wife is considered the same as her husband. A stepfather. His son and son-in-law. Is not his son a brother of the party from the mother's side? Said Jeremiah, it means the brother of his brother e.g., the son of his stepfather from another wife. Hista, however, qualified such a person. When he was questioned, was he not aware of Jeremiah's explanation of our Mishnah just mentioned? He answered, I do not care for it. But if so, it is his brother. The Mishnah teaches concerning a brother from the father's side, and also from the mother's side. Hista said the father of the groom and the father of the bride may be witnesses for each other, as their relation is similar to the relation of a cork to a barrel only, which cannot be counted relationship. Rabbi B. Hannah said, one may be a witness for his betrothed, but not for his wife. Said Rabbina, provided he testified against her, but if his testimony is in her behalf, he is not trusted. In reality, however, says the Gemara, there is no difference, one is not trusted in any case, as the reason concerning witnesses is that one is too near in mind to his relatives, and as she is betrothed to him, he is not fit to be a witness in any case. The rabbis taught, one stepson only. Jose says, the husband of one's wife's sister only. And there is another Baratha, the husband of one's wife's sister only. Jehuda says, one stepson only. How is this to be understood? Shall we assume that the Tana of the first Baratha has mentioned only the stepfather, but that the case is the same with the husband of one's wife's sister? And Jose with his statement also does not mean to differ, but he mentioned the latter, and the same is it also with the former. Then our Mishnah, which states, the husband of one's wife's sister, he, his son, and his son-in-law are excluded, would be neither in accordance with our Jedudah nor with our Jose. Or does the Baratha mean to say that regarding a stepfather only is he excluded, but concerning the husband of the wife's sister, he, with his sons, etc., is excluded, and our Jose differs, as, according to his opinion, the latter only is excluded, but not his sons, etc., but a stepfather, with his sons, etc., is excluded? Then the Baratha of our Haya, mentioned above, which states that there are 24, would be neither in accord with our Jose nor with our Jehudah. Therefore we must say that the Baratha is to be explained thus, the stepfather only is to be excluded, but concerning the husband of his wife's sister, his children are also excluded. And our Jose came to teach that even concerning the latter he only is excluded, but not his children, and so much the more a stepfather. And then our Mishnah is in accordance with our Jehudah and the Baratha in accordance with our Jose. Said our Jehudah in the name of Samuel, the halakha prevails with our Jose. There was a deed of gift which was signed by two brothers-in-law, i.e., two husbands of two sisters, and Joseph was about to make it valid, based upon the decision of Samuel that the halakha prevails with our Jose. Said Abaye to him, whence do you know that Samuel meant our Jose of our Mishnah, who qualified the husband of one's wife's sister? Perhaps he meant our Jose of the Baratha who disqualified him. This could not be supposed, as Samuel said, e.g., I and Pinchas, who are brothers and brothers-in-law, but if only brothers-in-law, they are qualified. And Abaye rejoined, it is still uncertain, as perhaps Samuel meant to say, because Pinchas was the husband of his wife's sister. Therefore said our Joseph to the beneficiary, acquire title to this gift by the testimony of the witnesses who were present when the gift was transferred to you, in accordance with our Aba's decision. Said Abaye again, but did not Aba admit that if there was a forgery in the deed while writing, it is invalid even in the latter case? And our Joseph said to the beneficiary, go. You see, people do not allow me to transfer it to you. Our Jehudah said, etc. Said Thn in the name of Tabla in the name of Bruna, quoting Rabbah, the halakha prevails with our Jehudah. Rabbah, however, in the name of our Naaman, and also Rabbi B. Hannah in the name of our Johanan, said, the halakha does not prevail with him. There were some others who taught the saying of Rabbah with regard to the following, thus lectured our Jose the Galilean, it is written, Deuteronomy 17:9, and to the judge that may be in those days. Was it necessary to state thus? Can it then be supposed that one should go to a judge that is not in his days? Therefore it is to be explained that it means that the judge was previously a relative of his, and that thereafter he became estranged. And to this said Rabbah, etc., the halakha prevails with our Jose the Galilean. The sons of Mar Uqba's father-in-law were relatives, and became thereafter estranged. And they had a case, and came, with it to his court. He, however, exclaimed, I am disqualified from being your judge. They then rejoined, Is it because you hold with our Jehudah? We will bring you a letter from Palestine stating that the halakha does not prevail with him. Rejoined he, I myself know that I am not attached to you with wax, and my saying that I am disqualified to judge you is because I know that your custom is not to listen to my decision. A friend is a groomsman. But how long shall this friendship hold? Our ABA in the name of our Jeremiah, quoting Rab, said, all the 7 days of the wedding. The rabbis, however, in the name of Rabbah said that after the first day the friendship is no longer considered, and he is qualified. An enemy, etc. The rabbis taught, it reads, number 35. 23, he was not his enemy and did not seek his harm, which means, he who is not one's enemy may be a witness and he who does not seek one's harm may be his judge. This is concerning an enemy. And whence do we know that the same is the case with a friend? Read, then, and he is not his enemy and not his friend, and then he may be a witness, and if he does not seek his harm and not his welfare, then he may be his judge. But is it, then, written a friend? This is common sense. Why not an enemy? Because his mind is far from doing any good to him, and the same is it with a friend, whose mind is near to do all that he can in his behalf. The rabbis, however, infer from this two things, one concerning a judge and the other that which we have learned in the following Beretha, R. Jose b. R. Jehudah said, from the verse, he is not his enemy and does not seek his harm, is to be inferred that if two scholars have animosity toward each other they must not judge in a case together. Mishnah v. How were the witnesses examined? They were brought into separate chambers and were frightened to tell the truth. And then all except the eldest were told to go out, and he questioned, how do you know that A owes money to B? And if his answer was, because A himself told me that he owes him, or C told me that such was the case, he said nothing, unless he testified that, in the presence of myself and my colleague, A confessed that he owed to B 200 zuz, and then the second witness is brought in and they examine him, and if both testimonies correspond the court discusses about the case. If two of the judges acquit and one makes him liable, he is acquitted, and if vice versa, he is liable. If, however, one acquits and the other makes him liable, and the third one says, I don't know, then judges must be added. And the same is the case if there were 5, and 2 of them were against 2, while the 5th was doubtful. After the conclusion of the judges is arrived at, they are told to enter, and the eldest of the judges announces, you, are acquitted, or, you, are liable. And whence do we know that one of the judges must not say, I was in favor of the defendant, but my colleagues were against, and I could not help it, as they were the majority? As to this it reads, Leviticus 19:16, Thou shalt not go up and down as a talebearer among thy people, and it reads also, Kerovi 11:131 He that walketh about as a talebearer revealeth secrets. Gemara, how were the witnesses frightened? Said our Jehudah. Thus, Ibid 25:14, Like clouds and wind without rain, so is a man that vaunteth falsely of a gift, i.e., that because of false witnesses, even though it is cloudy, the rain is withheld, said Rabbah. This is no frightening, as they may think what people say, even 7 years of famine do not pass the gate of a specialist. Therefore, said he, it was said to them, Ibid 18, a battle-axe, and a sword, and a sharpened arrow is a man that testifieth as a false witness against his neighbor. And our Ashi maintains that even this is not sufficient, as they may think, even in time of a pest one does not die before his time. Therefore said he, I was told by Nathan b. Mar Zutra that they were frightened that false witnesses were disgraced even in the eyes of those who hired them. As it reads, 1 Kings 21:10, and set 2 men, sons of Belial, opposite to him, and let them bear false witness against him, etc., himself told me, etc. This is a support to our Jehuda, who said in the name of Rab, if one wants the case to be recognized by the court, he must insist that the debtor shall say, ye shall be my witnesses. And so also was taught by Aba in the name of our Johanan. And there is also a Beretha as follows, A said to B, I have a manna with you, and he answered, yeah. On the morrow A asked him, give it to me, and B said it was only a joke, he is free. And not this only, but even if A has had 2 witnesses hidden under a fence, so that B could not see them, and questioned him, have I a manna with you, and B answered, yeah. And to the question, would you like to confess before witnesses? B answers, I am afraid, if I do so, you will summon me to the court, and on the morrow A asks B to give him the manna, and his answer is, it was only a joke, he is not liable. However, one must not defend a seducer. A seducer. Who has mentioned this term? The Beretha is not complete, and should read thus, if, however, B does not defend himself, the court must not question him, perhaps it was a joke. But in criminal cases, a similar question must be asked by the court, although he has not so defended himself, except in the case of a seducer. And why? Said our Hamabi Hanina, from the lecture of our Hayabi Aba I understand that it is because it reads, Deuteronomy 13:9, Nor shall thy eye look with pity on him, nor shalt thou conceal it for him. Said Abai, all that is said above is, provided the defendant claims, it was a joke, but if he claims, I have never confessed, he must be considered a liar and is liable. Our Papa Br. Aha B. Ada, however, maintains, in the case of a joke, people do not remember their confession, and therefore even such a claim must be investigated. There was one who had hidden witnesses under the curtains of his bed, and he said to his debtor, have I a manna with you, and he answered, yeah. And he questioned him again, may the people who are here sleeping or awake be witnesses, and he answered, no. And when the case came before our Kahana, he said, he cannot be liable, as he said no. A similar case happened with one who had hidden witnesses in a grave, and to the question, may the living and the dead be witnesses, he answered, no. And when the case came before Resh Lakish, he acquitted him. Rabina, according to others our Papi, said, the decision of our Jehuda that it must be said by the party, ye are my witnesses, is no matter whether it is said by the lender in the presence of the borrower and he keeps silent, or by the debtor himself. And this is inferred from that which was said above, that the debtor had answered the question with no, but if he should remain silent, he would be liable. There was one who was named by the people, the man who has against him a whole cab of promissory notes. And when he heard this, he exclaimed, do I owe to anyone but B and C? The latter then summoned him before the court of our Naaman, and our Naaman decided that the above exclamation could not be taken as evidence, as it might be that he said so for the purpose that people should not think him too rich. There was another one who was named the mouse who lies on dinars, and at the time he was dying he said, A and B are my creditors. After his death the creditors summoned his heirs before our Ismail B, our Jose, and he made the heirs pay, for the reason that, if he said so while in good health, it might be supposed that he did so for the purpose mentioned above, but this could not apply to a man who was dying. The heirs, however, only paid the half, and were summoned for the other half in the court of our Haya, who decided, as it is supposed that one may say so for the purpose that he shall not appear too rich, so it may be said that the deceased did so that his children should not appear too rich. The heirs then demanded what they had already paid, to which our Haya answered, it was decided long ago by a sage, and the decision must remain. If one has confessed before 2 witnesses and they have made the ceremony of a sidarium, they may write it down, but if there was no sidarium, it must not be written. If he has, however, confessed before 3 without a sidarium, according to Rabbit May, and according to our Asi it must not be written. However, there was such a case before Rab, and he took into consideration our Asi's decision. Our Ada B. Abba said, such a document of confession is dependent upon circumstances. If the people were gathered by themselves and he confessed before them, then it must not be written, but if he himself caused the gathering, it may. Rabbah, however, is of the opinion that even in the latter case it must not be written unless he said to them, I accept you as my judges, and Mar b. Ashi maintains that even then a judgment is not to be written unless they appoint a place, and summon him to the court. It is certain, when one has confessed with the ceremony of a sudarium in cases of movable property, that a judgment may be written, but not otherwise. But how is it with real estate without a sudarium? According to a Maimar it may not, and according to Mar Zutra it may be written. And so the halakha prevails. It happened that Rabina came to the city of Damhariah, and Dimi b. Huna of the same city questioned him, how is the law if the confession was for movable property which is still in full possession of the parties? And he answered, then it is considered as real estate. Ashi, however, maintains that so long as the creditor has not collected it, it is to be considered as money, because if the possessor would like to sell it, he could do so even after the confession, which is not the case in real estate. There was a document of confession in which it was not written, he, the debtor, has said to us, write a document, sign it, and give it to him, the creditor, and both Abai and Rabbah decided that this case was similar to that of Resh Lakish, who decided that witnesses would not sign a document unless they were aware that the person who told them to sign was of age. The same is the case here, they would not sign it unless he said to them, sign and give. Papi, according to others Hunabi, Joshua, opposed, is there a thing of which we, the judges, are not sure, and the scribes are? Therefore the scribes of Abai and of Rabbah were questioned, and they were aware of the law, when it must be written and when not. There was another document of confession in which the memoranda, and all the versions which are needed thereto, were written correctly, but the words, in the presence of us three, were missing, and the document was signed by two only. And Rabina was about to say that this case was similar to that of Resh Lakish mentioned above, but Nathan b. Ami said to him, thus was it said in the name of Rabbah, in such a case it may be feared that it was an error by the court i.e., they thought that such might be done by two. Said Naaman b. Itzhak, if in the document was written, we the Beth Din, although it was signed by two, it is valid without any investigation. But perhaps it was written by an impudent Beth Din of two, of which, according to Samuel, the decision is to be considered, but they are named impudent, and the halakha does not so prevail. The case was that the document read, the Beth Din appointed by Ashi. Still, perhaps the same holds with Samuel. It means that it was written, our master, Ashi, thus said. The rabbis taught, if one said I have seen your deceased father hide money in a certain place, saying this belongs to so and so, or, the money is for second tithe, if this place is to be found in this house, he said nothing. If, however, the place was in a field, where the witness could take it without being prevented, his testimony is to be considered, this being the rule in such a case. If he is able to take it himself without notifying, his word is to be trusted, but not otherwise. Moreover, if they themselves saw their father hide money in a chest, or the like, and he said to them, this money belongs to so and so, or, it is for second tithe, if it looks as if he told this as his last will, he is to be trusted, but if it appears that he desires to deceive them, then his words are not to be considered. The same is the case if one became harassed, searching for the money which his father left for him, and he dreamed that the sum was of such and such an amount and was placed in a certain place, but it was for second tithe. Such a case happened, and the sages decided that the caprices of dreams are not to be taken into any consideration. If two of the judges acquit, etc. But how is the judgment to be written? According to Johanan, so and so is AC quitted, and according to Resh Lakish, such and such judge is acquitted, and such hold him liable. Elazar, however, says it should be written, from the discussion of the judges, the decision is that such is acquitted. And what is the difference? The tale-bearing. According to Johanan it must not be written who acquits and who holds liable, as this would appear like tale-bearing, and according to Resh Lakish, it must be written, as, if not, it would appear like a unanimous verdict, and it would look as though they had lied, and Elazar's decision is, to prevent vainglory it may be written, from their discussion, the decision is that the defendant is acquitted, in which there is no tale-bearing and it does not appear unanimous. Are told to enter. Who? Shall we assume the parties? It is not stated the parties, but the witnesses, must go out. You must then say that the witnesses are told to enter, and this would not be in accordance with Nathan of the following Beretha. The testimony of the witnesses is not to be conjoined unless both witnesses have seen the case together. Jehoshua b. Karha, however, maintains that, even if they have seen one after the other, their testimony is not to be approved by the court unless they both testify together. Nathan, however, maintains that the court may hear the testimony of one today, and on the morrow from the other one, when he appears. Hence, according to him, both witnesses may not be present. The Mishnah means the parties, and it is in accordance with our Nehemiah, who said in the following Beretha, so was the custom of the pure-minded in Jerusalem. They let the parties enter, listen to their claims, and thereafter let the witnesses enter, listen to their testimony, and told all of them to go out, and then discussed the matter. The text says that their testimony is not conjoined, etc. What is the point of their difference? If you wish, it may be said common sense. If, for instance, one testifies that he has seen A borrow a manna from B, and on the morrow the other witness testifies that he has seen A borrow a manna from B, one may say, e.g., C has seen one manna and D has seen another manna. Hence their testimony cannot be conjoined according to the first Tana of the Beretha, but according to our Jehoshua b. Karha it may be conjoined, as both admit that A owes a manna to B. This is common sense. And if you wish, they differ in the meaning of the verse, Leviticus v. 1, and he is a witness, etc. And there is a Beretha, it reads, Deuteronomy 19:15, there shall not rise up one single witness against. Why is it written, single? This is a rule for every case in which is mentioned, a witness, that it means two, and the term single is expressed because their testimony is to be considered only then when they saw it together. So is the explanation of the first Tana. B. Karha, however, gives his attention to the verse cited, Leviticus v. and he is a witness, since he either hath seen or knoweth something. Hence it matters not whether they have seen together or singly. And what is the point of difference between our Nathan and the first Tana? Also, if you wish, it is common sense, and if you wish, in the explanation of the scripture. Common sense, usually one witness is brought not to make the defendant pay, but to make him liable for an oath. Hence, if their testimony does not come together, it cannot be conjoined to make the defendant pay. Such is the meaning of the first Tana. But Nathan maintains, even when they come together, does, then, their testimony go out from one mouth? They testify one after the other, and we conjoin them. The same is the case when they come on 2 days. In the explanation of the scripture, Ibid, if he do not tell it, and thus bear his iniquity. And both the first Tana and Nathan hold with the opponents of B. Karha, that both witnesses have to see the case together. And the point of their difference is, if the testimony is to be similar to the seeing of the case. One holds it is, hence it cannot be conjoined if not seen together, and one holds it is not. Simeon b. Eliakim was anxious that the degree of rabbi should be granted to Jose b. Hanina, but the opportunity did not present itself. One day they were sitting before our Johanan, and the latter questioned, is there one here who knows if the halakha prevails with B. Karha or not? And B. Eliakim pointed to Jose b. Hanina, saying, he knows. Johanan then said, then let him tell. But B. Eliakim, however, rejoined, let the master give him the degree of rabbi, and then he will tell. And he did so, and then said to him, my son, tell me just so as you have heard. And he answered, I have heard that B. Karha yielded to our Nathan. Rejoined our Johanan, is that what it was necessary for me to know? Is it not self-evident that B. Karha could not demand that they should testify together, as he does not desire that the seeing shall be together? Nevertheless, since you have already ascended to the degree of rabbi, it may remain with you. And our Zerah said, infer from this act that if a great man gives a degree, even conditionally, it remains forever. Haya b. Abin in the name of Rab said, the halakha prevails with Jehoshua b. Karha concerning real estate, as well as movable property. Ula, however, maintains, it prevails with him concerning real estate only. Said Abai to Haya, you say that the halakha prevails. Is there one who differs with him? Did not Abba say in the name of our Huna, quoting Rab, the sages yield to be karha concerning the testimony as to real estate? And so also taught Edb Aben in the section damages, taught by the College of Karna, the sages yield to be karha concerning the testimony as to a firstborn, as to real estate, as to hazaka, and concerning the signs of maturity for a male as well as for a female. You contradict one person with another. People may hold different opinions. Said Ar Joseph, I say in the name of Ula that the halakha prevails with be karha concerning real estate, as well as movable property. However, the rabbis who came from the city of Mehuzah say in the name of Zerah, quoting Rab, concerning real estate, but not concerning movable property. And Rab is in accordance with his theory elsewhere, that a confession after a confession, or a confession after a loan, may be conjoined, but a loan after a loan, or a loan after a confession, do not conjoin. I.e., if one says, in my presence A confessed on Monday that he owed a manna to be, and the second witness says, in my presence A confessed on Tuesday that he owed a manna to be, they may be conjoined. And the same is the case if one says, on Monday A borrowed from B a manna in my presence, and the other witness testifies, in my presence A confessed on Tuesday that he owed a manna to B. But if one testifies that in his presence A made a loan to B on Monday, and the other testifies that the same was done on Tuesday, they are not to be conjoined, as they may be two different manas. And the same is the case if one testify that A confessed on Monday that he owed a manna to B, and the other testified that B had made a loan to A on Tuesday. Naaman b. Itzhak met Huna b. Ar. Jehoshua, and questioned him thus, let us see why the testimony of a loan after a loan is not to be conjoined. Because the loan which one witness has seen may not be the same which the other saw. Why, then, not say the same concerning a confession? Say, the confession of Tuesday was not the same as that of Monday. The answer was, he speaks of when he said to the last witness, the manna which I confess before you is the same as that which I confessed yesterday before so and so. But even then, the second witness only knows this, but not the first. It means that after he has confessed before the second he goes again to the first witness, telling him, the manna which I confessed before you, I did so also before so and so. Rejoined Naaman, let your mind be at rest, for you have set my mind at rest. And Huna asked him, what was the trouble? Because I had heard that Rabbah, and according to others are Shesheth, swung an axe at it, i.e., disproved the opinion, saying, is this not similar to a confession after a loan? Which means that he said in his confession, I confess before you that I owe a manna to so and so, which I borrowed yesterday in the presence of so and so. Hence it was already said once by Rab. Why, then, the repetition? Rejoined Huna, this is what I have heard of your people when they tear out trees, they plant them again, i.e., you answer questions, and then object to them again. The sages of Nahardia, however, say that, no matter if it is a confession after a confession, a loan after a confession, or a loan after a loan, they are to be conjoined, as they hold with B. Karha. Ar Jehuda said, witnesses in civil cases who contradict one another in unimportant investigations are to be considered. Said Rabbah, it seems that he meant that the contradiction was that one said the purse in which the manna was given was a black one and the other said it was a white one. But if one says that the loan was with old coins and the other said it was with new ones, they are not to be conjoined. But is such a contradiction not to be taken into consideration even in criminal cases? Did not our Hista say that if one testifies that he killed him with a sword and the other with an axe, it is not to be considered, but if one says the murdered or the murderer was dressed in white, while the other testifies that he was dressed in black, their testimony holds good? And the answer was, do you contradict one scholar with another? Each may have his own opinion. The Nahardians, however, maintain that even if one testifies old coins and the other new, they are nevertheless to be conjoined, and this is because they hold with B. Karha. But have you then heard B. Karha say that they may be conjoined even when they contradict each other? Therefore we must say that the Nahardians hold with the Tana of the following Beretha. Our Simeon b. Eleazar said, the schools of Shammai and Hillel do not differ, if there were two parties of witnesses. If one party testifies that he owes him 200, and one party testifies 100, the latter amount is to be collected, as in the testimony of 200 100 is certainly included. In what they do differ is that, if among one party of witnesses was this contradiction, i.e., one says that he owes 2 and the other 100, according to the school of Shammai the whole party must be disqualified, because one of them is surely a liar, and according to the school of Hillel they are not, as both admit that he owes 100, and so the Nahardians, be it old or new coins, both admit that he owes a manna. Suppose one testifies that he borrowed a barrel of wine and the other of oil. Such a case came before Ami, and he made him liable to pay the value of a barrel of wine, as a barrel of oil amounts to twice as much as a barrel of wine. But according to whom was his decision? Is it in accordance with our Simeon b. Eleazar? He said so, because in the amount of 200 100 is surely included, but did he say so in such a case as that of the barrels? The case was that they testified not for the barrels themselves, but for the value, i.e., one testified that he owed him the amount of a barrel of wine and the other the amount of a barrel of oil, which is twice as much. Suppose one of the witnesses says the law was made in the first attic, and the other says in the second attic. Said our Hanina, such a case came before a rabbi, and he conjoined their testimony. And whence do we know that one of the judges must not say? The rabbis taught, whence do we know that one of the judges, when he is going out, must not say, I was in favor of the defendant, but my colleagues were against, and I could not help it, as they were the majority? To this it reads, Leviticus 19:16, Thou shalt not go up and down as a talebearer among thy people, and it reads also, Kerovi 11:131, He that walketh about as a talebearer revealeth secrets. There was a disciple of whom there was a rumor that he told a secret thing which was taught in the college, after 22 years, and our Ami drove him out of the college, saying, This man is telling secrets. Mishnah 6, so long as the defendant brings evidence to his advantage, the decision may be nullified by the court. If he was told, all the evidence which you have, you may bring before the court within 30 days, if he found such within 30 days, it affects the decision, but after that it does not. Exclaimed our Simeon b. Gamaliel, but what should the man do who could not find such within 30 days, but found it after? If he was told to bring witnesses, and he said, I have none, bring any other evidence, and he said, I have none, and after the time had elapsed he brought evidence and found also witnesses, it is as nothing. And to this also our Simeon b. Gamaliel exclaimed, What should this defendant do if he was not aware that there were witnesses and evidence? However, if, after he said, I have no witnesses, seeing that he is about to be liable, he says, Bring in so and so to testify in this case, or he takes out from under his girdle a new evidence, it counts nothing, even according to our Simeon. Gemara, said Rabba b. R. Hannah, the halakha prevails with our Simeon. And the same says again, the halakha does not prevail with the sages. Is this not self-evident? If it prevails with our Simeon, it cannot prevail with the sages. One might say the halakha prevails with our Simeon to start with, but if some have done in accordance with the sages, it should remain so. He comes to teach us that even if it was so done, it must be changed. If he was told to bring witnesses, etc. Said Rabba b. R. Hannah in the name of R. Johanan, the halakha prevails with the sages. And the same said again, the halakha does not prevail with our Simeon b. Gamaliel. Is this not self-evident that if the halakha prevails with the sages it cannot prevail with our Simeon? He comes to teach us that only in this case the halakha does not prevail with our Simeon, but in all other cases it does, and this is to deny what Rabba b. Hannah said in the name of our Johanan, that everywhere our Simeon b. Gamaliel is mentioned in the Mishnayot the halakha prevails with him, etc., last gate, page 388. There was a young man who was summoned to the court before our Naaman, and he asked him, Have you no witnesses? And he answered, No. Have you some other evidence? And he answered, No. And our Naaman made him liable. The young man went and wept, and some people heard him cry, and said, We know something in your behalf in the case of your father. Said our Naaman, In such a case even the rabbis would admit that the young man was not acquainted with the business of his father and therefore the new evidence is to be taken into consideration. There was a woman with whom a document was deposited and she gave it away to someone, saying, I am aware that this document is already paid, and Naaman did not believe her. Said Rabbah to him, why should she not be trusted? Should she desire to tell a lie, she could burn it. And Naaman answered, inasmuch as it was approved by the court and known that it was deposited with her, the supposition that if she wanted to lie she could burn it does not apply. And Rabbah objected to Naaman from the following, a receipt which was signed by witnesses may be approved by its signer. If, however, there were no witnesses, but he was coming out from a depository, or the receipt was written on the document after the signature of the witness, which was in the hands of the creditor, it is valid. Hence we see that a depository is to be trusted. This objection remains. When Samuel b. Jehudah came from Palestine, he said in the name of Johanan, the defendant has always a right to bring evidence against the decision of the court, unless all his claims are concluded and he himself confesses that he has no more witnesses nor any other evidence. However, even after this, if witnesses arrived from the sea countries, or the box of documents of his father was deposited with a stranger who has returned it after he was found liable, it may be taken into consideration to change the first decision. When Dini came from Palestine, he said in the name of Johanan, if one is summoning a party who says, I want my case to be brought before the assembly of sages, while the plaintiff says, it is sufficient that it be tried in the court of this city, the plaintiff may be compelled to follow the defendant to the assembly. Said Eleazar, Rabbi, is it right that, if the plaintiff claims one manna from the defendant, he shall spend another manna to go with him to the assembly? Therefore the reverse must be done, the defendant should be compelled to bring the case before the court in that city. It was taught also in the name of Saphra, if two men were cruel to one another, and one of them insisted, we shall try our case here, while the other says, let us go to the assembly, the latter must be compelled to try his case in that city. However, if there was a necessity to question the assembly, they might write and send it in writing. And also, if the defendant demands, write down the reason why you accused me, and give it to me, he may be listened to. In the case of a widow whose husband dies childless and she has to marry his brother, she is obliged to go to that place where the brother is to be found, that he should marry her or perform the ceremony of halitza. And to what distance? Said Ami, even from Tiberias to Sepphoris. Said Kahana, whence is this deduced? From the scripture, Deuteronomy 25. 8. The elders of his city, of his, but not of hers. Said Amimar, the halakha prevails that one may be compelled to go to the assembly, and there try his case. Said Ashi to him, but did not Eleazar say, he may be compelled to try his case in that city? This is when the borrower said thus to the lender, but if the lender claims so, we apply to him, Kerovi 22. 7. The borrower is servant to the man that lendeth. A message was sent from Palestine to Mar Uqba, to him to whom the world is like as to the son of Bethiah, it means to Moses, peace may be granted. Uqban the Babylonian complained before us that Jeremiah his brother destroyed his way, i.e., he has treated me badly, through which I have lost my money, and we have decided that he shall be compelled to appear before us in the city of Tiberias. How is this to be understood? Thus. They said to him, you may try him. If he will listen to you, well and good, and if not, you must compel him to see us in the city of Tiberias. Said Ashi, this was a case of fine, and in Babylon they are not allowed to try cases of fine, and that which they said to Mar Uqba, you shall try him, etc. was only to honor him. Chapter 4 Rules and Regulations concerning examinations and cross-examinations of witnesses in civil and criminal cases. The difference in judging and in discussions between civil and criminal cases. How the members of the Sanhedrin were seated. How many recording scribes were needed. How judges were added if needed, and from what people. How witnesses should be frightened in criminal cases. The reason why Adam the first was created singly. Mishnah I, cases coming before the court, be they civil or criminal, the witnesses thereof must be examined and investigated. As it is written, Leviticus 4:22, one manner of judicial law shall ye have. But what difference is there between civil and criminal cases? It is the following: a. The former cases are to be tried by 3, and the latter by 23 judges. b. In the former the discussion may commence either with the accusation or with the defense, while the latter must commence with the defense and not with the accusation. c. In the former case one voice suffices either to accuse or to acquit, and in the latter he is acquitted by one voice, while to condemn 2 are needed. d. In the former the judge who proclaimed his view either to advantage or to disadvantage may, after deliberating, announce his view to the contrary. In the latter, however, he may do so only to acquit, but not to condemn. e. In civil cases the whole body of the court may defend or accuse, while in criminal cases all of them may acquit, but the whole body must not accuse. f. The former may be discussed in the daytime and the decision rendered at night, while in the latter the decision must be in the daytime. But if they did not come to a conclusion on the same day, they have to postpone it to the morrow. g. The decision concerning the former may be reached on the same day either to one's advantage or to his disadvantage, while in the latter the decision may be rendered on the same day to free him, but not to condemn him until the next day, and, therefore, cases of capital punishment must not be begun on the eve of Sabbath or of a legal holiday. In civil cases, and regarding defilement and purity, they begin by asking the opinion of the eldest, while in criminal cases they begin with those who are sitting on the side. All are qualified to judge civil cases, but not everyone is qualified to judge criminal cases, as to the latter only priests, Levites, and Israelites who may legally marry daughters of priests. Gemara: Are investigation and examination indeed needed in civil cases? If so, there is a contradiction from the following Tosefta, a document of which the date shows the 1st of Nisan in a sabbatical year, and witnesses came, saying, "How can you testify in favor of this document were you not with us at the same date mentioned in the document in such and such a place?" The document as well as the witnesses are valid, as it is to be supposed that they might have written the document after the date mentioned therein. Hence if investigation and examination are needed, why should they be valid because of the above reason? Would not the investigation show if it were so or not? But according to this theory, how is to be understood the following Mishnah: promissory notes which were written at an earlier date are invalid. However, if they were written at a later date, they are. Now, if an investigation in civil cases is needed, why should that which was written at a later date be valid? The investigation would show that the witnesses who signed the document were not present when the loan was made, as it was signed at an earlier date. Hence the loan which was made earlier is to be considered a verbal loan, which does not collect from encumbered estates, and the note should be considered a forgery. This presents no difficulty, the objection mentioned applying more to the statement of the Baratha, as it speaks of a sabbatical year, in which people do not usually lend money because of the law, Deuteronomy 15:2, of that year, and nevertheless it makes valid that which was written in the month of Nisan, because the above-mentioned law concerning promissory notes applies only at the end of the year. However, the contradiction to our Mishnah remains. R. Hanina said, biblically there is no difference between civil and criminal cases concerning investigations, as it reads, one manner of judicial law, etc. But why was it enacted that civil cases do not need investigation? So as not to close the door to borrowers. And our Mishnah, which states that it is needed, was taught before the enactment, and the Baratha cited after the enactment. But if so, let the judge who made an error in the decision of the case not be responsible. If this should be enacted, so much the more would the door be closed to borrowers. Rabbah, however, maintains that our Mishnah treats of fine cases and the Baratha of loan cases. However, both were taught after the above-mentioned enactment. And our Papa maintains that both treat of loan cases. But our Mishnah speaks of a case which appears to the court unfair, and to such, investigation is needed. The Baratha speaks of non-suspicious cases. And this is in accordance with Resh Lakish, who used to propound a contradiction to the following. It reads, Leviticus 19:15, in righteousness shalt thou judge thy neighbor, and Deuteronomy 16:20 reads, justice, only justice, shalt thou pursue, from which it is to be understood that an investigation is needed? And he answered that the first verse speaks of an ordinary case and the second of a suspicious one. Our Ashi, however, maintains that the above answer of our Papa, concerning the contradiction from the Mishnah, holds good. However, the supposed contradiction of the verse is to be explained that the first speaks of a strict law and the second of an arbitration, as the following Baratha states, justice, only justice, etc. One word means strict law and the other means arbitration. How so? If, e.g., two boats are plying on a river and they meet each other, if both try to pass where there is not room, both would be lost, but if one passes after the other, both would be saved. And the same is the case with two camels passing the steps of Beth Koran, which met each other. If both tried to pass together, both would fall, but if one after the other, both would be saved. Then the strict law is that the unloaded one should wait, and the loaded one pass, or, if one was near to the dangerous place and the other far off, the nearer one has to pass, but if both were loaded, or if both were at the same distance, then arbitration must be used as to which one has to pay to the other for loss of time. The rabbis taught, justice, only justice, shalt thou pursue, means that one shall follow to the city of a celebrated judge, e.g., at Luda, after our Elazar, at Ber Hail, after Rabban Johanan b. Zakkai. There is a Baratha. At the time the government had forbidden circumcisions and weddings, they made use of hand mills to announce a circumcision. Then, if one heard the sound of a hand mill in the city of Burney, he understood that there was a ceremony of circumcision in that city, and if one saw many lights in Bene Hail, he understood that there was a wedding banquet in that city. There is another Baratha interpreting the cited verse thus, you should always trouble yourself to follow after the sages in assembly, as, for instance, after our Elazar at Luda, after our Johanan b. Zakkai at Ber Hail, after Jehoshua at Pekian, after Rabban Gamaliel at Jamnia, after Akiba at Bene Brak, after Mattia at Rome, after Hananiah b. Ferduin at Sikni, after Jose at Sephorius, after Jehuda b. Bathira at Nzibin, after Hanina, the nephew of Jehoshua, in exile, after Rabbi at Beth Shiran. And, when the temple was in existence, after the sages at their assembly in the chamber of the temple. With the accusation or with the defense. But what has the court first to say to the advantage of the defense in criminal cases? Said R. Jehuda, the court may ask the witness, whence do we know that it was as you say? But from such an interrogation the witness will become dejected, and will refrain from saying anything. But let him be dejected. Have we not learned in a Baratha, our Simon b. Eleazar said, the witnesses may be transferred from one place to another that they shall become dejected and retract from their statement if it was not true? What comparison is this? There they become dejected by themselves, but here, if you say to them, whence do we know that what you say is true, you cause them to be dejected. Therefore said Ula, the court questioned the other party, have you other witnesses to make collusive the witnesses of your opponents? Said Rabbah to him, is this what you call beginning with the defense? With this saying you begin by accusing witnesses of the other party. Therefore said he, the court may say to the other party, have you other witnesses who may contradict the witnesses of your opponent? R. Kana says, the court may say, from your testimony it seems that the defendant may be acquitted, and thereafter they discuss the matter. Both Abai and Rabbah say, the court may say to the defendant, do not fear, if you have not committed the crime, nothing will be done to you. And R. Ashi said, the beginning should be with the announcement of the court, everyone who knows of a defense concerning the defendant may come to tell it before the court. There is a Baratha in accordance with Abai and Rabbah as follows, it reads, number v. 19, if thou hast not gone aside to uncleanness behind thy husband, then be thou free. Said Rabbi, infer from this that in criminal cases the beginning must be with the defense, as it is written first, then be thou free. May after deliberating announce to the contrary. There is a contradiction from the following, if one has tried a case and made liable him who is not, or vice versa, has purified a thing which is unclean, or vice versa, his decision holds good, but he has to pay for his error from his own pocket. Hence we see that he must not retract. Said R. Joseph, this presents no difficulty. A judge who was appointed by the court, if he made an error, he must pay for it, but if he was appointed by the parties only, he has not. But is there not a baratha, if he was appointed by the court, he has not to pay? Said Naaman, the just cited baratha treats of when there was a superior judge to him, who ignores his decision, therefore he is free from paying, as the superior judge decides it properly. But if there is no superior and his decision remains, then he must pay for his error. Our Shesheth, however, maintains, it depends in what the error was made. If he erred in that which is plainly taught in a Mishnah, then he has not to pay, because his decision will not be executed, but if he erred in his opinion, then he has to suffer. So did he hear from our Fasi. Rabina questioned our Ashi, is it the same even if he has erred in that which was taught in the Barathas of our Haya and our Ashia? And he answered, yeah. And how is it if he erred in that which was said by Rab and Samuel? And he answered, yeah. And how is it if he erred in that which was said by you and me? And he rejoined, what, then, are we? Are we splitting wood or gathering splinters in the forest? How is to be understood, erred in his opinion? See the answer in chapter 1, page 9, line 21. Our Hamnuna objected to our Shesheth from the following: it happened that a cow of which the womb had been removed was brought before our Tarpan, and he made the owner give it to the dogs. However, a similar case came before the sages in Jamnia, and they made it valid, because Tudus the physician testified that not one cow or one swine was sent out from Alexandria in Egypt of which the womb was not removed, or the purpose that they should not bring forth offspring. And our Tarpan exclaimed thus, O Tarpan, thy ass is gone. I.e., I have to sell my ass to pay for the error. Said our Akiba to him, you are free, as there is a rule that a judge who is appointed by the majority has not to pay for his error. Now, if an error in that which was taught in a Mishnah does not hold good and must be redecided, why does not Akiba say, you have erred against a Mishnah? Our Akiba meant to say both: first, you have erred against a Mishnah, and secondly, even if you erred in your own opinion you would also be free, because you were chosen by the majority. Said our Naaman b. Itzhak to Rabbah, how could our Hamnuna object to Shesheth from the case of the cow? Did not Tarpan give it to the dogs? Hence the cow was no longer in existence, and it could not be redecided. Hamnuna meant to say thus: if the decision should be that the case of one who erred against a Mishnah is not to be redecided, it is correct that Tarpan was afraid that he must pay, and our Akiba told him that he must not, because he was a recognized judge. But if the halakha is that in such a case it must be redecided, let Akiba say to him, how would it be if the cow were still in existence? Your decision would not remain and the cow would be declared valid. The same is the case even now that it is not in existence, as you did not yourself give it to the dogs, you had only decided that it was invalid, and as your decision does not count, the owner of the cow, himself, has to suffer for his act. Our Hista, however, explains our Mishnah that it means, if the judge himself took from the one who was liable in his eyes and gave to his opponent, only then must he pay from his pocket, but not otherwise. But this would be correct in one case only, namely, if he had made liable the just, then we could say that he took from the just and gave to his opponent. But how could this be done in the second case, in which he has acquitted the one who was liable, as he only said to him, you are not liable? His decision, you are free, is counted as if he would take with his hand and give to him. But if so, how is to be understood the following statement of the Mishnah, that the judge may retract from this view, no matter if it is concerning defense or accusation, as this can be explained only in case he said to the just, you are liable, but did not collect from him, as then he may retract and say, you are not liable. But in case he made liable a just man, how could such a case take place, if not by the decision, you are free? And it is said above that such a decision is considered as if he would take from one party and give to the other, hence, after such, no retraction can take place. Our Mishnah, with its expression, whether in defense or in accusation, means to say that with the acquittal of one party the other party is accused, namely, a retraction may take place in behalf of one who was erroneously made liable but it was not as yet collected, although it is a disadvantage to his opponent. But in case he has acquitted the one who is liable he has to pay from his pocket. But if so, then in criminal cases a retraction could take place only when it is in behalf of the defendant. But at the same time his opponent is not accused. And this can be said if the criminal case was a violation of Sabbath or a case of adultery, but in case of murder, how can such be found? But how, if there is a retraction that he is not guilty of slaying a person, who is accused? It may be said the relatives of the person murdered, as biblically, if the relatives of the person murdered took revenge on the murderer and slew him, he is freed, and by the retraction from guilty to not guilty, if the relative should put his hand on the murderer, he would be accused. But could such a thing be supposed? You mean to say, because perhaps the relative of the person murdered will take revenge, therefore no retraction shall take place and the defendant shall be put to death. And secondly, does not the Mishnah state, whether concerning defense or accusation? This difficulty remains. Rabbina, however, says, even in case he has acquitted the one liable, it may also be found that the judge did it with his hand, namely, in case he had a pledge and the judge took it away from him and transferred it to the borrower. Criminal cases, etc. The rabbis taught, whence do we know that if one was found guilty by the court, and thereafter one came, saying, I know a defense for him, that the case may be retried? Because it reads, X 23. 7, Him who hath been declared innocent and righteous, thou shalt not slay. Read, him who was declared innocent even by one person, you shall not slay, without a re-investigation. And whence do we know concerning the one who was acquitted by the court, and thereafter one says, I know of a fact which will make him guilty, that he must not be listened to? From the same cited verse, him who hath been declared righteous, ye shall not slay. Said are Shimi b. Ashi. And just the reverse may be done with a seducer, as the scripture reads, Deuteronomy 13. 9, Ye shall not have any pity, etc. Our Kahana infers this from Ibid 10, Ye shall surely kill him, etc. Our Gezerah questioned our Shesheth, whence do we know that the same law applies to them who are to be punished with exile? And the answer was, from an analogy of the expression murder, which is to be found in both cases. And whence do we know that the same is the case with them that are to be punished with stripes? From an analogy of the expression wicked, which is to be found in both cases. And so also is it plainly stated in a Baratha. But not to condemn. Said Hayab Aba in the name of our Johanan, provided he has erred in a thing which the Sadduceans oppose, but if they admit, it must read so plainly in the scripture. And such a decision is not to be taken in consideration at all, as schoolchildren are aware of it, it must be retried. The same Haya questioned our Johanan, how is it we err in a case of adultery? And he answered, so loner as the fire in the stove burns, cut off all that you want to roast, and roast it. I.e., when you are studying a thing, consider it thoroughly to prevent questions. You have heard from me that, a thing which the Sadduceans admit, his decision is not counted. Is not adultery one of these? All of them, etc. Does the Mishnah mean that even their witness who had accused him may also thereafter defend him? Then our Mishnah is in accordance with our Hosea b. Jehudah, and not in accordance with the rabbis of the following Baratha. It is written, number 35. 30, But one witness shall not testify against any person to cause him to die. It means whether to defend or to accuse. Hosea b. Jehudah, however, maintains that he may testify to defend, but not to accuse. Hence our Mishnah is not in accordance with him. Said our Papa, our Mishnah with its expression all, means to add one of the disciples who sat in a row before the judges, and such may make use of his opinion according to all. What is the reason of our Hosea's statement? Because it reads, to cause him to die, we infer that only to accuse he must not testify, but to defend he may. But if so, why do the rabbis differ? Said Resh Lakish, because it appears that the witness is interested in this case. And what do the rabbis infer from the words, to cause him to die? They apply this to one of the disciples, as we have learned in the following Baratha, if one of the witnesses says, I have something to say in defense of the defendant, whence do we know that he must not be listened to? From the verse cited, one witness shall not testify. And whence do we know, if one of the disciples say, I have something to say to the disadvantage of the defendant, that he must also not be listened to. From the same, one shall not testify to cause him to die. Only to acquit, but not to condemn. Said Rab, this is said only at the time they discuss this matter, but at the time of the conclusion he may change his views from defense to accusation also. An objection was raised from the following: on the morrow they arise early and come to the court. He who defended has to say, I defended yesterday and am of the same opinion today. And he who accused has also to say, I accused, and am of the same opinion today. However, he who had accused may change his view to defense, while this is not allowed to him who defended. Now, on the morrow it is time for the conclusion, and it nevertheless states that the defendant may not change his view. According to this theory, no discussion is to be prolonged on the morrow, and this is certainly not so. Hence the Baratha means that he must not do so at the time of discussion. Come and hear another objection: all who take part in the discussion may explain their reasons, until one of the accusers shall yield to one of the defenders, and then the majority of one will suffice to acquit. Now, if you say that one may change his view from defense to accusation, why does not the Baratha state, or to the contrary? It is simply because the Tana of the Baratha does not care to repeat a matter of accusation. Come and hear another objection. Our Jose B. Hanina said, if one of the disciples has defended and dies at the time of the conclusion, his view should be considered as if he were still alive. And why? Let it be said that if he were alive he might retract from his view. This is no objection, as in reality he did not retract. But how can you explain that the decision of our Jose B. Hanina may correspond with Rabba's statement? Was not a message sent from Palestine as follows: our Jose's statement denies our master's, Rabba's, statement? Nay, the message was just the contrary: our Jose's statement does not deny the statement of our master in Babylon. Discussed in the daytime, etc. Whence is this deduced? Said our Fahabi Papa, from Acts 18:22, and let them judge the people at all times. But how is it to be inferred from this that the conclusion must not be at night, and the discussion may? This is in accordance with Rabbah, who has propounded a contradiction from the just cited verse to that of Deuteronomy 21:16, then shall it be, on the day 27 when he divideth what he hath, on the day, but not at any time. And the answer was that the beginning of the trial must be in the daytime, but the conclusion may be even at night time in civil cases. Our Mishnah is not in accordance with our Mayor of the following Baratha. It reads, Ibid 5, every controversy and every plague. 28. What have plagues to do with controversies? The scripture compares controversies to plagues, in order to apply the law of the latter to the former. As concerning plagues it must be in the daytime, Leviticus 13:14, but on the day, etc., the same is the case with controversies. And also as, concerning plagues, it cannot be judged by one who is blind, as the priest must see the signs, the same is the case with controversies. And also the law concerning controversies, which must not be judged by relatives, applies to plagues, that the priest must not be a relative of him who has the plague. In the neighborhood of our Johanan there was one who was blind who used to judge cases, and our Johanan did not protest. But could our Johanan be silent in such a matter? Is it not against his own decision? Did not he himself declare that the halakha always prevails with an anonymous Mishnah, and there is one which states, everyone who is qualified to judge is also qualified to be a witness? However, there are some who are qualified to witness, but not to judge, and the same our Johanan has declared that it means one who is blind of one eye, who is qualified to witness, but not to judge. Hence one who is blind, who is disqualified to be a witness because he cannot see, ought also to be disqualified to judge. R. Johanan found another anonymous Mishnah for his basis, namely, civil cases may be discussed in the daytime and the conclusion at night, which is the same as a case of one who is blind. But why does he give preference to the latter Mishnah, and not to the first? If you wish, it may be said because the latter treats of a majority, while the first treats of an individual. And if you wish, it is because the latter is taught concerning the laws of trying cases. If they did not come to a conclusion, etc. Whence is this deduced? Said Shini B. Haya, from, number 25. 4. Take all the heads of the people and hang them up before the Lord in the face of the sun. If people have sinned, wherein have the heads of the people sinned, that they should be hanged? Said Jehudah in the name of Rab, thus said the Holy One, blessed be he, to Moses, take the heads of the people, and set them at separate places, that they shall judge the guilty ones and hang them in the face of the sun, which means in the daytime. And why in separate places? Shall we assume, because two capital punishments must not be decided on one and the same day? Did not our Hista say that this is said only when capital punishments are of different kinds, but if of one kind they may? Therefore it must be said, to hasten the execution of the guilty, that the anger of heaven shall cease. They have to postpone it until the morrow. Whence is this deduced? Said Hanina, from, is, 21, righteousness lodged therein, but now murderers, which means, formerly they used to postpone the condemnation for a night, and now that they are not doing so they are considered murderers. Must not be begun on the eve of Sabbath, etc. Why so? Because it could not be done otherwise, as, if they should begin and finish on the eve of Sabbath, perhaps they would need to condemn him, and then they would have to postpone it overnight. And to conclude the case on Sabbath and to execute on the same day, the execution does not violate the Sabbath, and should it be executed at night, after Sabbath the law requires, in the face of the sun, and should the conclusion be on Sabbath and the execution on the following day, then it would be torture for the guilty one, which is not allowed. Should they begin on the eve of Sabbath and conclude on the day after Sabbath, then they are liable to forget the reasons. Although there were two scribes who used to write down the discussions, the defense as well as the accusation, they wrote only what was said, but could not write the heart of the man. And, therefore, it was impossible otherwise. They used to ask the opinion, etc. Said Rab, I used to be among the judges of the court of Rabbi, and they used to begin the question of opinions with me. But does not the Mishnah state that they have to begin with the eldest? Said Rabba b. Rabba, according to others Hillel b. Walls, it was different in the court of Rabbi, as in all cases they used to begin from those who were sitting at the side. The same said again, from the time of Moses until the time of Rabbi we do not find one man who was unique in the possession of wisdom, riches, and glory. Is this so? Was it not so with Jehoshua? Nay, there was Eleazar the high priest, who was equal to him. But was not Pinchas such a man? Nay, there were the elders who ruled with him. But was there not King Saul, of whom the same could be said? Nay, there was Samuel. But did not Samuel die before Saul? It means, all the years of his life. But was not David such a man? There was Era of Jair. He also departed before him. It means, also, all the years of his life. Was not King Solomon such a man? There was Shimi b. Gira. But did not Samuel slay him? It means, all the years of his life. Was there not Hezekiah? There was Shebna. Was there not Ezra? There was Nehemiah. Said Ada b. Abba, I can add thus, from the time of Rabbi until the time of Ashi there is also not to be found a man who was unique in all that is said above. But was there not Hunah b. Nathan? Hunah was under the influence of Ashi. Criminal cases they began from those sitting at the side. Whence is this deduced? Said Aha b. Papa, it is written, X 23. 3. Neither shalt thou speak in a cause. The term for cause is rib, literally quarrel, and rab means great. Do not read rib, but rab, which means, you shall not contradict one who is greater than you. Rabba b. Hannah in the name of Johanan said, this is inferred from Isam 25. 13. Gird ye on every man his sword, and they girded on every man his sword, and David also girded on his sword. We see that first it was done by the people and afterwards by the master. Rab said, one may teach his disciple, and at the same time may judge in association with him in criminal cases. An objection was raised from the following concerning purification and defilement. A father with his son, or a master with his disciple, are counted as two voices. However, in civil cases, in criminal cases concerning stripes, in consecration of the month and in the establishment of leap year, a father with his son, or a master with his teacher, is counted as one voice only. Hence we see that the master with his disciple cannot judge together in criminal cases, so that they should be counted two. Rab speaks of such disciples as our kahana and our hasi, who needed only Rabba's tradition, but not his sagacity, to equalize things. Our ʻtɑːlmūḍ said, in 10 things civil cases differ from criminal cases. However, all of them do not apply to the case of an ox which is to be stoned, except as to the number of judges, 23 being needed, similar to all other criminal cases. But whence is this deduced? Said our Papa, from X 23. 6. Thou shalt not rest the judgment of thy poor in his cause, i.e., thou shalt not rest the case of thy poor, but thou mayst rest the case of the stoning of an X, and as this law does not apply to the stoning of an ox, so do not apply the other laws except the one of the 23 judges mentioned above. But are there not some other things in which criminal cases differ from civil? Have we not learned in a Baratha that among the Sanhedrin must not be anyone of great seniority, a castrate, and those who have no children? Our Jehuda also adds to these a cruel man. All are competent to judge civil cases. What does the Mishnah mean by the expression, all? Said R. 7. Thou art altogether beautiful, my beloved, and there is no blemish on thee. But perhaps it means literally that the judges shall be without any bodily blemish? Said our Jacob, it reads, number 11. 16. And they shall stand there with thee, which means those who are equal to thee, i.e., in birth, but not a proselyte and a bastard. But perhaps there is a difference, because of the glory of the Shekinah. Therefore said our Naaman b. Itzhak, this is inferred from X 18. 22, when they shall bear with thee. This means they shall be equal to thee in birth. Mishnah 2. The Sanhedrin sat in a half-circle in order that they could see each other. 2 scribes of the judges stood before them, one on the right and one on the left, and they wrote down the reasons of the accuser and of the defender. According to our Jehuda there were 3 one who wrote down the reasons of the accuser and one the reasons of the defender, and one the reasons of both. And before them sat 3 rows of scholars, disciples. To every one of them his seat was known. If it was necessary to add a judge, one from the first row was elevated, and one from the second came and took the latter's place, and one from the third took the place of this one, and for the place in the third row one of the standing people was selected, but he did not take the same seat as the one departed occupied, but that to which he was entitled. Gemara, whence is this deduced? Said our Hanina, from Solomon's Song, 7. 3. Thy navel is like a round goblet which lacketh not the mixed wine. By navel is meant the Sanhedrin. And why were they named navel? Because they used to sit in the middle of the world. According to the Talmud, Jerusalem was the middle of the world and the temple was in the center of Jerusalem, and also protected the whole world. And why were they named a round goblet? Because the Sanhedrin sat in a circle, which lacketh not the mixed wine, i.e., if one wished to leave, it must be seen that besides him 23 remained, and if there were less, he must not. Thy body is like a heap of wheat fenced about with lilies, means that as from a heap of wheat all derive benefit, so all were pleased to hear the reasons given by the Sanhedrin in their discussions. Fenced about with lilies, means that even a fence of lilies was not broken by them to go out of it. This is what was said by a certain min to our kahana, your law permits a man to stay alone with his wife during the days of her menstruation. Is it possible that flax and fire should be together and should not burn? And he answered, the Torah has testified that we are such a kind of people that even a fence of lilies is sufficient for us, and will never be broken. Resh Lakish said, this is inferred from Ibid 6. 72, which means that even thy vain fellows are full of meritorious acts like the pomegranate. 29 Our Zerah said, from Gen 27. 27, and he smelled the smell of his garments, etc. Do not read Gadav, which means dress, but Bagdav, which means his transgressor. There were beta rho iota omicron nu 30, insolent fellows, in the neighborhood of Zerah, who nevertheless associated with them and showed them respect, to the end that they should repent. The rabbis, however, were not satisfied with this. But after the soul of Zerah had gone to its resting place, the above-mentioned people took this to heart, saying, Hitherto there was the little man who prayed for us, but now who will do so? And they repented and became good. 3 rows, etc. Said Abai, infer from this that if one left his place, all in the row had to change their places. But could one not protest, saying, Hitherto I have sat in front, and now you place me in the back? Said Abai, to such a protest he was answered, there is a parable that it is better for one to be the tail of a lion than the head of a fox. Mishnah 3. How were the witnesses awestruck in criminal cases? They were brought in and warned, perhaps your testimony is based only on a supposition, or on hearsay, or on that of another witness, or you have had it from a trustworthy man, or perhaps you are not aware that finally we will investigate the matter by examination and cross-examination. You may also be aware of the fact that there is no similarity between civil and criminal cases. In civil cases one may repay the money damage and he is atoned, but in criminal cases the blood of the person executed, and of his descendants to the end of all generations, clings to the originator of his execution. So do we find in the case of Cain, who slew his brother. It reads, Gen 4. 10, The voice of the bloods of thy brother are crying unto me from the ground. It does not read blood, but bloods, which means his blood and the blood of his descendants. According to others it reads, bloods, in the plural, because his blood was scattered all over the trees and stones. Therefore the man was created singly, to teach that he who destroys one soul of a human being, the scripture considers him as if he should destroy a whole world, and him who saves one soul of Israel, the scripture considers him as if he should save a whole world. And also because of peace among creatures, so that one should not say, my grandfather was greater than yours, and also that the heretic shall not say, there are many creators in heaven, and also to proclaim the glory of the Holy One, blessed be he. For a human being stamps many coins with one stamp, and all of them are alike, but the King of the kings of kings, the Holy One, blessed be he, has stamped every man with the stamp of Adam the first, and nevertheless not one of them is like the other. Therefore every man may say, the world was created for my sake, hence I must be upright, just, etc. Should you, witnesses, say, why should we take so much trouble upon ourselves? To this it is written, Leviticus v. 1, and he is a witness, since he hath seen or knoweth something, if he do not tell it, and thus bear his iniquity. And should you say, after all, why should the blood of this man cling to us? To this it is written, Prov 11. 10, When the wicked perish, there is joyful shouting. Gemara, the rabbis taught, what means a supposition? The court may say to them, although you saw that one ran after his companion to a ruin and you ran after them, and found a sword in his hand from which the blood dripped, and you also saw the one killed move convulsively, you saw nothing, so long as he did not kill him in your presence. There is a Beretha, Simeon b. Shitha said, may I not live to see the consolation of our people if I did not see one who ran after his companion to a ruin, and I ran after him, and saw a sword in his hand from which blood dripped, and the one killed moved convulsively, and I said to him, you wicked one, who has slain this man, I or you? But what can I do that your blood is not legally in my hands, as it reads, Dut. 17, 6, upon the evidence of 2. Be put to death. But he who knows the thoughts of man shall take revenge on this man who has slain his companion. It was said that both, Simeon and the murderer, had not moved before a snake came and stung the guilty one that he died. But was this man liable to be killed by a snake? Did not Joseph say, and so also taught the disciples of Hizkiah, since the temple was destroyed, although the court of the Sanhedrin existed no longer, the punishment of the 4 kinds of death prescribed in the scripture was not abolished by heaven as, e.g., he who is liable to be stoned finds his death by falling from a roof or by being trodden down by a wild beast. He who is liable to be burned finds his death by fire or by the bite of a snake, he who is liable to be slain by the sword falls into the hand of the government, which slays him, or he comes to death by the sword of murderers, and he who ought to be hanged finds his death by drowning in the river or by diphtheritis. But the murderer is only to be slain, and not burned. This man was liable to be burned for another crime, and the master said elsewhere that he who is guilty of 2 crimes is to be punished by the heavier death. Supposition. We see that a supposition does not hold good in the case of crimes. Does it hold good in civil cases? And if yeah, it would be in accordance with our halakha, who said in the last gate, that if there was a biting camel among camels and a killed camel was found at its side, it might be taken for a certainty that it had killed him and its owner was liable. But according to this theory, if there was a witness who heard this by hearsay from another, which is not considered in criminal cases, it should be considered in civil. Does not the Mishnah state that if he said, the defendant has confessed to me that he owes, etc., or, so and so told me that he owes him, he said nothing? Hence if such does not hold good in civil cases, why should this be repeated concerning criminal cases? Therefore we must say that, notwithstanding that such a testimony is not considered in civil cases, they nevertheless warn them in criminal cases. The same is the case with the above-mentioned case of supposition. You shall be aware, etc. Jehudah b. Ahia said, infer from the verse cited in the Mishnah that Cain made wounds and gashes on the body of his brother Abel, as he did not know by what member the soul departed until he reached his neck. The same said again, from that time when the earth opened its mouth to receive the blood of Abel, it has not again opened. As it is written, is 24:16, from the edge of the earth, etc. Hence it reads, from the edge, but not from the mouth. Hizkiah, his brother, however, objected to him from, number 16:32, and the earth opened her mouth, etc. And he answered it opened for disadvantage, but not for advantage. The above said again in the name of the same authority, exile atones for only half of a sin, but not for all of it, as it reads, Gen 4:14, and I shall be a fugitive and vagabond on the earth, etc., and, Ibid 16, and dwelt in the land of Nod, vagabond. Hence half of his sin was atoned. 31. Therefore after the man was created singly. The rabbis taught, Adam the first was created singly, and why? That disbelievers should not say there were many creators in heaven. And another reason is because of the upright and the wicked, that the upright should not say, we are descendants of an upright man, and the wicked should not say, we are descendants of a wicked one, hence we are not to be blamed. There is another reason, because of families, that they should not quarrel, saying our parents were better than yours. As we see that when only one man was created there are quarrels of rank, how much the more if many original Adams had been created. Still another reason, because of robbers and forcers. As even now, when he was created singly, there are robbers and forcers although they are all from one father, how much the more would there be robbers and forcers if they were from different parents? To save the glory, etc. The rabbis taught, to save the glory of the King of Kings, the Holy One, blessed be He. A human being stamps many coins and all are alike, but the Holy One, blessed be He, has stamped every man with the stamp of Adam the first, and nevertheless not one is like his neighbor. As it reads, Job 38:14, she is changed as the sealing clay, and, all things, stand as though newly clad. And why are not the faces of men alike? Because one might see a nice dwelling or a handsome woman, and say, it is mine. As it reads, Ibid 15, and from the wicked is their light withdrawn, and the high raised arm is broken. There is a Beretha, our mayor used to say, in 3 things one is different from his neighbor in voice, in face, and in mind, in voice and in face, because of adultery, and in mind, because of robbers. I.e., if one were to know the mind of his neighbor, he would know of all his treasures and mysteries and would rob him of them. 32. Chapter 5 Rules and Regulations concerning preliminary queries, examination, and cross-examination in criminal cases. What may or may not be considered a contradiction of witnesses. How is it if a disciple not belonging to the judges says, I have something to say to his advantage or disadvantage? By what majority one may be acquitted and by what accused, and to what number judges may be added, if they cannot come to any conclusion. Mishnah I, the court used to examine the witnesses with the following 7 inquiries: a. In what sabbatic period? b. In what year of the latter? c. In what month? d. On what date of the month? e. On what day? f. At what hour? g. And in what place? R. Jose, however, maintains, only on what day? At what hour? In what place? And also, did you know this man? Did you warn him? If the crime was idolatry, they were questioned which idols they worshipped and what kind of worship. He who is more particular and who enlarges the examination is praiseworthy. It happened that Ben Sakai had examined the witnesses concerning the kind and the size of the figs of a certain fig tree which was connected with the crime. What is the difference between examination and queries? In the latter, even if only one answered, "I don't know," the complaint is dismissed, while in examination, if one of the witnesses, and even 2, claim that they did not know, their testimony holds good. In both cases, however, if they contradict each other, their testimony is ignored. If one says, "It happened on the 2nd of the month," and the second says, "On the 3rd of it," their testimony holds good, as it is to be supposed that to one was known the intercalation of the last month and to the other it was not. However, if one says, "On the 3rd," and the other says, "On the 5th of the month," their testimony is ignored. If one says, "In the 2nd hour," and the other says, "In the 3rd," it holds good, but if one says, "In the 3rd," and the other, "In the 5th hour of that day," it is ignored. R. Jehuda, however, maintains that it still holds good, but if one says, "In the 5th hour," and the other says, "In the 7th," even according to R. Jehuda it is ignored, as in the 5th hour the sun is in the east, while in the 7th hour it is already in the west. After one witness was examined they let the second enter and examined him. And if their testimony correspond, the discussion begins with the defense. Should one of the witnesses say, "I have something to say in behalf of the defendant," or one of the disciples, "I have something to say to the disadvantage of the defendant," the court silences him. If, however, one of the disciples says, "I have something to say in his behalf," they take him out of his place, and set him among them, and he remains there the whole day, and if his words are reasonable, he is listened to. Furthermore, if the defendant says, "I have something to say in my behalf," he is to be listened to if there is something in his defense. If the judges find a good reason to acquit him, they do so immediately, and if not, they postpone the trial to the morrow. The judges then go out in pairs, and eat something not much, but do not drink wine the whole day. They continue their discussion, outside of the court, all night, and on the morrow they come early to the court. He who was among the defenders says, "I defended yesterday, and am still of the same opinion." The same is it with the accuser, he has to say, "I accused, and am still of the same opinion." The one who has accused may retract from his statement of yesterday, to the advantage of the defendant. This is not allowed to him who has defended. If some of them erred in their statements, the scribes of the judges remind them of it. And again, if the conclusion is to the advantage of the defendant they free him immediately, and if not, they arise to be numbered. If 12 of them acquit and 11 accuse, he is acquitted. But if 12 accuse and 11 acquit, and even if 11 accuse and 11 acquit, but the 23rd says, "I am in doubt," even if 22 are for acquitting or accusing and one says, "I don't know," judges are to be added. And to what number? 2 and 2, till the whole number reaches 71. And then if 36 acquit and 35 condemn, he is acquitted, but if vice versa, the discussion is prolonged until one of the accusers accepts the opinion of the acquitters. Gemara, whence is all this deduced? Said R. Jehuda, from Deuteronomy 13:15, "Then shalt thou inquire and make search, and ask diligently." And it reads also, Ibid 17:4, "And it be told thee, and thou hearest of it, thou shalt inquire diligently," and also, Ibid 19:18, "And the judges shall inquire diligently." But perhaps the scripture does not require 7 queries in one case, and it is meant literally, namely, in the crime of a misled town 3 queries, and concerning idolatry 2, and the same also concerning collusive witnesses, as in the former searching is mentioned 3 times and in the latter searching is mentioned twice. As if 7 in one case were needed, let the scripture state all the above cases together, and then all other criminal cases would be inferred from this. Because searching is mentioned in all 3 cases above, we infer one from the other, so as to apply everything which is in one case to the others. But the law concerning those cases is not similar, as the case of a misled town cannot be equalized to the other 2 cases, as they are punished only in their body, but not in their estate, while in the case of a misled town all its estates must be destroyed. Neither can idolatry be equalized to the 2 cases, as the latter are put to death by the sword, while an idolater is to be stoned. And the case of collusive witnesses is also in one respect more rigorous than the others, as they are put to death without warning. One is inferred from the other, because of the analogy of the expression, diligently, which is to be found in all the cases, and would be superfluous if it were not written for that purpose. And to such an analogy, which comes from a superfluous expression, an objection is not to be made. Hence we infer the case which is to be punished with hanging by an a fortiori conclusion, from those which are to be punished by stoning or by the sword, and those by burning, by an a fortiori conclusion from those by stoning, etc. But such an a fortiori conclusion would be correct if all of the rabbis agreed that stoning is a more rigorous death than all the others. But there are some who hold that burning is more rigorous. Hence, according to them, the above a fortiori conclusion could not be drawn. Therefore said our Jehuda, the 7 queries of examination are inferred from Ibid 13:15, and behold, if it be true the thing is certain, which term is again repeated in Ibid 17:4, the words certain and true, which are repeated, make 4, and in the above 3 cases, searching, is mentioned 7 times. These altogether make 11, of which 7 are to be taken for the 7 queries, 3 of them for an analogy, and the one which remains applies to that case of which the punishment is burning, in accordance with our Simeon's theory that burning is more rigorous. And concerning the rabbis, who hold that stoning is more rigorous, it does not matter if a thing which is to be inferred by the drawing of an a fortiori conclusion is nevertheless mentioned in the scripture. Arth-Abuhu ridiculed this statement. Why not say that the superfluous word of the 11 in question is to teach that 8 queries are necessary in the examination? 8 queries. What is this? How many minutes are there in the hour? And so, also, a Baratha states that queries were used. But such a question is correct, according to Abai, who said that a mayor maintains that one is not liable to err in the minutes at all, or in a few minutes. But according to him, after our Jehuda, who maintains that one is liable to err in a half hour, and according to Rabbah, who maintains that one can err even in a whole hour, what should be the 8th query? What period of the Jubilee year? However, he who maintains that the 11th word mentioned above is applied to something else, maintains that the latter query is not necessary, as they were already questioned, what period of the Sabbatic year? R. Jose said, etc. There is a Baratha, R. Jose said to the sages, according to your theory, if a witness came before the court testifying, yesterday this man killed someone, may he be questioned in what period of the Sabbatic year, or in what year, month, and on what day of the month? And he was answered, the same as, according to your theory, that the queries should be, on what day, at what hour, and in what place. How is it if one testifies before the court, this man has just killed a man? Nevertheless the above queries are put to him, on what day, and at what hour? Hence, although not necessary, nevertheless he is to be questioned in accordance with the theory of R. Simeon b. Eleazar, who maintains that the examination should be made severe, that the witnesses may lose heart in case they do not tell the truth. The same is the case with the other queries, they have to be put although it is not necessary. R. Jose, however, may say, usually the case is not tried just after the crime is committed, and therefore it is very seldom that the witness has to say, he killed him just now. However, 1 or a few days after the crime has been committed, it frequently happens that the case is tried. Do you know this man, etc.? The rabbis taught, the query was, do you recognize this man as the murderer of him who was slain? Was he a heathen or an Israelite? Have you warned him? Did he accept the warning? Did he answer in spite of this? Did he commit the crime just after he was warned? And if the crime was idolatry, which idol has he worshipped, the idol Peor or Marculus? Now did he worship it? Did he sacrifice an animal or incense to it, or pour out wine for it, or bow himself down before it? Ulla said, whence do we deduce that the warning is prescribed biblically? From Leviticus XX 17, and if a man take his sister, the daughter of his father, or the daughter of his mother, and see her nakedness. Is he guilty because he has seen it? It must therefore be said that it means he is aware of the crime, aware that she is his sister and that it is a crime. Hence the same is it with all other crimes, that he is not to be sentenced unless he was aware that it was a crime, and to be certain that he was aware, it can only be through warning. And as this verse speaks of a crime for which he is punished with korath, which means through heaven, to which warning is not applied, apply to it the punishment of stripes. The school of Hizkiah deduces it from X 21. 14. But if a man come presumptuously upon his neighbor, to slay him with guile, which means it was presumptuously done even after he was warned. The school of our Ismail inferred this from Number 15. 33. And they that find him gathering sticks, which means that after they warned him he still gathered the sticks. And the school of Rabbi deduced this from Deuteronomy 22. 24, because he had done violence. 33 And all of them are needed, as if it were stated only in the case of his sister, as to which it was explained that it means the punishment of stripes. One might say that this applies only to stripes, but not to capital punishment. Therefore the cited verse in X 21. And if the two only were stated, one might say that it applies only to a kind of death which is more lenient than stoning, but to the punishment of stoning, which is very rigorous, it does not apply. Therefore all are needed. The Baraitha states, did he answer in spite of this? Whence do we know this? Said Rabbah, and according to others Hizkiah, from Ibid 17. 6, shall he that is worthy of death be put to death, which means, provided he answered, I will do this even should it cause my death. Hanan said, witnesses who testified in case of a betrothed woman, if they be found collusive, are not to be put to death, as they may say, our intention was to make it unlawful for her to be his wife only, but not that she should be put to death. But did they not warn her? It speaks of when they did not. But in such a case it is self-evident, as without warning she is not to be put to death. He speaks of a scholarly woman, and this is in accordance with our Hosea b. Jehudah, who said in the following Baraitha, warning does not apply to a scholar, as the purpose of warning is only to recognize if the perpetrator of the crime did it while he was not aware that such was a crime, or he did it although he was aware, and as a scholar is aware of this crime, no warning is needed. And as they are not to be put to death, she also is exempted from death, as the scripture requires that the collusive witnesses should be punished with the same punishment as the perpetrator of the crime, if it were true, and as they claim that they intended only to make it unlawful for her to be the wife of her betrothed, such a punishment is not applicable to the witnesses, and therefore she also is acquitted. Hizkiah said, if one of the witnesses testifies that he slew him with a sword and the other says, with a razor, it is not admissible. But if one says that the murderer or the one murdered was dressed in white, and the other testifies, he was in black, it is to be considered admissible. An objection was raised from the following, it should exactly correspond, means that if one testifies that he slew him with a sword and the other with a razor, or if one says that he was dressed in black and the other that he was dressed in white, it does not. Hizkiah explains this Baraitha, that it means if both have testified that he strangled him with a muffler, and one said, it was a white one, and the other said, it was a black one. Come and hear another objection, if one says, he wore black sandals, and the other says, white ones, it is not considered corresponding. Also this Baraitha may be explained that he kicked him with his sandals and killed him. Come and hear another objection from our Mishnah, it happened that Ben Sakai examined the witnesses of a certain fig tree. Said Hosea, do you want to contradict a man from Ben Sakai's theory? He was of the opinion that there is no difference between examination and query, and his theory is individual. Who was Ben Sakai? Shall we assume that it means Rabban Johanan ben Sakai? Was he, then, among the Sanhedrin? Is there not a Baratha that the age of our Johanan was 120, the first 40 years he was engaged in business, the middle 40 he studied, and the last 40 he taught? And there is another Baratha, 40 years before the temple was destroyed, the Sanhedrin was exiled from the chamber of the temple to a store. And our Itzhak b. Abudamai explained that it means that from that time the Sanhedrin did not try cases of capital punishment. And there is also a Mishnah which states that after the temple was destroyed our Johanan ben Zakkai enacted, etc. Hence we see that during 40 years of his life there were no cases of capital punishment in the court of the Sanhedrin, and it cannot be that the examination in question was made by him. Therefore it must be said that this ben Zakkai was someone else. And so it seems to be, as if it were our Johanan b. Zakkai. How is it possible that Rabbi, the editor of the Mishnayth, should name him ben Zakkai only? But have we not learned in a Baratha, it happened that our Johanan b. Zakkai examined the kind of figs? Therefore it must be said that at that time he was a disciple who was sitting in the row before the Sanhedrin, and he said something which was accepted by the Sanhedrin, and therefore it was established in his name. Hence while he was as yet a student he was named ben Zakkai, and afterwards, when he began to teach, he was named Rabban Johanan. And the Mishnah which mentioned him by the name of ben Zakkai did so because when this happened he was still ben Zakkai. The Baratha, however, mentioned him by his name of the latter period. What is the difference between examination, etc.? How is to be understood, if two claim, etc.? Is it not self-evident that if the testimony holds good when one says, I don't know, the same is the case also when two say so? Said our Sheshith, this statement applies to the first part, namely, if the investigation shows that two of them are aware and the third says, I don't know, even then their testimony is ignored, and it is in accordance with our Akiba, who compares 3 witnesses to 2. As with 2, if there is a difference in their testimony, the case is to be dismissed, the same is it with 3, if even only one of them says, I don't know. Said Rabbah, how can such an explanation hold good? Does not the Mishnah state that their testimony holds good? Therefore said he, it is to be explained just in the reverse. Even concerning queries, if 2 witnesses are aware, but the third one says, I don't know, their testimony holds good, and it is not in accordance with our Akiba. Our Kahana and our Safra used to learn the tract Sanhedrin in the college of Rabbah, and when Rami b. Hama met them, he questioned them, what new have you found in the tract Sanhedrin, as taught by Rabbah? And they rejoined, and how would it be if we had learned tract Sanhedrin other than at Rabbah's college? Would you ask us for any news? It must be that there is some difficulty to you in this tract. Tell us, then, what it is. And he answered, the statement of the Mishnah, which makes a difference between queries and examination, the reason for which is unknown to me. Are not both prescribed biblically? And they answered, what comparison is this? In the inquiry, if one said, I don't know, their testimony is annulled, because the witnesses of such a testimony cannot be made collusive. And there is a rule that such a testimony is not to be taken into consideration, while in examination, if one said, I don't know, their testimony still holds good. Hence they remain legal witnesses who can be made collusive. Rejoined he, if it is so, then you have brought with you very great news. Rejoined they, because of the kindness of you, master, not to object to us, it may be named good news, but if you were to use your sagacity to object to us, we would have nothing to say. The intercalation of the month, etc. Until what date of the current month should the supposition of the ignorance of the intercalation of the last month hold good? Said our Ahabi Hanina in the name of our Hasi, quoting our Johanan. Until the greater part of the month is past, e.g., if one says, it was on the 20th of the month, and the other says, on the 21st, the supposition of the intercalation is not to be taken into consideration, and their testimony is annulled. Said Rabbah, this we infer also from our Mishnah, which states that, if one says, on the 3rd, and the other, on the 5th, their testimony is ignored. And if the intercalation were taken into consideration, why not say that one of the witnesses was aware of 2 intercalations, after the full moon? But why not pronounce both? Because to a custom no such benedictions are used. The same said again in the name of the same authority, he who pronounces the benediction of the moon in time is considered as if he had received the glory of the Shekinah. And this is deduced from the analogy of the expression, zeh, mentioned in X 13. 2 and Ibid 15. 2. In the school of our Ismail it was taught. If Israel should have only the meritorious act of receiving the glory of their heavenly Father once a month, it would be sufficient. Said Abai, therefore we must pronounce the above benediction standing. Miramar and Mar Zutra used to stand shoulder to shoulder, pronouncing this benediction. Said our to our Ashi, in the West they used to pronounce the benediction, blessed be he who renews the moon. And he answered, such a blessing our women also pronounce. We, however, have adopted that which was composed by our Jehuda, blessed be he who with his words has created the heavens, and with the breath of his mouth all their hosts, to whom he gave order and time, that they should not change his command, and they rejoice and are happy in doing the will of their Creator. They work truthfully, and what is done through them is truth. 34 And to the moon he commanded that she renew herself every month, and that she should be a crown and a guide to the people who were selected by him from their birth. It is a symbol to the children of Israel that, finally, they also will be renewed like unto her, the moon, and they will praise their Creator, his name, and the glory of his kingdom. Blessed be thou, Eternal, who dost renew the moon. Our be Hanina in the name of our Asi, quoting our Johanan, said, with whom can you fight a war of the Torah? With him who possesses bundles of Mishnayeth. And our Joseph, who was a master in Mishnayeth, applied to himself, Parov 14. 4. But the abundance of harvests is, only, through the strength of the ox, 35, if one says, in the second hour, etc. Said our Shimi be Ashi, this is only when they differ concerning the hour, but if one says, it was before sunrise, and the other says, it was after, their testimony is to be ignored. Is this not self-evident? Even if one says, it was before sunrise, and the other says, at the sunrise. Is this also not self-evident? Lest one say that the one who says it was before the rising of the sun stood at such a place that he could not see it well, he comes to teach us that it is not so. The whole day, etc. The whole day only. Have we not learned in a Beretha that if they accepted his reasons he remains with them all the time, but if his reasons were not accepted, he nevertheless remains there the whole day to the end that his descent should not be a disgrace to him? Said Abai, explain, then, our Mishnah that he remains there the whole day if his reasons were not accepted. They do not drink wine, etc. And why not? Said our be Hanina. Because of, Parov 31. 4. Nor for Rosnim, princes, strong drink. By Rosnim is meant that those who occupy themselves with rouse, secrets, of the world should not drink strong drinks. The opinion of the acquitter. But how is it if he does not accept it? Said our and so also our Johanan. They have to acquit him. Said our Papa to Abai, if so, why was he not acquitted previously when they were still 23? And he answered, so said our Johanan. Because they should not leave the court disputing, according to others the answer was. Our Jose of the following Beretha holds with you. As there is no addition to the court of 71, so there is no addition to the court of 23, but if there is no majority for condemning, the defendant is freed. The rabbis taught. In civil cases the court may say, the case becomes old. But this cannot be said in criminal cases. What does this mean? If it means it becomes so old that it is hard to reach a conclusion, and that therefore it must be postponed, then the reverse should be the case. It means, in criminal cases they must postpone it, as perhaps they will find some defense, but not in civil. Said Hunabi Monoch in the name of Ahabi Ika. Reverse the Mishnah. Our Ashi, however, said. The Mishnah must not be reversed, as the expression, become old, means that the matter has received a thorough discussion and may not be further prolonged. An objection was raised from the following, the oldest of the judges may proclaim the case old. And this is correct according to the explanation of our Ashi, as such a proclamation belongs to the oldest. But according to the first explanation, should the oldest blame himself? Nay, it would be a disgrace if someone else should say this to him. But if he himself proclaims this, there is no disgrace. According to others, it was questioned, how could the oldest praise himself, saying that the matter has become so clear that objection cannot be made? Is it not written, Prov. 27, 2, let another man praise thee, and not thy own mouth? With a trial it is different, as it rests upon the shoulders of the oldest, for the Mishnah states. After the conclusion, the oldest of the judges proclaims, you, so and so, are acquitted, or, you, so and so, are guilty. Chapter 6 Rules and Regulations concerning the execution by stoning and the manner of heralding. How the criminal was urged to confess before death. The stripping off before death of the dress of a male and of a female. The hanging after stoning, and how it was performed. Mishnah I, if the conclusion was to condemn, the guilty one was taken out immediately to be stoned. The place where he had to be executed was outside of the court, as it reads, Leviticus 24. 13, lead forth the blasphemer. One stood at the gate of the court with a flag in his hand, and one who rode on a horse stood so far distant that he could see the signal of the flag in case there were any. And then if one came before the court, saying, I have something to say in his defense, the man raised up the flag, and he who was on horseback rushed and stopped the procession, and even if the guilty one himself says, I have something new to say in my defense, he is to be brought back to the court, even 4 and 5 times, provided there is something in it which is worthy of consideration. And then, if the court finds that he is not guilty, he is acquitted, and if not, he is taken back to be stoned. And a herald goes before him, heralding, so and so, the son of so and so, is taken to be stoned, because he committed such and such a crime, and A and B are his witnesses. Everyone who knows something in his defense may come and tell it before he is executed. Gemara, was, then, the place of execution outside of the court only? Does not a Baratha state that it was outside of all the 3 camps, when they were in the desert, and when they were in the cities the place of execution was outside of them? Yeah. It is as you say, and the expression of the Mishnah, outside of the court, means that if it happened that the court took its place outside of the 3 camps or outside of the towns, even then the place of execution must be outside of the court, for the purpose that it should not appear that the court itself executed him, or for the purpose that there should be a procession, to give time to one who might have some defense for the guilty. Whence is this deduced? From that which the rabbis taught, it reads, lead out the blasphemer to without the camp, meaning out of all the 3 camps. But perhaps only out of 1 camp? There is an analogy of the expression, camp, which is mentioned here, with that in the case of the burning bullocks, Ibid 4. 20, and he shall carry forth the bullock to without the camp, and burn him, and as there it means outside of all 3 camps, as explained elsewhere, the same is the case here. Our Papa, however, maintains that this is to be inferred from the following, let us see. Moses sat in the camp of the Levites, and the merciful one said to him, lead out the blasphemer to without the camp. Hence, out of the camp of the Levites. And thereafter it reads, Ibid 24. 23, and they led forth the blasphemer to without the camp, and they stoned him, which means out of the camp of the Israelites. But is not the verse necessary in itself, to state that it was done as Moses commanded? This is written plainly farther on, and the children of Israel did as the Lord had commanded Moses. But to what purpose is it written, they have stoned him with stones? It is already written they did it, and it is self-evident that they stoned him. It is needed, as we have learned in the following Baratha, it reads, they stoned him with a stone, which means him his body but not his garments, i.e., they had to undress him before the execution. With a stone means that if he dies by the first stone no others are needed. In number 15:35 it reads, with stones, in the plural. And both expressions are needed, as if it were stated only in the singular, one might say that 1 stone should be thrown, and should it not cause death, no other stones must be thrown, and if it were mentioned in the plural only, one might say that many stones are needed to start with. Therefore both are stated. 36 But how could our Papa differ from the Baratha mentioned above? Does not the Tana state it was said so? Hence the analogy of expression was traditional, to which an Amora had no right to object. The Tana meant to say that if there were not a verse it could be inferred from the analogy, but inasmuch as there is a verse, the analogy is not necessary. Our Ashi said that from the same cited verse this is inferred. Let us see. Moses was in the camp of the Levites, and the Merciful One commanded him, lead out the blasphemer, etc., meaning from the camp of the Levites. Out of the camp, means the camp of Israel. One stands with flag, etc. Our Huna said, I am certain that the stone with which the executed was stoned, as well as the tree upon which he was hanged, the sword with which he was slain, and also the cloth with which he was choked must be at the expense of the congregation. However, I doubt who had to bear the cost of the flag and the horse mentioned in the Mishnah. The defendant, as they are provided only for his sake, or the congregation, because they are obliged to do all they can to save him. I am in doubt also as to that which was said by our Haya to our Ashi in the name of our Hista. When one was going to be killed, they used to put a grain of frankincense in a goblet of wine and gave him to drink, so that he should become dazed. As it is written, Parov 31. 6. Give strong drink unto him that is ready to perish, and wine unto those who have an embittered soul. And there is a Baratha that the wine and the frankincense were donated by the respectable women of Jerusalem. Now, if it happened that they were not donated, who must bear the expense? Says the Gemara concerning the latter, common sense dictates, at the expense of the congregation, as the verse reads, give, which means the congregation. Our Habi, Huna questioned her, Shesheth, how would it be if one of the disciples said, I have something to say in behalf of the defendant, and thereafter he became dumb? Gestured our Shesheth, saying, then we would have to consider that there was someone at the other end of the world who had some defense for him. But, after all, it was said by the disciple that he had a defense, and when he became dumb, would it not be right for the court to investigate again? Perhaps they would find out what he meant. Come and hear that which was said above by our Jose b. Hanina. If one of the disciples who defended him at the time of the discussion dies, it will be seen at the time of the conclusion whether he is still alive and defends him. Hence we see that if he has already defended, and he says, I have something to say in his defense, and he becomes dumb before he gives his reasons, it is not to be taken into consideration. Rejoined our Aha, notwithstanding that it is certain to you that our Jose meant when his defense was already made by him, but not otherwise, it is still a question to me. For perhaps our Jose said so because it is usual, if one has something to say, that he says it immediately, but if it happened that he became dumb before telling the reasons, it might be that even our Jose would admit that the court must look the matter up again, which is worthy of consideration, etc. Does the Mishnah mean that for the first 2 times it must be examined while he is yet at his place if there is something, etc.? Have we not learned in a Baratha, that the first 2 times he is to be brought back to the court, even if he does not give a good reason, and only at the 3rd time it is to be examined if there is something in his defense before he is taken back? Said our Papa, I interpret it that the Mishnah means after the 2nd time. But who decides whether it is a good reason or not? Said Abai, after the 2nd time the court appoints a pair of the rabbis to follow him, and if he has something to say, they examine him and decide if there is a good reason to take him back or not. But why should not the same rabbis be appointed previously, so that even at the 1st time he should not be brought back unless the rabbis found a good reason? Because he is affrighted he cannot say at the beginning all he wishes to say. Such and such a crime, etc. Said Abai, the herald must also proclaim the day, the hour, and the place, for the purpose that perhaps there will be found some people who know that the witnesses were not in that place on that day or at that hour, and they will come to make them collusive. The herald goes before him, etc. It means only when he is already sentenced, but not before. Arta Jehoshua b. Lev said, him who repents and mortifies his passions after they have taken a firm hold of him, and he confesses before heaven, the verse considers him as if he should glorify the Holy One, blessed be he, in both this world and the world to come. As it is written, P.S. L. 23, whoso offereth thanksgiving, glorifieth me. 37 The same said again, when the temple was in existence, if one brought a burnt offering the reward for such was with him, a meat offering, the reward of such was with him, but him who is modest, the verse considers him as if he should sacrifice all the sacrifices mentioned in the scripture. As it reads, Ibid 19, the sacrifices of God are a broken spirit. Furthermore, his praying is never despised, as it reads farther on, a broken and a contrite heart, O God, wilt thou not despise. Mishnah 2. When he, the guilty one, was far from the place of execution a distance of 10 ells he was told to confess, as so is the custom, that all who are to be executed should confess, and they who do so have a share in the world to come. And so do we find with Achan, to whom Joshua said, My son, give and make confession. And, Ibid 20, Achan answered Jehoshua, Truly, I have sinned, and thus have I done. And whence do we know that he was atoned after his confession? From, Ibid 25, and Joshua said, How hast thou troubled us? So shall the Lord trouble thee this day. This day but not in the world to come. However, if the guilty one does not know how to confess, he is told to say, My death shall atone for all my sins. Jehudah said, if he knew that he was innocent of this crime, he might say, My death shall atone for all my sins, except this one. And Jehudah was answered. If it were so, all those who were to be executed would say so, to the end that they should be innocent in the eyes of the people. The rabbis taught, in the verse cited in what Jehoshua said to Achan the term na is used, and na means, I pray. At the time the Holy One, blessed be he, saw, Joshua 7. 2, Israel hath sinned, Jehoshua said before him, Lord of the universe, who has sinned? To which he answered, Am I a talebearer, to tell you who? Go and draw lots. And he did so, and the lot fell on Achan. And he said to him, Joshua, do you accuse me on account of a lot? Thou and Eleazar, who are the greatest of this generation, if I were to draw lots between thee and him, to one of you the lot would fall. And Jehoshua rejoined, I pray thee, do not discredit the decision of the lots, as the land of Israel will be divided by lots. As it is written, Number 26. 55, Through the lot shall the land be divided. Give confession. Said Rabina, he bribes him with words. We want of you only the confession. Give the confession, and you will be free. And Achan answered Jehoshua, and said, Truly, I have indeed sinned against the Lord the God of Israel, and thus have I done. Said Basi in the name of Hanina, infer from this that Achan had committed a similar crime twice in the days of Moses and once in the day of Jehoshua. As it reads, and thus I have done. Johanan in the name of Eleazar b. Simeon said, 5 times 4 in the time of Moses and once in the time of Jehoshua. As it reads, I have sinned, and thus I have done. But why was he not punished until the last crime? Said Johanan in the name of the same authority. Because Israel was not punished for crimes which were committed secretly until they passed the Jordan. On this point the Tannaim differ. It is written, Deuteronomy 29. 28, The secret things belong unto the Lord our God, but those things which are publicly known belong unto us and to our children forever, to do all the words of this law. Why are the words, unto us and to our children, and the ayin of the ad pointed? To teach that they were not punished for secret crimes until they passed the Jordan. So is the decree of Jehudah. Said to him Nehemiah. Where is the plain which it is written that they were punished for secret crimes at any time? Is it not written in the cited verse, forever? Say, then, as they were not punished for secret crimes, so they were not punished for crimes which were done publicly until they passed the Jordan. But why was Achan punished? His crime was in secret. Because his wife and children were aware of it. Israel hath sinned. Said Abba b. Zabda, although he had sinned he was still called an Israelite. And said Abba, this is what people say, a myrtle which stands between thorns is still a myrtle, and so it is named. In Joshua 7. 11. 5 times is gam, also, written in the cited verse. Infer from this that he had transgressed all that is written in the 5 books of Moses. The exarch said to our Huna, it reads, Ibid 24, and Joshua took Achan the son of Zerach, and the silver, and the mantle, and the wedge of gold, and his sons, and his daughters, and his ox, and his ass, and his sheep, and his tent, and all that he had, and all Israel were with him, and they brought them up unto the valley of Achor. Yeah. He had sinned, but wherein had his sons and daughters sinned? And he answered, according to your theory, what had all Israel to do with this? Hence it was only to terrify them. The same was it with his sons and daughters. It reads farther on, and all Israel burned them with fire and stoned them with stones. 38 Were they, then, punished with both? Said Rabbina, that which was fit for burning, e.g., silver, gold, and garments, was burned, and those which were fit for stoning, e.g., oxen and other cattle were stoned. It reads, Ibid 21, I saw among the spoil a handsome Babylonish mantle, and 200 shekels of silver. Rab said, a silk mantle, and Samuel said, a sigma alpha rho alpha beta alpha lambda lambda alpha. It reads farther on, Ibid 23, and as they laid them out before the Lord. Said our Naaman, Joshua cast them down before the Lord, saying, Lord of the universe, were these little things worth that the majority of the Sanhedrin should be killed on account of them? It reads, Ibid 5, and the men of Ai smote of them about 36 men. There is a Beratha, 36 men were slain. So said our Jehudah. Said our Nehemiah, to him, is it, then, written 36? It reads, about, and it means that only Joarbi, Manasseh, who was equal to the majority of the Sanhedrin, was put to death. Naaman said in the name of Rab, it reads, Kerovi 18. 23, the poor speaketh entreatingly, but the rich answereth roughly. The poor speaketh, means Moses, and, the rich, etc., means Joshua, but why? Is it because he cast them down before the Lord and said, little things, etc.? Did not Pinchas do the same? As it reads, P.S. CVI 30, then stood up Phinehas, etc. It ought to be written, Vayitpalo, which means, and he prayed, instead of Vayafalo, debated. Infer from this that he had debated with his Creator. He cast them before the Lord, saying, Lord of the universe, were they, then, worthy that on account of them 24,000 persons of Israel should fall? As it reads, number 25. 9, so said our Eleazar. And if because of Joshua, 7. 7, wherefore hast thou caused this people to pass over the Jordan? Did not Moses say similar to this, XV 22, wherefore hast thou let so much evil come upon this people? Therefore it must be said, because Joshua said at the end of the above-cited verse, 7, would that we had been content, and dwelt on the other side of the Jordan. It reads, Ibid 10, get the cup, etc. Our Shilla lectured, the Holy One, blessed be he, said to him, Thou thyself hast transgressed more than Israel, as I have commanded, Dut. 27, 4, and it shall be so, as soon as ye are gone above the Jordan, that ye shall set up these stones, and ye went a distance of 60 miles before ye did this. After Shilla went away, Rab appointed an interpreter and lectured, it reads, Joshua 11. 15, as the Lord had commanded Moses and his servant, so did Moses command Joshua, and so did Joshua, he left nothing undone of all that the Lord commanded Moses. But why is it written, Get thee up? It means that the Lord said to him, Thou thyself hast caused all the evils, because thou didst excommunicate the goods of Jericho, and no crime would have been committed if thou hadst not done so. And this is what is written, Ibid 8. 2, only its spoil and its cattle shall ye take for booty unto yourselves. It reads, Ibid v 13, 14, and it came to pass, when Joshua was by Jericho. And he said, No, for as a captain of the host of the Lord, am I now come. And Joshua fell on his face to the earth, etc. How could Joshua do so? Did not our Johanan say, one must not greet a stranger, with peace in the middle of the night, as perhaps he is a demon, and so much the more must he not bow before him? There it was different, as he said, I am a captain of the Lord. But perhaps he lied. We have a tradition that even the demons do not pronounce the name of the Lord in vain. And then the angel said to him, Yesterday you abolished the presenting of the daily Eve offering, and today you abolished the studying of the law. And to the question, For which of the two transgressions hast thou come? He answered, For that of today. Hence it reads, Ibid 8:18, And Joshua went that night into the midst of the valley. And Johanan said, Infer from this that he had occupied himself the whole night with the deepness of halakha. 39 Samuel b. Unya in the name of Rab. Said, The study of the Torah is greater than the sacrifices of the daily offerings, as the angel said, For that of today. Abai said to Demi, it reads, Parov 25, Do not proceed to a contest hastily, lest, thou know not, what thou wilt have to do at its end, when thy neighbor has put thee to confusion. Carry on thy cause with thy neighbor, but lay not open the secret of another. How do the people of the West explain this passage? And he answered, At the time the Holy One, blessed be he, said to Ezekiel, Ezek 16:3, And thou shalt say, Thy father was an Amorite and thy mother was a Hittite, the arguing spirit, Gabriel, before the Holy One, blessed be he, said, Lord of the universe, if Abraham and Sarah should come and stand before thee, and thou saidst to them this, they should become ashamed. Carry on thy cause with thy neighbor, but lay not open the secret of another. Had he, then, Gabriel, a right to say such a thing? Yeah. As Jose b. Hanina said, Gabriel has three names: Piskin, Atman, Zigaron. Piskin means that he argues before heaven for Israel's sake, Atman means that he restrains the sin of Israel, Zigaron means that when he concludes his defense for Israel and it does not have any effect, none of the other angels would attempt any further defense, being certain that none would accomplish anything if Gabriel had not done so. It reads, Job 36:19, Hast thou prepared thy prayer before thy trouble came? 40 said Eleazar, one should always proceed with prayer before trouble comes. As if Abraham had not proceeded with his prayer until the trouble between Bethel and the city of Ai, not one of Israel would have remained alive when the trouble happened at the city of Ai. Resh Lakish said, He who strengthens himself with prayer on the face of the earth has no enemies on the face of heaven. Johanan said, One should always pray mercy, that all shall support his strength to pray, and he should not have enemies to accuse him in heaven. Atoned after confession, etc. The rabbis taught, Whence do we know that his confession has made atonement for him from Joshua? How hast thou troubled us? So shall the Lord trouble thee this day. This day, but not in the world to come. And it is also written, Ikron 2:6, And the sons of Zerach, Zimri and Ethan, and Heman and Calcol and Dara, in all five. To what purpose is it written, in all five? It means all five have a share in the world to come. Here it reads, Zimri, and in Joshua he is named Achan. Rab and Samuel according to one, his name was Achan. And why is he named Zimri? Because his acts were according to Zimri of the Pentateuch. And according to the other his name was Zimri. And why is he named Achan, circle? Because he caused the sins of Israel to rest upon them like a circle. To the end that they should be innocent, etc. But what harm could he do, if he should say so? He could cast suspicion on the court and the witnesses. The rabbis taught, it happened with one who was going to be executed, that he said, If I am guilty of this crime, my death shall not atone for all my sins. And if I am innocent of this crime, my death shall atone for all my sins, and I have nothing against the court and all Israel, but to the witnesses I do not surrender my innocence, and they shall not be atoned for, forever. When the sages heard this, they said, It is impossible to bring him back, as the sentence is already rendered, but he shall be executed, and the collar shall rest upon the neck of the witnesses. Is this not self-evident for who could trust such a man? The case was, that the witnesses retracted from their first statement. But even then, what did it amount to? Is there not a rule that after testimony has been made and accepted no retraction can take place? The case was, that they gave a good reason for their retraction, and nevertheless they were not listened to. So did it happen with the contractor Bar Mayan, 41 Mishnah 3. When he came to 4 ells from the place of execution, he was stripped of his garments. If a male, he was covered in front, and if a female, she was covered on both sides. So said our Jehuda. The sages, however, say, a male was stoned while naked, but not a female. Gemara, the rabbis taught, if it was a male, he was covered a little in front, but a female was covered in the greater part of the front and back. So said our Jehuda. But the sages say, only a male was stoned while naked, but not a female. And what is their reason? Leviticus 24:14, and all the congregation shall stone him. And what does it mean? It cannot be said, him, but not, her, a female, as it reads, Deuteronomy 17:5, then shalt thou bring forth that man or that woman, and therefore it must be said, it means him without his garments, but her with her garments. Hence he is to be stoned while naked, but not a female. Naaman in the name of Rabbi Abuhu said, the reason why a woman was not stripped is because it reads, Leviticus 19:18, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself, which means, in case he is sentenced to death, select for him a decent death, that he shall not be disgraced. 42, Mishnah 4. The stoning place was 2 heights of a man. One of the witnesses pushed him on his thighs, that he should fall with the back to the surface, but if he fell face down, he had to be turned over. If he died from the effects of the first fall, nothing more was to be done. If not, the second witness took a stone and thrust it against his heart. If he died, nothing more was to be done, but if not, all who were standing by had to throw stones on him. Thus, Deuteronomy 17:7, the hand of the witnesses shall be first upon him, to put him to death, and the hand of all the people at the last. Gemara, there is a Beretha, with his own height he was thrown down from the height of 3 men. Was such a height necessary? Does not a Mishnah in First Gate state that as a pit which causes death is of 10 spans, so all other heights which may cause death must be no less than 10 spans. Hence the height of 10 spans is sufficient. Said our Naaman in the name of Rabbi Abuhu, from the above cited verse, Leviticus 19, it is inferred that a decent death must be selected for him. If so, why not from a still higher place? Because his body would be mangled. One of the witnesses pushed him, etc. The rabbis taught, whence do we know that he must be pushed? From Acts 19:13, but he shall surely be stoned, or shot through. From the term yora yore, which means pushing. And whence do we know that he must be stoned? From the term sokol. And whence do we know with both stoning and pushing? Therefore it reads, sokol yisakol oyra yore. And whence do we know that when he died from pushing nothing more was to be done? From o, which means, or. And because the term is future, we infer that the same shall be in later generations. Took a stone, etc. Took. Have we not learned in a Beretha, our Simeon b. Eleazar said, there was a heavy stone, which 2 men had to carry, and this he took and thrust against his heart, and if he died he fulfilled his duty. Hence if 2 men had to carry it, it could not be taken by one. He lifted it up with the support of his comrade, and then he alone threw it, that the blow should be stronger. To throw stones, etc. Is there not a Beretha, it never happened that he did not die from the hand of the witnesses, so that one should need to throw another stone? Does, then, the Mishnah state that it was so done? It states, should it be necessary. The master said, there was a stone, etc. But does not a Beretha state that the stone with which he was stoned, as well as the tree upon which he was hanged, or the sword with which he was killed, or the muffler with which he was choked, must be buried with him? It means that before it was buried they prepared another like it, which remained. But is there not another Beretha which states that the above things were not buried with the one executed? Said our Papa, it does not mean that it was buried just with him, but near him, at a distance of 4 ells. Samuel said, if before the execution the hands of the witnesses were cut off, he becomes free from death, because the commandment, the hand of the witnesses should be on him first, cannot be fulfilled. But if so, should witnesses who have no hands be disqualified? There it is different, as the verse reads, the hand of the witnesses, which means that when they testified they had hands. An objection was raised from the following: every one, of whom 2 witnesses testify that he was sentenced at such and such a court, and A and B were his witnesses, he is to be put to death. Hence we see that in any case he is executed. Samuel may explain the Baratha that it means that the witnesses themselves testified that they were witnesses in the former court. But is it indeed needed that it should be done as the verse dictates? Is there not a Baratha? It reads, number 35. 21, he that smote him shall surely be put to death, for he is a murderer. We know that one is to be put to death by that which applies to him, but whence do we know that if it is impossible that he should be killed by that which applies to him, he is nevertheless to be executed by any death which is possible? From the verse cited, he shall surely die, which means in any case. That case is different, as it reads, he shall surely die. But let all other cases be inferred from it. Because the verse cited, which speaks of a murder, and the verse which speaks of the avenger of the one murdered, are 2 verses which dictate one and the same thing, death, and there is a rule that from 2 such verses nothing is to be inferred. What verse of the avenger is meant? Ibid, 19, the avenger of the blood himself shall slay. Infer from this that it is a meritorious act for the avenger to do so himself. And whence do we know that if the murdered one had none such, that the court is obliged to appoint one? From the end of the verse, when he meeteth him, shall he slay him? Said Mar the elder B. R. Hista to R. Ashi, how can one say that it is not needed as the verse dictates? Does not Mishnah 5 in chapter 8 of this tract state that it must be done just as the verse dictates, and it is deduced from the scripture? With the verse cited in the Mishnah in question it is different, as that verse is altogether superfluous, and is written only so that it should be done just as it dictates. But does not a Baratha say in the 11th chapter, concerning a misled town, that if there was not a main street in this city, according to our Ismail such is not to be recognized as a misled town, as the verse dictates, ye shall gather all its goods in the main street, and according to our Akiba a main street should be made? We see, then, that they differ only if such should be made or not, but both agree that it must be done just as the verse dictates. In this case Tanaim differ, as a Mishnah in Tract Nagaim, 14:9, states. If he, referring to Leviticus 14:25, lacked the thumbs of his right hand and foot, or the right ear, he can never be purified. R. Eliezer, however, said, it may be done at the place they are lacking. And R. Simeon said, it shall be placed on the left one. Mishnah v. All who are stoned are also hanged. So is the decree of R. Eliezer. The sages, however, said, only a blasphemer and an idolater are hanged, but no others. A male is hanged with his face toward the people, and a female with her face toward a tree. So R. Eliezer. The sages, however, say, a male is hanged, but not a female. Said R. Eliezer to them, did not Simeon be she to hang females in the city of Ascalon? And he was answered, he hanged 80 women in one day, and there is a rule that even 2 must not be sentenced in one day, if the punishment is with the same death. Hence Simeon's act was only temporary, because of the need of that time, and nothing is to be inferred from it. Gemara, the rabbis taught, it reads, Deuteronomy 21:22, and he be put to death, and thou hang him on a tree. And lest one say, all who are put to death must also be hanged, therefore it is written in the 2nd verse, Ibid. 23, for he that is hanged is a dishonor of God, a blasphemer, and as a blasphemer is to be stoned, the same is the case with all others who are to be stoned. So R. Eliezer. The sages, however, say, that as with a blasphemer who has denied the cardinal principle of our faith, i.e., he does not believe in God, the same is the case with an idolater who denies the might of God, but all others who are stoned are not to be hanged. And what is the point of their difference? According to the rabbis, when there is a general expression and an explicit statement, we infer from the general expression and from the explicit statement which comes after it. And our Eliezer infers from additions and exclusions. According to the rabbis, he should be put to death and hanged, is a general expression, the dishonor of God hangs, is an explicit statement. And if they were in one verse it might be said, that the general expression applies only to that which is in the explicit statement, viz. only those which are mentioned in that case, but no others. But as they are in two verses, we infer from these an idolater, who is equal to a blasphemer in all particulars. And according to our Eliezer, he shall be put to death and hanged, is considered an addition, the dishonor of God is considered an exclusion. And if they were in one verse, we would add an idolater only, but, seeing that they are in two verses, all the cases of stoning are to be added. A male is to be hanged, etc. What is the reason of the rabbis? It reads, "Thou hang him," which means him, but not her. And according to our Eliezer, it means him, without his garments, and the rabbis also hold this theory, but as it reads, "And if a man has committed," etc., it means a man, but not a woman. And our Eliezer infers from the word man, to exclude a stubborn and rebellious son. But is there not a Baratha which states that, according to our Eliezer, even a stubborn and rebellious son is stoned and hanged? Therefore said our Naaman b. Itzhak, our Eliezer infers from this to include a stubborn son, and his reason is this, it reads, "If a man, meaning a man, but not a son, committed a sin, means he is put to death, because he has already committed a sin, but a stubborn son is put to death, not because he has sinned, but because in the future he will sin." And this is an exclusion after an exclusion, of which the rule is, that it comes to add. Said our Eliezer to them, etc. Said our Hista, two must not be judged on the same day, provided there are two kinds of death, but if there is only one kind, two may be judged. But was not the case of Simeon b. She the one kind of death? And nevertheless it was said to him, two cases of capital punishment must not be judged on one day. Therefore if it was taught in the name of our Hista, it was thus, provided there is one kind of death applicable to two kinds, namely, for two separate crimes, but if there was only one crime, and only one kind of death, it may. Our Ada b. Ahaba objected from the following, two must not be judged in one day, even in the case of adultery the two adulterers, he and she. Our Hista explained this Baratha, that it speaks of a daughter of a priest, and her paramour, in which case, according to the law, she is to be burned, hence there are two different kinds of and he is to be stoned. Death. There is a Baratha, our Eliezer b. Jacob said, "I have heard that the court may punish with stripes and even capital punishment, not in accordance with the biblical law, not with the intention to violate the law, but to make a safeguard for it." So it happened with one who rode on a horse on Sabbath, at the time Palestine was under the Greeks, and this man was brought before the court and stoned, not because he deserved such a punishment, but because it was a necessity of that time, to warn others. And it also happened that one had connection with his wife under a fig tree, and he also was brought to the court, and was punished with stripes, not because he deserved such a punishment, but because of the necessity of that time. Mishnah 6. How was one hanged? The beam was put in the earth, and it was fastened at the top, and he tied the hands of the culprit one upon the other, and hung him up. Our Jose said, the beam was not put in the earth, but the top of it was supported by the wall, and he hung him up as the butchers do, and he took him off immediately. And should he leave him overnight, he transgressed a negative commandment, as it reads, Deuteronomy 21. 23, Thou shalt not leave his corpse on the tree overnight, but thou shalt surely bury him on that day, for he that is hanged, is a dishonor of God, etc. How so? Why is this man hanged? He is a blasphemer. Hence the name of heaven is violated. Said our Meir, when a man is in trouble, in what language does the Shekinah lament over him? Kalini Mirashi, Kalini Mizrahi. 43 Now, if the Omnipotent grieves over the blood of the wicked which was shed, so much the more about the blood of the upright. And not only of him who was executed, it was said that he should not remain overnight. But even everyone who leaves unburied his corpse overnight transgresses the negative commandment. However, if he left it overnight for the sake of its honor, as for instance to prepare for it a coffin or shroud, he does not transgress. The one executed was not buried in the cemetery of his parents, but 2 cemeteries were prepared by the court, one for those who were slain with a sword and choked, and one for those who were stoned and burned. After the flesh of the corpse was consumed, the relatives gathered the bones and buried them in their right place. And the relatives came, and greeted in peace the judges, as well as the witnesses, to show they had nothing in their heart against them, as the judgment was just. The relatives also did not lament for him loudly, but mourned in their heart. Gemara, the rabbis taught, if the verse read, if a man committed a sin, he shall be hanged, we would say that he should be hanged until death occurs, as the government does, but it reads, he shall be put to death and hanged, which means he shall be put to death and thereafter hanged. How was it done? They kept him till near sunset, condemned him, killed him, and then hanged him. One hangs him up, and the other immediately loosens the knot, as his hanging was only to fulfill the commandment. The rabbis taught, it is written, on a tree, from which ought to be inferred that it makes no difference if the tree was still attached to the ground or not. Therefore is it written, thou shalt surely bury him, from which it is to be understood that everything should be already prepared for the burying. And if the tree were still attached to the ground, it could not be considered prepared, as the tree was not as yet cut off. Jose, however, maintains that this verse excludes also a beam which is put in the ground, as it is not considered prepared, for the tree was not as yet taken out from the ground. But the sages say that the taking out is not to be considered. Why is he hanged? Because he is a blasphemer. There is a baratha, our mayor used to say, there is a parable. To what can this be compared? To 2 twin brothers, one of whom was selected for a king and the other became a robber, and was hanged at the command of the king. Now, people who saw him hanged would say that the king was hanged, and therefore the king commanded the corpse to be taken off, i.e., as man was created in the image of God. And not only for him who was executed, etc. R. Johanan in the name of R. Simeon B. Joki said, where is to be found an allusion to this in the Torah? In, thou shalt surely bury him. King Saba questioned R. Hama, whence do you deduce from the Torah that one must be buried? And the latter remained silent without answer. Said R. Aha B. Jacob, the world is transferred into the hands of fools. Why did he not answer from the above-cited verse? Because the above is to be explained that it means a coffin and shroud are to be prepared for him. But let him say, because all the upright were buried. This is only a custom, and not a command of the Torah. And why not say, because the Holy One, blessed be he, buried Moses? It may be said that this also was not to change the custom. Come and hear, 1 Kings, 14. 13, and all Israel shall mourn for him, and bury him. This, also, was not to change the custom. But is it not written, Jah 16? For, they shall not be lamented for, nor shall they be buried. Them Jeremiah cautioned, that with them should be a change of custom. The schoolmen propounded a question, is the burying because the corpse shall become disgraced if not buried, or is it because of atonement? And what is the difference? If one says, I do not wish to be buried, if it is because of the disgrace, he must not be listened to, but if it is for atonement, he should be listened to, as he says, I don't want any atonement. Come and hear. Because all the upright were buried. And if the reason should be for atonement, then, the upright need atonement? Yeah, as it reads, ʻtæl, 7. 20. For no man is so righteous upon earth that he should do always good, and never sin. Come and hear the above-cited verse about Jeroboam, in which it reads that only he should be buried. Now, if the reason is atonement, why should not the others also be buried and atoned? He who was upright ought to be buried and atoned, the others who were wicked were not worthy to be atoned. The same is the case with them who were cautioned by Jeremiah that they should not be buried, because they were not worthy of atonement. The schoolmen propounded another question, is the lamentation an honor for the living or for the deceased? And what is the difference? If, e.g., one says, I do not wish to be lamented, if it is an honor for the deceased only, he may be listened to, and if for the living, he may not. Or, on the other hand, if his heirs do not want to pay the mourner, if it is an honor for the deceased, they may be compelled to pay, and if it is for the living, they may not. Come and hear, Gen 23. 2. And Abraham came to mourn for Sarah, and to weep for her. Now, if this were only an honor for the living, should the body of Sarah have been kept till Abraham came, for his honor? Nay. Sarah herself was pleased that Abraham should be honored because of her. Come and hear. All Israel shall mourn for him. Now, if it is for the honor of the living, were, then, the people of Jeroboam worthy to be honored? The upright are pleased that any human being should be honored on their account. But is it not written that they shall not be mourned for and buried? The righteous do not wish that they shall be honored because of the wicked. Come and hear Jeremiah 24. 5. In peace shalt thou die, and as burnings were made for thy fathers, the former kings who were before thee, so shall they make burnings for thee, and, ah Lord, shall they lament for thee. Now, if it is to the honor of the living, what good can this do to Zedekiah? The prophet said to him thus, Israel shall be honored because of thee as they were honored because of thy parents. Come and hear. It is said elsewhere, PS 15. For, the despicable is despised, meaning King Hezekiah, who bore the remains of his father on a bed of ropes. Now, if it is for the honor of the living, why did Hezekiah do so? For the purpose that his father should have an atonement. But has he a right to invalidate the honor of Israel because of the atonement of his father? The people themselves were pleased to relinquish their honor, because of the atonement of Achaz. Come and hear what was said by Rabbi in his will, Ye shall not lament me in the small cities, but in the large ones. Now, if it is for the honor of the living, why such a will? He thought, let the people be more honored because of me. Come and hear the statement in our Mishnah, if he left it overnight for its honor, to prepare for it a coffin and shroud, he does not transgress. Hence we see it is to the honor of the dead. Nay, for his honor means for the honor of the living. But has one the right to leave the corpse overnight, for the sake of his own honor? Yea, as the commandment not to let the corpse hang was because of the disgrace, but if it is not disgraced, the honor of the living is to be considered. Come and hear another Beretha, if he left him overnight for his honor, that his friends in other cities should hear of his death or bring for him the lamenting women, or prepare for him a coffin and a shroud, he does not transgress the negative commandment, for all he does is for the honor of the dead. It means to say that all he does for the sake of his own honor is not considered a disgrace for the dead. Come and hear another Beretha, and Nathan said, It is a good sign for one deceased if he was punished after his death, namely, if he was not lamented, not buried properly, or a wild beast seized upon his corpse, or if, while carrying him to burial, ran with the corpse. All these are good signs that it was done for his atonement. Hence we see that all these are to be done for the honor of the dead. Infer from this that so it is. But 2 cemeteries, etc. And why so? Because a wicked person must not be buried with an upright one. As our Ahabi Hanina said, whence do we know that a wicked person must not be buried with an upright? From 2 Kings 13:22, And it came to pass, as they were burying a man, that, behold, they saw the hand, and they cast down the man into the sepulchre of Elisha, and as the man came and touched the bones of Elisha, he revived, and rose up on his feet. Said our Papa to him, but perhaps this was done to fulfill what is mentioned, Ibid 2:9, Let there be, I pray thee, a double portion of thy spirit upon me. And as Elijahu restored only one man, so did Elisha also restore one while he was alive, and the second was restored after his death. And he answered, If it were so, why, then, does a Beretha state that the restored only stood upon his feet, but did not go home? And if it were for the purpose said above, he would remain alive. But if, as you say, Elijahu's promise was not fulfilled, as it was said by our Johanan, this was fulfilled with the cure of Naaman from his leprosy, for leprosy is equal to death. As it reads, number 12. 12. let her not be as a dead-born child. And as it is prohibited to bury an upright person with a wicked, so also it is not allowed to bury a lesser wicked with a greater one. But if so, there should have been 4 cemeteries. The 2 cemeteries were traditional. 44 The rabbis taught, they who are put to death by the government, their estates belong to the government, and they who are killed by the court, their estates belong to their heirs. Yehuda, however, maintains that their estates belong to the heirs even when they are killed by the government. Said the sages to him, is it not written, 1 Kings, 21:16, and it came to pass, when Achab heard that Naboth was dead, that Achab rose up to go down to the vineyard of Naboth, the Israelite, to inherit it? And he answered, Achab was his brother's son, and was a legal heir. But had not Naboth many sons? Rejoined Jehudah, he slew him and his sons. As it reads, 2 Kings, 9:26, surely I have seen yesterday the blood of Naboth, and the blood of his sons. The rabbis, however, maintain that the expression, sons, means those who would come out from him had he remained alive. It is correct for him who says that the estates belong to the government, as it reads, 1 Kings, 21:13, Naboth hath blasphemed God and the king. But to him who says the estates belong to the heirs, why was it necessary to add, and the king? But according to your theory that they belong to the heirs, why was God mentioned? You may say it was done to increase the anger of the people. For the same reason, it was also mentioned, and the king. It is correct to him that it belongs to the government, as it is written, Ibid 2:30, no, but here will I die, which means, I do not wish to be counted among those who were killed by the government, so that my estate should belong to it. But according to him who says that it belongs to the heirs, what difference did it make to Joab? The simple one of remaining alive 1 hour longer. It reads, Ibid 30, and Benaiah who brought the king word again, saying, Thus hath Joab spoken, and thus hath he answered me. Joab said to Benaiah thus, Go and tell the king, you cannot do 2 things with me. If you wish to slay me, you must accept for yourself the curses with which your father cursed me. And if you will not accept them, you will have to leave me alive. Farther on it is said, Then said the king unto him, Do as he hath spoken, and fall upon him, and bury him. Said Jehudah in the name of Rab, all the curses with which David cursed Joab fell on the descendants of David. They were, 2 Sam 3:29, and may there not fail from the house of Joab one that hath an issue, or that is a leper, or that leaneth on a crutch, or that falleth by the sword, or that lacketh bread. The first fell on Rehoboam. This is inferred from an analogy of expression which we do not deem it necessary to translate, the second, leper, on Uzziah. As it reads, 2 Chr 26:9, the leprosy even broke out on his forehead. Leaneth on a crutch, Asa, of whom it reads, 1 Kings, 15:23, nevertheless, in the time of his old age he became diseased in his feet. And Jehudah in the name of Rab said, Podagra caught him. Said Mar Zutrabi, Naaman to Naaman, what kind of a sickness is this? And he answered, It pains like a needle in raw flesh. Asked the Gemara, wherefrom did he know this? He himself suffered from this sickness. And if you wish, he had it as a tradition from his master, and also, if you wish, from P.S. 25:14, the secret counsel of the Lord is for those that fear him, and his covenant, to make it known to them. Falleth by a sword on Josiah, as it reads, 2 Chr 35:23, and the archers shot at King Josiah, and the king said to his servants, Carry me away, for I am sorely wounded. And Jehudah said in the name of Rab, They made his body like a sieve. Lacketh bread fell on Jeconiah, 2 Kings, 25:30, and his allowance was a continual allowance, etc. Said Jehudah in the name of Rab, This is what people say, It is better for one to be cursed than to curse, as usually a curse in vain falls upon the invocarashi. Joab was brought before the court to justify himself for the killing of Abner, and he answered that he was the revenger of the blood of Asahel. But did not Asahel prosecute Abner? And he said, then he could save himself by striking on one of the members of his body. And to the question, perhaps he could not do so. He answered, did he not strike him, 2 Sam 2:31 on the 5th rib? To which, according to our Johanan, the bile and the liver are attached. Now, if he could aim at the 5th rib, could he not do so at some other member? The court then said, let us leave out Abner. But why did you kill Amasa? And he answered, he was a rebel to the king. As it reads, Ibid XX 5, so Amasa. He remained longer than the set time. And he was answered, Amasa was not a rebel, as he had a good reason for his delay. 45 But you are indeed a rebel, as you were inclined to Adoniahu against David's will. It reads, 1 Kings 2:28, and the report came to Joab, for Joab had turned after Adoniahu, though he had not turned after Absalom. Why is it mentioned here that he had not turned after Absalom? Said our Jehudah, he was inclined to turn, but did not. And why? Said our Eleazar, because the moisture of David was still in a good condition. And our Hosea Hanina said, because the active force of David were still in their strength. As it is said above, page 55, in the name of Rab, 400 children, etc. All the Amoraim mentioned above differ with our Abba Kahana, who said, if not for Joab, David would not have been able to occupy himself with the law, and if not for David, Joab would not have been able to wage the war. As it is written, 2 Sam 8:16 and 17, and David did what is just and right unto all his people. And Joab the son of Jeruiah was over the army. It means that, because Joab was over the army, David was able to do justice, etc., and also vice versa. It reads, Ibid 3:26, who brought him back from the well of Sirah. What does well of Sirah mean? Said our Abba Kahana, the well means the pitcher of water which David took from under the head of Saul, and Sirah literally, a thorn, means the piece of cloth which David cut off from the garment of Saul, which were good reasons for Abner to reconcile Saul with David, if he should care to do so, but he did not. It reads farther on, Ibid 27, Joab took him aside in the gate, to speak with him in private. Said our Johanan, he brought him before the Sanhedrin to try him for having killed his brother Asahel. And to his answer that Asahel was his persecutor, he was told as said above. It reads, 1 Kings 2:32, and may the Lord bring back his blood guiltiness upon his own head, because he fell upon 2 men more righteous and better than he. Better than he. Because they were commanded verbally, to kill the priests of Nob, and did not listen, and Joab was commanded in a letter to kill Uriah, and he listened. It reads farther on, Ibid 34, and he was buried in his own house in the wilderness. Was, then, his house in the wilderness? Said our Jehudah in the name of Rab, it was like a wilderness. As a desert is ownerless, and every one who wishes can derive a benefit from it, so was the house of Joab. And also as a desert is free of robbery and adultery, so was the house of Joab. It reads, Ichr 11:8, and Joab repaired the rest of the city. Said our Jehudah, Joab supplied to the poor of that city everything to which they were accustomed, even little things and fishes. Chapter 7 Rules and Regulations concerning the 4 kinds of death prescribed in the Scripture, and how they ought to be executed. The enumeration of those who come under the category of stoning. How the examination concerning blasphemy should be conducted. Concerning those who transfer their children to Molech, familiar spirits, etc. Concerning cursing father and mother, seducers and misleaders, etc. Mishnah I, 4 kinds of capital punishment are prescribed to the court by the Scriptures, viz. Stoning, burning, slaying by the sword, and choking. Our Simeon, however, maintains, their order is, burning, stoning, choking, and slaying by the sword. The laws of stoning are already explained above, in the preceding chapter. Gemara, Rabbah in the name of our Shorah, quoting our Huna, said, "Where the sages give an arrangement, plan of action, one must not be particular with it, as it does not matter if one changes the order and acts with the latter before the former, except in the case of the 7 dyes with which a spot of menstruum is to be tested, which are mentioned in chapter 9. Mishnah 4, of Tract Nida, of which the Mishnah says, if one tested with them not according to the order mentioned, or one mixed all the 7 together and tested with them, he has done nothing. Our Papa the Elder in the name of Rab said, the same is the case in the 4 kinds of capital punishment mentioned in our Mishnah. As our Simeon differs in their order, it must be understood that the Mishnah is particular in their arrangement. But why does not our Huna mention them? Our Huna speaks of that in which all agree, but where there is dissension he does not. Our Papa himself said, also concerning the arrangement of worshipping on the Day of Atonement, when the temple was in existence, as there is a Mishnah, Yoma, page 84. All the rites on the Day of Atonement, whose order is prescribed by the Bible. If they are performed in a wrong order, one has done nothing. Our Huna, however, did not mention this. For the reason of not changing the order prescribed by the Scripture is because of the holiness of that day, and not because one act is more rigorous than the other. Our Huna B. Our Jehoshua maintains that the order of the daily offerings is also not changeable, as there is a Mishnah, in Tract the Mid this is the arrangement. However, our Huna, who did not mention it, maintains that this is only meritorious. And the rule mentioned above in the name of our Huna excludes also the ceremony of halitza, and also the dressing of the priests at their worship in the temple, as explained elsewhere. 46. Stoning, burning, etc. Stoning is more rigorous than burning, as blasphemers and idolaters are punished with it. And why are these 2 crimes considered more rigorous than others? Because the sinners laid their hands on the main principle of the Jewish faith, i.e., disbelief and denying the power of God. But why not say, on the contrary, that burning is more rigorous, as it applies to the daughter of a priest who has sinned? And why should this crime be more rigorous? Because it reads that she violates her father, which means that her father loses his priesthood. The rabbis hold that only a married woman who was the daughter of a priest is to be burned if she sinned, but if betrothed, stoning is applied. And because a betrothed woman is distinguished from a married one, who bears the name of her husband and not of her father, while a betrothed still bears the name of her father, we see that stoning is more rigorous. The same is also more rigorous than slaying by the sword, because of the reason stated above. But why not say that the sword is more rigorous, because it applies to the men of a misled town? And what is the rigor of a misled town that their property is to be destroyed? It may be answered that a misleader is always considered more criminal than those who are seduced. And there is a beretha that the punishment of a misleader is stoning. Stoning is also more rigorous than choking. And lest one say that choking is more rigorous, as it applies to one who strikes his father or mother, and the rigor is because the honor of the parents is equalized with the honor of the omnipotent, it is inferred from the case of a daughter of a common Israelite, who is excluded from choking, which applies to a married daughter of the same, and is included in the category of stoning. And it is already explained above that a betrothed disgraces her father and his whole family, while the disgrace of a married one belongs more to her husband. 47. Burning is more rigorous than the sword, as it applies to a sinning daughter of a priest, whose crime is more rigorous for the reason stated above. But why not say, on the contrary, the sword is more rigorous, because it applies to a misled town, the property of which is to be destroyed? We find the term, her father, concerning stoning, and the same term is used concerning burning. And it is to be said, as the term, her father, used concerning stoning, is more than the sword, the same is it with the term which is used by burning, that burning is also more rigorous than the sword. Burning is also more rigorous than choking. This is inferred from the fact that a married daughter of a priest is excluded from choking, which applies to a married daughter of a common Israelite, and is included in the category of burning. And lest one say that choking is more rigorous, as it applies to him who has struck his father or mother, the honor of whom is equalized with the honor of the omnipotent, it is already decided above that they who laid their hands on the main principle, etc., are considered the greatest criminals. Our Simeon said, etc. According to him, burning is more rigorous than stoning because it applies to a daughter of a priest who has sinned, and it is considered more criminal because her father loses his priesthood. And he, Simeon, differs from the rabbis, who make a distinction between a betrothed and a married woman, as according to him both are punished with burning, and because the greatest criminal is punished with burning, it is to be inferred that this punishment is more rigorous than all others. 48 R. Simeon also differs concerning the punishment of misleaders of a misled town, as according to him they also are punished with choking. R. Johanan used to say, a betrothed young girl, who is the daughter of a priest, is to be stoned if she has sinned, but according to R. Simeon, she must be burned. And the same is the case if she had sinned with her father. Although, if such a case happened with a commoner, burning is applied, nevertheless she is to be stoned, according to the rabbis, as according to their theory stoning is more rigorous, and there is a rule that he who is guilty of 2 crimes liable to capital punishment is to be executed with the more rigorous one. And according to R. Simeon, that burning is more rigorous, she is to be put to death by that. And where do we find R. Simeon saying so? In the following Baratha, R. Simeon said, there are already 2 general expressions about adultery, viz. Leviticus XX 10, then shall the adulterer be put to death, together with the adulteress. And this applies either to a betrothed or to a married woman, with whom the daughter of a priest is certainly included. Why, then, does the scripture distinguish a daughter of a priest, PT.1? 9, and if the daughter of any priest profane herself by committing harlotry, her father doth she profane, with fire shall she be burnt, which makes no difference between a betrothed and a married woman. To exclude her from the punishment of a betrothed commoner, to whom stoning applies, and if married, choking applies, and puts her in the category of those who are to be burned. Now, as to the punishment of a married one, which applies to a daughter of a priest, all agree that it is more rigorous than that of a commoner. The same is the case with a betrothed one, whom the scripture excluded from an easier punishment, for a severe one. Hence burning is more severe than stoning. However, collusive witnesses, to whom, according to the scripture, the same must be done as to the defendant, if their testimony were true, are not excluded from that punishment which they would have to suffer if they had been found collusive in the case of a daughter of a commoner, and are punished with the death of their accused, no matter if the accused were the daughter of a commoner or of a priest, namely, if they had testified regarding a betrothed one, and thereafter were found collusive. The death which would apply to her, were she a daughter of a commoner, applies to them. And the same is the case if they had testified regarding a married one. The rabbis taught, it reads, and if the daughter of any priest profane herself. Lest one say that it means that she profaned herself by violating the Sabbath, therefore it reads further, by committing harlotry. But lest one say, even if she were single, it reads here, her father. And the same expression is used concerning a betrothed woman, as there the sin is because of her bond to a husband, the same is the case here. It is considered a crime liable to capital punishment if she were already betrothed or married. But perhaps it means when she has sinned with her father, and not with someone else. Therefore it reads, she profane, which means that she has profaned him, and not he her. Hence from the analogy of expression, father, we infer that the sin is because of her husband. But from this analogy of expression it is inferred when she was betrothed. Whence do we know that, if she was not of age and nevertheless married, or of age and betrothed or married, or even if she were already an old woman, that the same is the case? Therefore it is written, and the daughter of any priest, which means, whatever her condition. But lest one say, it speaks only when she was married to a priest, but if to Levite or to a common Israelite, to a heathen, to a descendant of one who has profaned the priesthood, to a bastard, or to a descendant of the Gibeonites who were temple servants, it is different. Therefore it is written, the daughter of any priest, which means, even though she was not the wife of a priest. She is to be burned, but not her paramour. She is to be burned, and not her collusive witnesses. R. Eliezer said, with her father, burning applies, with her father-in-law, stoning applies. How is this to be understood? Shall we assume that he means she has sinned with her father? Then why only a daughter of a priest? Is not the case the same even when she was a daughter of a common Israelite? Burning applies to committing a crime with a daughter, and stoning to the crime with a daughter-in-law. We must then say that with the expression, with her father, he means when she was still under the control of her father, and the same is it with the expression, with her father-in-law. Now, let us see in accordance with whom is his theory. It is not in accordance with the rabbis, as they hold that only a married woman is to be burned, but not a betrothed. It is also not in accordance with our Simeon, as he holds that there is no difference between betrothed and married, both are to be burned. And also not in accordance with our Ishmael, as he holds that only a betrothed is to be burned, but not one married. And he also holds that if she had committed a crime with her father-in-law, choking applies. As to this, Rabban sent a message in the name of our Hosebi Hanina. This Beretha is to be explained thus: it is in accordance with the rabbis. And the expression of our Eliezer, with her father, means thus: if such a crime be punished, with an easier death than if the crime had been committed with her father, e.g., that of a married woman, daughter of a commoner, to whom choking applies, in her case, because she is a daughter of a priest, the death of her father, if he should commit the crime with her, applies to her, viz. burning. And if such a crime by a commoner were punished with a heavier death than if the crime were with her father, e.g., a betrothed daughter of a commoner, to whom stoning applies, no exception is to be made, and the punishment of her sinning with her father-in-law applies, viz. stoning. Our Jeremiah opposed, does, then, the Beretha read easier and heavier death, which it should do according to your explanation. Therefore, said he, it must be said that our Eliezer is in accordance with our Ishmael, and the expression, with her father, means under the control of her father, viz., a betrothed, not yet married, to whom burning applies, and, with her father-in-law, means, literally, if she had sinned with her father-in-law she is to be stoned, but if with someone else choking applies. Said Rabbah, this explanation is still more complicated than the first one, as both expressions must be explained equally, either both are to be taken literally, or both mean under the control. And therefore said Rabbina, our Eliezer is in accordance with the rabbis, and his decision was just the reverse. With her father, stoning applies, and, with her father-in-law, burning applies. And both expressions mean under the control. And although a betrothed woman is no longer considered under the control of her father, he so expressed himself because of the latter expression, under the control of her father-in-law. Said our Naaman in the name of Rabbi Abuhu, quoting Rab, the halakha prevails according to the message which was sent by Rabban in the name of our Hosebi Hanina. Said our Joseph, do you come to teach a halakha which will be used only then when the Messiah shall appear? Said Abai to him, according to your theory, why should we study the section Holiness, which treats about sacrifices, at the time when the temple was in existence, at all? Is not the whole for the time when the Messiah shall appear? You must then say that we must study and be rewarded for it by heaven. The same is the case here. We have to study, although it is not for use to us at this time, and the reward will come from heaven. Answered our Joseph, I mean to say, may one name halakha in the explanation of a Beretha, i.e., the message of Rabban was only concerning the explanation of the Beretha? To which it may be said, that such an explanation is correct. The expression, halakha, however, means law, which does not correspond with his meaning. Where do we find our Ishmael's opinion, of which it is said above that Eliezer holds with him? In the following Beretha, it reads, the daughter of any priest profane, etc., speaking of a young betrothed maiden. But perhaps it means a married woman? This is not the case, as the law about adultery is already written in Leviticus XX, in which a daughter of a priest is included. However, we find that the scripture has distinguished a daughter of a commoner, and applied stoning to her, if she was betrothed and not married. The same is the case with the distinction of a priest's daughter, to whom the scripture applies burning, meaning also when she was betrothed only. Her collusive witnesses, however, are to be punished with the same death that applies to her paramour, because it reads, Dut. 19:19, then shall ye do unto him as he had purposed to do unto his brother. To his brother, but not to his sister. So is the decree of our Ishmael. Our Akiba, however, maintains, there is no difference whether she was betrothed or married, as in both cases burning applies. And to the question of our Ishmael, why should we make a distinction concerning a daughter of a priest, the expression for which is Nara, a maiden, while the same expression is used concerning a commoner who is betrothed only? Our Akiba rejoined, Ishmael, my brother, I infer it from the word and, which begins the verse, and the daughter of any priest. Rejoined our Ishmael, do you desire that this should be burned, because the Vav, which means and, is in your way? Let us see. Our Ishmael infers the punishment of a priest's daughter from an analogy of expression. How does he explain the above-cited verse, her father has she profaned? He explains it as in the following Baratha. Our mayor used to say, this phrase means that if, until now, their custom was to consider her father holy, from that time they consider him common, if until that time he was honored, from that time he is disgraced. As people say, cursed be such a man who has borne such a daughter, cursed is he who has brought her up, cursed is he that he has such an offspring. Said our Ashi, according to whom do we name a wicked person, wicked, the son of a wicked, although his father was upright? In accordance with the Tana of the just mentioned Baratha. Mishnah 2. The prescribed punishment of burning was thus: the sinner was placed in waist knee-deep. Then, placing a twisted scarf of coarse material within a soft one, they wound it around his neck. One of the witnesses pulled one end toward himself, the other doing the same, until he opened his mouth. Meanwhile the executioner heats, the string, and thrusts it into his mouth, so that it flows down through his inwards and shrinks his entrails. To which our Jehuda said, should the culprit die before the string is thrust into his mouth, the law of burning has not been properly executed, and therefore his mouth must be opened forcibly with a pair of pincers. Meanwhile, the string having been lighted, is thrust into his mouth so that it may reach his intestines and shrink his entrails. Our Eliezer b. Zadok, however, said, once a daughter of a priest, having sinned, was surrounded with faggots and burned. He was answered, the court which so decided was ignorant of the exact law. Gemara, what kind of a string was it? Said our Matna, a string of lead. And whence is this deduced? They infer this burning from the burning of the congregation of Korah. As there the souls only were burned, but the bodies remained, so also here only the soul is to be burned, but the body is to remain. Our Eleazar said, they infer this burning from the burning of the sons of Aaron. As there the souls only were burned and the bodies remained, the same is the case here. Let us see. He who infers it from the congregation of Korah, wherefrom does he know that the soul, and not the body, was burned? From Number 17. 3. The censors of these sinners against their own souls, 49, which means that the souls only were burned, but the bodies remained. And the other, who infers it from the sons of Aaron, maintains that this phrase means they were burned bodily, and the expression own souls means that they were liable to be burned because of their souls. And it is in accordance with Resh Lakish, who said elsewhere, it reads, PS 35:16, with flattering, babbling mockers, they gnashed upon me with their teeth, which means that, because they had flattered Korah for the sake of entertainments, to which he used to invite them, the ruler of Gehenna gnashed upon them with his teeth. And he who inferred this from the sons of Aaron, wherefrom does he know that their souls only were burned, etc. From Leviticus X2, and there went out a fire from before the Lord, and consumed them, and they died before the Lord, which means that, although they died before the Lord, they died as all others, only their corpses remained. And the other maintains that the sons of Aaron were burned bodily, and the expression, they died, means, that the beginning was from inside the body. As we have learned in a Baratha, Abba Jose b. Dustai said, 2 fire cords came out from the Holy of Holies chamber, and were divided into 4, 2 of them entered the nostrils of one, and 2 the nostrils of the other, and burnt them. But is it not written, and consumed them? From which it is to be inferred, them, and not something else. Yea, them, and not their garments. But why should burning not be inferred from the offerings of the bullocks, which were burned bodily? Common sense dictates that a man must be inferred from man, and not from cattle, as a man sins, and one infers a man who has sinned from another man, and from him whose soul was taken for his sin to him whose soul is to be taken. But he who infers it from Korah's congregation, why did he not infer it from the sons of Aaron? Because he maintains that the sons of Aaron were burned bodily, and to infer from them would not be proper, as our Naaman said in the name of Rabbi Abuhu. From the phrase, "Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself," we deduce that one may select a decent death for the sinner. But as the theory of our Naaman is accepted, why, then, the analogy of expressions at all? If not for the analogy, one might say that the burning of the soul, while the body remains, is not called burning at all, and that which is written, "Thou shalt love thy neighbor," etc., could be done by increasing the fire by bundles of faggots so that he should die quickly. Therefore the analogy of expression shows that such a burning, although the body remains, is called burning. There is a tradition that Moses and Aaron used to walk, and Nadab and Abihu followed them, and all Israel after them. And Nadab said to Abihu, "When will the two old men die, and you and I be the leaders of Israel?" To which the Holy One, blessed be he, said, "Time will show who will bury whom." Said our Papa, "This is what people say, there are many old camels who are laden with the skins of young ones." Our Eleazar said, "A scholar, in the eyes of a commoner, at first acquaintance, the scholar, appears to him, the ignorant man, like a golden kithan. However, after he holds conversation with him, he appears like a silver kithan. If he accepts a benefit from him, he appears like an earthen one, which, once broken, cannot be mended." Amritha Bathfly was the daughter of a priest, who had sinned, and our Hamabi, Tobiah surrounded her with bundles of twigs and burned her. And our Joseph, when he heard this, said, "He erred twice." In the explanation of the Mishnah, in which, according to our Naaman, the sinner was burned with lead, and, b. he was not aware of the following Beretha, it is written, Deuteronomy 17:9, "And thou shalt come unto the priests the Levites, and unto the judge that may be in those days." At that time, when the priests acted, judgments concerning capital punishments might be rendered, but when there were no more acting priests, no such judgment could be rendered. Said Eleazar b. Zadok, etc. Said our Joseph, the court in question was of the Sadducees, who take the commandments of the Scripture literally. Did, indeed, Eleazar say so? And the answer was as stated in the Mishnah. Is there not a Beretha which states, R. Eleazar b. Zadok said, "I recollect, when I was a child, being carried upon the shoulders of my father, and a daughter of a priest, who was a sinner, was brought, and was surrounded with bundles of twigs and burned." To which the sages answered, "At that time you were a child, and we cannot accept any evidence from a child." Two such cases happened in the days of our Eleazar, and when B was answered that no evidence of a child is to be taken into consideration, he related before them the other case which B saw when he was already of age, and to this they answered him, that court was an ignorant one. Mishnah 3. The prescribed punishment of slaying was thus, he was decapitated, as was customary with the Roman government. Our Jehuda, however, maintains, such a death is repulsive. But they put his head on the executioner's block and cut it off with a butcher's hatchet. And he was answered, there is not a more detestable death than this. Gemara, there is a Beretha, our Jehuda said to the sages, I myself am aware that the death I explained is repulsive, but what can we do against the scripture, which reads, Leviticus 18:13, and in their customs shall ye not walk, etc. To which the rabbis answered, as this is written in the scripture, we are not learning this from them, but they learned it from us. And should one disagree with us, then what would he say to the following Beretha, garments and some other valuable things may be burned on the grave of kings, for the sake of their honor. And this custom is not considered the custom of the Amalekites. And why? It is because it is mentioned in the scripture, Jah 34:5, and as burnings were made for thy father, etc., we do not learn from them. The same is the case here. Let us see. In the succeeding chapter, there is a Mishnah, the following are slain with a sword, a murderer, and the men of a misled town. It is correct, a misled town, as it is plainly written, Deuteronomy 13:16, with the edge of a sword. But whence do we know that the same is the case with a murderer? From the following Beretha, it reads, X 21. 20. And if a man smite his servant or maid with a rod, and he die under his hand, it shall be surely avenged. And as we do not know what revenge means, therefore it is written, Leviticus 26. 25. And I will bring unto you the sword avenging. Hence avenge means with a sword. But whence do we know that they decapitated him? Perhaps they killed him with the sword in another part of the body. It reads, with the edge of a sword, which excludes stabbing. But perhaps it means splitting the head. It is already inferred by Rabbi Abuhu from the phrase, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself, that one must select a decent death. But all this speaks of when one has slain a bondman. Whence do we know that the same is the case with a freeman, whose punishment is death in general, and there is a rule that wherever the kind of death is not mentioned, it means choking? This cannot be, as an a fortiori conclusion is to be drawn, a slave, who is less in value than a freeman, if one kills him, he is punished with slaying by the sword, which is more rigorous than choking. If one kills a freeman, so much the more should he be punished with a more rigorous death. But this would be correct only to him who holds that the sword is more rigorous than choking. But to him who holds the contrary, what can be said? He infers this from another verse, as is stated in the following Baratha. It is written, Deuteronomy 21. 9, and thou shalt put away the guilt of the innocent blood from the midst of thee. From this we see that all shedders of blood are compared to the heifer in that connection. And lest one say that as the heifer is killed with a butcher's knife toward the back part of the neck, the same shall be done with all other shedders of blood, it is already inferred above that a decent death must be selected. Mishnah 4. The prescribed punishment of choking was thus: the sinner was placed in waist knee-deep. Then, placing a twisted scarf of coarse material within a soft one, they wound it around his neck. One of the witnesses pulled one end toward himself, the other doing the same, until the soul of the culprit departed. Gemara, the rabbis taught, it reads, Leviticus XX. 10, and if there be a man means to exclude a minor, who committeth adultery with a man's wife means to exclude the wife of a minor, whose marriage is not considered. With his neighbor's wife means to exclude those people who live with their wives in common. 50, Ibid, then shall the adulterer be put to death, means choking. But perhaps it means some other kind of death which is prescribed by the scripture. It was said that wherever it is written in the Torah, death, without specifying which, you must not apply a rigorous one, but an easier one, and choking is the easiest of all the kinds of death mentioned in the Torah. So is the decree of our Jeshia. Our Jonathan, however, maintains, the reason is not because choking is an easier death, but because there is a tradition that in any place where death is mentioned in the scripture, without specifying which, it is choking. Rabbi said, the reason is because there is mentioned in the scripture a heavenly death, Gen 38. 10, and there is also mentioned death from human hands. And as a heavenly death does not leave any marks on the body of the man, the same must it be by death from human hands. But perhaps burning is meant, which also does not leave any signs outside of the body. As the scripture prescribed burning to a daughter of a priest, it is to be understood that all other sinners are not punished with the same. It is correct that choking is to be used, according to our Jonathan, who says that it is a tradition, and Rabbi gives the reason. But our Joshua, who wants only an easier death, whence does he deduce choking at all? Such is never mentioned in the scripture. And perhaps there is no more than 3 kinds of death, and from these 3 the easier one must be selected, which is the sword. Said Rabbah, the 4 kinds of death are known traditionally. And the expression of our Jonathan, not because it is easier, shows that he and our Joshua differ concerning choking, whether it is an easier death. In the same manner differ our Simeon and the rabbis. Our Zerah said to Abai, there are sinners who are punished with stoning, although it is not so mentioned in the scripture. But they are inferred from an analogy of expression, from a familiar spirit. I question you which expression of the 2 following is meant, put to death, or, their blood shall be upon them. And he answered, the latter expression, as the first is needed, to death, which is explained above. Mishnah v, to the following sinners stoning applies, viz. One who has had connection with his mother, with his father's wife, with his daughter-in-law, with a human male, or with cattle, and the same is the case with a woman who uncovers herself before cattle, with a blasphemer, an idolater, he who sacrifices one of his children to Moloch, one that occupies himself with familiar spirits, a wizard, one who violates the Sabbath, one who curses his father or mother, one who has assaulted a betrothed damsel, a seducer who has seduced men to worship idols, and the one who misleads a whole town, a witch, male or female, a stubborn and rebellious son. One who has had connection with his mother is guilty of transgressing two negative commandments: the negative commandment as to his mother and the negative commandment as to his father's wife. Yehuda, however, maintains, he is guilty only for his mother. One who has connection with his stepmother is also guilty in respect to two negative commandments: the commandment of adultery and the separate commandment as to his father's wife. There is no difference if he has done it while his father was still alive or after his death, and there is also no difference if she was only betrothed to his father, or already married. One that commits a crime with his daughter-in-law transgresses also two commandments: adultery and of the separate commandment of his son's wife. And there is also no difference if it was done while his son was still alive or after his death, after her betrothal or after marriage. Gemara, there is a Bereitha, Yehuda said, if his father had married his mother illegally, he transgresses only the commandment as to mother, and not as to his father's wife. And the expression illegally means that by marrying, he has transgressed a negative commandment which is not punished capitally or with korath. As to such, even according to the rabbis, such a marriage is not considered at all. But to death which is only of a negative commandment, e.g., a widow to a high priest, according to the rabbis the marriage is considered, and according to our Yehuda it is not, as he holds with our Akiba, who is of the same opinion. Our Thushia objected, there is a Mishnah in Yebamoth, chapter 2, 3, owing to other legal prohibitions, or on account of the holiness of station, Ibid 9. By legal prohibitions, to marry as above mentioned, are meant the secondary degrees of relationship prohibited by the rabbins as to intermarriage. Those prohibited to intermarry on account of holiness of station are a widow to a high priest, a woman who had been divorced or performed the ceremony of halitza, who had, unlawfully, been married to an ordinary priest. To which a Bereitha adds, our Yehuda changes the expression, viz. By legal prohibition, a widow to a high priest, etc., is meant, and, on account of holiness of station, the secondary degrees of relationship, etc., are meant. Hence we see that our Yehuda changes the expression only, but nevertheless the ceremony of halitza is required. And if it were in accordance with our Akiba, that a marriage within secondary degrees is not considered at all, why, then, the ceremony of halitza? Our Yehuda collected only the expressions which ought to be in accordance with the opinion of the first Tana, but he himself does not require anything of that kind. When our Itzhak came from Palestine, he taught just as our Mishnah teaches, viz. Our Yehuda said, he is guilty only concerning the negative commandment as to the mother. And what is the reason? Said Abayi, because it reads, Ibid 18. 7, she is thy mother, which means, you have to make him guilty only because of his mother, but not because of the wife of his father. But why do the rabbis make him guilty concerning two commandments? Do they not hold this theory? The rabbis apply this expression to that which was said by our Shishabi, our Gidi, which is stated farther on. But does not our Yehuda also hold the theory of our Shisha? Hence, his theory cannot be inferred from it. Therefore said our Fahabi Iki, it reads, Ibid 7, she is thy mother, thou shalt not uncover her nakedness, meaning, for one nakedness you can make her guilty, but not for two. But if so, why does not our Yehuda differ concerning a daughter-in-law, who is guilty, according to our Mishnah, as to two commandments? It then must be said, because there is one body, although there are two transgressions, he is culpable only for one, as it reads, her nakedness. The same should be the case concerning the mother. Therefore said Rabbah, R. Yehuda holds, at the beginning of the verse, the nakedness of thy father means, thy father's wife. And that it means thus he infers from an analogy of expression, as stated farther on. And father's wife means that there is no difference whether she is his mother or not. But whence do we know that it is the same with his mother, who is not his father's wife? Therefore it is written, She is thy mother, thou shalt not uncover her nakedness. Hence only for the crime as to the mother you make him guilty, but not as to that of his father's wife. There is a beretha according to Rabbah, a man means to exclude a minor, Leviticus 22, that leath with his father's wife means that there is no difference whether she is his mother or not. But whence do we know that the same is the case with his mother who is not his father's wife? Therefore it reads, his father's nakedness, which is pleonastic 51 and is written only for the purpose of an analogy of expression. Both of them shall be put to death, means by stoning but perhaps with some other death. It is written here, their blood shall be upon them, and in the case of familiar spirits, there is also the same expression. And as concerning the latter stoning is plainly applied by the scripture, the same is the case here. But here we have heard only of the punishment. Whence do we know of the warning? Therefore it is written, the nakedness of thy father, etc., which means of thy father's wife. But perhaps it means literally the father himself. It is written here, the nakedness of thy father thou shalt not uncover, and there it is written, the nakedness of his father he had uncovered. As the latter means his wife, so does the former. And from the expression, his father's wife, it is inferred, whether his mother or not. But whence do we know as to his mother who is not his father's wife? Therefore it is written, the nakedness of thy mother, etc. But this is only in the warning in which the scripture has equalized the mother who is not his father's wife with her who is. But whence do we know that the punishment is also equal? From the analogy of the expressions, the nakedness of thy father thou shalt not uncover, and it reads also, he has uncovered the nakedness of his father. And so as in the warning it is equalized with the mother who is the wife of his father and with her who is not, the same holds good concerning the punishment. She is thy mother means, you can make her guilty only for the crime as mother, but not for the crime as father's wife. But the rabbis, who do not use the above analogy of expression, whence do they deduce the punishment of a mother who is not the wife of one's father? Seder, Shishabi, Arkidi, it reads, she is thy mother, which means that the scripture equalized the mother who is not the wife of his father with her who is. Who had connection with his daughter-in-law. But let him be guilty also because of the wife of his son. Said Abai, the verse begins with his daughter-in-law and ends with the wife of his son to teach that daughter-in-law and wife of his son are one and the same. Mishnah v, one who had connection with a human male or with an animal, and also a human female who uncovers herself before a male animal, are punished with stoning. And should one say, if man has sinned, what is the fault of the animal? Because a misfortune has happened to a human being through it, therefore says the verse, it shall be stoned. There is also another explanation, viz. Should it happen that people saw the animal passing the street, they would say, on account of it so and so was stoned. Gemara, a human male whence is deduced. That which the rabbis taught, a man means to exclude a minor, with a male, of any age whatever or a minor. As they lie 52 with a woman means to say that with a woman there are two kinds of lyings, one usual and one unusual, and one is guilty as to both. Said Ishmael, this verse came to teach that which was just mentioned, as if not for this teaching it would be pleonastic, for regarding a male there is only one kind of connection. Both of them have committed an abomination, they shall be put to death, by stoning, but perhaps by some other death. Therefore it is written, their blood shall be upon them. And the same expression is used concerning a familiar spirit, etc. And as the punishment of the latter is known to be stoning, the same applies here. From this we have heard the punishment. Whence is the warning? Ibid 18. 22, and with a man shalt thou not lie as with a woman, it is an abomination. But this is a warning only to him who has done so. But whence is the warning to them with whom the connection was made? As to this it reads, Deuteronomy 23. 18, there shall not be a courtesan of the sons of Israel, and also, 1 Kings, XIV. 24, and courtesans also were in the land. The Lord had driven out. So are Ishmael. Our Akiba, however, said, it was not necessary to have another verse warning him with whom the connection was made, as this is inferred from the same verse, which may apply also to the latter by some change in pronunciation. Concerning animals, whence is this deduced? The rabbis taught, from Leviticus XX. 15, a man excludes a minor, with an animal, it makes no difference whether it was a large or a small one, shall be put to death, means stoning but perhaps some other kind of death. It reads here, Ibid. Thahargu, ye shall kill, and in Deuteronomy 13. 10, Thaharjanu, thou shalt kill. And as there the punishment is stoning, as it reads plainly in Ibid 11, the same is the case here. Here, however, we have learned only the punishment to the man. But whence do we know that the animal with which the crime was done is also to be killed in the same manner? It reads, X 22. 18, whosoever lieth with a beast shall surely be put to death, which was not necessary for the man, as there is another verse cited above. Apply it, therefore, to the beast. From this we have learned the punishment for both. But whence is the warning? From the above cited verse, Leviticus 18. 23, but this is only a warning to the man, and whence the warning concerning the animal? From Deuteronomy 23. 18, here are repeated the cited verses in the name of our Ishmael, and also in the name of our Akiba, that it is not necessary, as in the above verses there is a warning for both. 53, Mishnah 6. A blasphemer is not guilty, unless he mentioned the proper name of God, Jehovah. Said our Jehoshua b. Karha, through the entire trial the witnesses are examined pseudonymously i.e., the blasphemer said, Jose shall be beaten by Jose. Rashi explains that the name Jose was selected because it contains 4 letters, as does the proper name of the Lord. When the examination was ended, the culprit was not executed on the testimony under the pseudonym, but all are told to leave the room except the witnesses, and the oldest of them is instructed, tell what you heard exactly. And he does so. The judges then arise, and rend their garments, and they are not to be mended. The second witness then says, I heard exactly the same as he told. And so also says the third witness. Gemara, there is a Beretha, one is not guilty unless he blesses, i.e., curses, the holy name by the holy name, as illustrated in the Mishnah, Jose shall be beaten by Jose. And whence is this deduced? Said Samuel, from Leviticus 24. 16, of which the term in Hebrew is Wenoquib Shem, which means, when he has cursed with the name. And whence do we know that the term Noquib means cursing? From Number 24, 8, how shall I curse, etc. And the warning as to this is, X 22. 27, thou shalt not revile Elohim. But does not Noquib mean whole? Why, then, not so say I.e., suppose one wrote the holy name on a piece of parchment and tore it, the term Weyakob, 2 Kings, 12. 10. Meaning he bored a hole in its lid, and the warning as to which should be from Deuteronomy 12, 3, for, ye shall destroy their name out of the same place. Ye shall not do so to the Lord, etc. It was said above if the name should be cursed by the name, which is not the case here. But perhaps the term Noquib is meant as plainly expressed, as the same is used in number 17, which are expressed by name, i.e., it was forbidden to express the name Jehovah in any case whatever, except in that of the high priest in his worshipping on the Day of Atonement when the temple was in existence, and even then, when the people heard this expression, they used to fall upon their faces. And the warnings should be from Deuteronomy 6. 13, the Lord thy God shalt thou fear, which means to pronounce his name. This does not hold good, firstly because, as said above, it must be by the name, and secondly, a warning of a positive commandment cannot be counted as a warning. And if you wish, it may be said because it is so written plainly, Leviticus 24. 11, the son of the Israelitish woman pronounced, Wykob, the holy name and blasphemed. Hence this term is used to blaspheme. But perhaps one is not guilty unless he did both express the name and blasphemed. This cannot be supposed, as farther on it reads, Ibid 14, lead forth the blasphemer, and the expression noquib is not mentioned. Hence it is one and the same. The rabbis taught, it reads, any man whatsoever, etc., meaning to include the heathen, who are warned of blasphemy the same as an Israelite. And they are to be executed by the sword, as wherever it is mentioned in the scripture concerning death to the children of Noah, it means by the sword, and not otherwise. But is this inferred from the verse cited? Is it not stated farther on that such is inferred from a verse in Genesis? Said ʻtɑːlmʊd of Nava, this verse is needed to include the pseudonyms. And it is in accordance with our Mayor of the following Beretha, any man whatsoever that blasphemeth his God shall bear his sin. To what purpose is this written? It reads earlier, Ibid 16, but he that pronounced the name of the Lord, with blasphemy, shall be put to death. Because from this one might say that he is not guilty, unless he has done so with the unique proper name, but not with the pseudonyms. Therefore it reads in the cited verse, 15, his God, no difference between proper and pseudonym. So is the decree of our Mayor. The sages, however, maintain, for the unique proper name death is the punishment, and for the pseudonyms it is only a warning by a negative commandment, and the punishment is as for the transgression of a negative commandment. Says the Gemara. ʻtɑːlmʊd of Nava differs with our Maisha, who said, one of the children of Noah, who blasphemed God by any of his pseudonyms whatsoever is guilty, and is put to death, even according to the rabbis. The rabbis taught, 7 commandments were given to the children of Noah, and they are, concerning judges, blasphemy, idolatry, adultery, bloodshed, robbery, and that they must not eat of the member of a body while the animal is still alive. Our Hananiah b. Gamaliel said, also of the blood of the same. Our Hidka said, also castration was forbidden to them. Our Simeon said, also witchcraft. And our Hosea said, all that is said in, the portion on witchcraft is forbidden to a descendant of Noah. As it reads, Deuteronomy 18. 10-12, there shall not be found among thee any one who causeth his son or his daughter to pass through the fire, one who useth divination, one who is an observer of times, or an enchanter, or a conjurer, or a charmer, or a consulter with familiar spirits, or a wizard, or who inquireth of the dead. For an abomination unto the Lord are all that do these things, and on account of these abominations the Lord thy God doth drive them out from before thee. And as there is no punishment without preceding warning, hence they were commanded not to do all this. Our Eleazar said, also ʻtæl. I mean to say, the descendants of Noah are allowed to dress themselves with a mixture of wool and flax, and also sow different kinds of seeds together, which are forbidden to the Israelites, but they are forbidden to gender different kinds of animals and to graft 2 kinds of trees together. Whence is all this deduced? Said our Johanan, from Genesis 2. 16, 54 were the descendants of Noah indeed commanded concerning judges? Is there not a Beretha? 10 commandments were commanded to Israel in Marah, 7 of them are those which were accepted by the descendants of Noah, and 3 were added to them, viz. Judges, Sabbath, and to honor father and mother. Judges as it is written, Ex 15. 25, there he made for them a statute and an ordinance, etc. And concerning Sabbath and the honor of parents it reads, Deuteronomy v. 12 and 16, as the Lord thy God hath commanded thee. And our Jehudah said, as he hath commanded thee in Marah. Said our Aha b. Jacob, this means that Israel was commanded to establish courts of justice in every district and city, and the children of Noah were commanded concerning judges in general only. But is there not a Beretha, as Israel was commanded to establish judges in every city and district, so also were the children of Noah commanded? Said Rabbah, the Tana of the Beretha cited above is in accordance with the school of Manasseh, which excluded from the 7 commandments judges and blasphemy, and included castration and ʻtæl. Thus was it taught in the school of Manasseh, 7 commandments were the descendants of Noah commanded, concerning idolatry, adultery, bloodshed, robbery, a member of a living animal, castration, and ʻtæl. Our Jehudah, however, said, Adam the first was commanded as to idolatry only, as it reads, Gen 2. 16, and the Lord commanded the man, i.e., the Lord commanded him about the law of God, that he should not be exchanged for another. Jehuda b. Bathira said, also as to blasphemy. And there are some others who say, also concerning judges. According to whom is that which was said by Jehuda in the name of Rab, God said to Adam, I am God, thou shalt not blaspheme me. I am God, thou shalt not exchange me for an idol. I am God, the fear of me shall be always upon thee. According to the some others just mentioned. The expression, the fear of me, etc., means to appoint judges who shall punish them who transgress my commandments. Said Joseph, it was said in the college, for transgression of the following 3 commandments a descendant of Noah is put to death, viz. Adultery, bloodshed, and blasphemy. Shesheth opposed, it is correct concerning bloodshed, as it reads, Gen 9. 6, Whoso sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. But whence do you deduce the 2 others? And should you say that it is inferred from bloodshed, then why not infer all the 7? And if you infer it from any man whatsoever, then idolatry is also inferred from same. Therefore said he, in the college it was said, for 4 they are but not put to death. Said Naaman b. Itzhak, it means and of Noah indeed put to death because of idolatry. Have we not learned in a Baratha concerning idolatry, if for such a crime one is put to death by the court of Israel, the descendants of Noah are warned of it? Hence they are only warned, but not put to death. Said Naaman b. Itzhak, it means that they are warned if they should commit this they will be put to death. Huna and Jehuda and also all other disciples of Rab say, for each case of the 7 commandments a descendant of Noah is to be killed. As the scripture prescribed death for one, it shall serve as an example for the others. When Dini came from Palestine, he said in the name of Eleazar, quoting Hanina, a descendant of Noah who has separated a female slave to one of his male slaves, and thereafter had connection with her, is to be put to death for this crime. A similarity to this in the crime of bloodshed was not taught. Said Abai, if such a similarity is to be found, it may be in that which we have learned in the following Baratha. Jonathan b. Saul said, if one runs after his neighbor to kill him, and the one who flees could save himself by injuring one of the members of his pursuer, and he did not so, but killed him, it is a crime of bloodshed and he is put to death for it. 55 Jacob b. Aha found a writing in a Haggadic book written by the College of Rab, thus, a descendant of Noah may be put to death by the decision of one judge, by the testimony of one witness, and although he was not warned previously. However, the testimony must be from a man, and not from a woman, and the testimony holds good even if given by one of his relatives. In the name of Ishmael it was said, he is put to death even for killing an embryo. Whence is this deduced? Said Jehuda, from Gen 9. 5, Your blood, however, on which your lives depend, will I require, meaning even by one judge. At the hand of every beast, means even without warning, at the hand of man means even with one witness, at the hand of every man means of a man but not of a woman, brother means even when the witness was a relative. And the reason of Ishmael is, Ibid 6, Whoso sheddeth man's blood in man, 56 his blood shall be shed. What is meant by a man in man, if not an embryo, which is in the entrails of his mother? And the first Tana, who holds that a descendant of Noah is not guilty for an embryo, is in accordance with the school of Manasseh, which maintains that every death which is mentioned regarding the descendants of Noah is choking, and he explains the above-cited verse, in man shall his blood be shed, that it means choking, from which death occurs inside of the body as illustrated above. Hamnuna objected, does, then, the commandment of bloodshed not apply to a woman? Is it not written, Gen. 18, 19, for I know him, that he will command his sons and his household after him? And by the household it means the woman, as the sons are already mentioned. He objected, and he himself answered, it reads farther on, that they shall keep the way of the Lord, to do righteousness and justice. It means that he shall command his sons to appoint judges for justice and his household to do righteousness and charity. Said Abiah the elder to Papa, say, then, that a woman who is a descendant of Noah shall not be put to death if she has killed a man, as it reads, from the hand of a man, which means not from the hand of a woman. And he answered, so said our Jehudah, it reads, whoso sheddeth the blood of a human, etc., which means any human whatsoever. Said our Abiah again, say, then, that a female descendant of Noah should not be punished if she sinned, as it reads, Ibid 2:24, therefore doth a man leave his father and his mother, a man, and not a woman. And he answered, so said our Jehudah, it reads further, and they become one flesh, and with this the verse associates them to be equal in every respect. The rabbis taught, it should read, a man. Why is it written any man whatsoever? To include heathens in the warning of adultery, as well as Israelites. But was it not said above that in the 7 commandments which were given to the descendants of Noah adultery is included? Said our Johanan, it is needed for such a relationship which they do not recognize, but the Israelites do, e.g., a betrothed woman before marriage, whom they consider as single. And if it happened that a heathen should sin with a woman betrothed of an Israelite, he is to be tried in the courts of the Israelites. But if he sins with a married woman, he may be tried in his own courts, the punishment of which is by the sword, and not choking. But is there not a beretha, a heathen who has sinned with a betrothed woman is to be stoned, and if with a married, choked? Hence he is tried in the Israelitish courts, as in his own courts he would be slain by the sword. Said our Naaman b. Itzhak, by the term married woman is meant that the ceremony of marriage was performed, but her husband had not as yet had any connection with her, and such a marriage their courts do not consider, and the bride is still deemed single. Therefore he is to be tried in the courts of Israel, and punished with their prescribed death. And so taught our Hanina, the law of the heathen considers the wife of a man only after their connection, but not after the ceremony of marriage. There is a beretha in accordance with our Johanan, every relationship for which the punishment of the courts of Israel is death, a descendant of Noah is warned of it, but all other relationships, the punishment of which is not death, are permissible to them. So is the decree of our Meir. The sages, however, say, there are many relationships which in our courts are not punished with death, nevertheless the descendants of Noah are warned of them. If it happens that one of the latter has committed a crime with a daughter of Israel, which is considered adultery in the courts of the Israelites, but not in the courts of the heathens, he is to be tried in the courts of Israel. But if such a crime is considered adultery also in the courts of the heathen, he may be tried in their own courts. However, we do not find a case which would be a crime for Israelites and not for heathens, except that of a betrothed woman, as said above. But why does the beretha not count the case of a married woman by the ceremony of marriage only, which is a crime according to our law, and not according to their law? The beretha is in accordance with the school of Manasseh, the death of the descendants of Noah is also choking. Hence it makes no difference in which court he should be tried. 57 Resh Lakish said, he who raises his hand to strike his neighbor, although he has not as yet struck him, is called wicked. As it is written, X 2:13, and he said to the wicked one, wherefore smitest thou thy fellow? It does not read, why hast thou smitten, but, why smitest thou? Hence he is called wicked even if he only raises his hand to strike. Zeri in the name of our Hanina said, he is named sinner. As it reads, Sam 2:16, if not, I will take it by force. And immediately after it reads, the sin of the young men was very great. Our Hunah said, if one has the habit of raising his hand against man, his arm may be cut off. As it reads, Job 38:15, and the high-raised arm should be broken, 58, and our Hunah acted according to his theory, and cut off the arm of a man whose habit was to strike men with it. Our Eleazar said, there is no remedy for such a man, but burial. As it is written, Ibid 22:8, but as for the man of a strong arm, for him is the land. He said again, only one who has a strong arm may obtain land, as usually there is much trouble to keep away cattle and all other animals which harm the growth, and also to preserve it from thieves, etc. Resh Lakish said again, it reads, Karov 12:11, he that tilleth 59 his ground will be satisfied with bread. It means, when one makes himself a slave to the earth, he may be satisfied with bread, but not otherwise. The Baraitha states, are Hananiah b. Gamaliel, etc. The rabbis taught, it reads, Gen 9. 4. But flesh in which its life is, which is its blood, shall ye not eat. This means any member of the animal, while it is still alive. And Hananiah b. Gamaliel said, also the blood of same. And his reason is that the verse is to be read thus, flesh in which its life is, ye shall not eat, and blood in which its life is, ye shall not eat. The rabbis, however, maintain that blood is here mentioned to teach that other animals, as reptiles, are allowed to a descendant of Noah. Similar to this, it reads, Deuteronomy xii. 23, only be firm, so as not to eat the blood, for the blood is its life, which the rabbis explain as meaning the blood of the veins, by which the soul departs. For what purpose is it written concerning the descendants of Noah, and thereafter repeated in the laws which were given on Mount Sinai? It is as our Jose b. Hanina said, every commandment which was given to the descendants of Noah, and thereafter repeated in the laws given on Mount Sinai, applies to both Israel and the descendants of Noah. And that which was given to the descendants of Noah, and not repeated, applies to Israel only. However, we have only one case, Gen 32. 33, which was commanded before the laws were given on Mount Sinai, which was not repeated, and applies only to Israel, according to our Jehuda's theory, in Tracts Chulin, chapter 7, which will be explained there. The Master said, a commandment which was repeated on Sinai is for both. Why not the contrary? Because it was repeated on Sinai, it must be said it was given to Israel only. Although idolatry was repeated on Sinai, as we find that the descendants of Noah were already punished for idolatry, therefore it applies to both. He says further that that which was given to the descendants of Noah and not repeated is for Israel only. Why not the contrary? Because it was not repeated, it applies to the descendants of Noah and not to Israel. Because we do not find any case where it is forbidden to the descendants of Noah and allowed to the Israelites, a commandment which was given to the children of Noah and repeated on Sinai applies to both. Is there not circumcision? Gen 17, and God said unto Abraham, but thou, for thy part, shalt keep my covenant, and it reads also, Lev. 12, 3, and on the 8th day shall the flesh of his foreskin be circumcised. And nevertheless it applies to Israel only, and not to the descendants of Noah. The verse just cited was needed to permit the circumcision to be done on Sabbath, as the term, on the 8th day, means even on Sabbath. And if you wish, it may be said that circumcision was given to Abraham especially. As it reads, Gen 17, but thou, for thy part, shalt keep my covenant, thou, and thy seed after thee, in their generations, which means, thou and thy children, but not some other man's. But according to this, let the descendants of Ishmael be obliged to circumcise. It reads, Ibid 21. 12, for in Isaac shall thy seed be called. But if so, let this obligation be for the children of Esau also. It reads, in Isaac, but not the whole of Isaac, which means to exclude the descendants of Esau. Our Tushia opposed, let, then, the children of Turah not be obliged to circumcision. And our Jose b. Abin or our Jose b. Hanina said, from Ibid 17. 14, he hath broken my covenant, is understood even the sons of Turah. Our Jehuda said in the name of Rab, Adam the first was not permitted to eat meat. As it reads, Ibid. 29, 30, to you it shall be for food, and to every beast of the field, meaning, but not the beasts to you. However, after the descendants of Noah came, he permitted them. As it reads, Ibid 9. 3, every moving thing that liveth shall be yours for food, even as the green herbs have I given you all things. And lest one say that they may be eaten while still alive, therefore it reads, but flesh in which its life is, which is its blood, shall ye not eat. And lest one say that this forbids also reptiles, the term, but excludes them. How is this to be understood? Said our Huna, it reads, his blood, which means of animals in which the blood is separated from the flesh, and excludes reptiles, of which the blood is not separated from their flesh. There was an objection to that which was said that Adam the first was not allowed to eat meat, from that which Jehuda b. Bathira said, Volume 9, page 7. Adam the first was sitting in the Garden of Eden, and the angels served him with roasted meat, etc. Hence he was allowed. And the answer was that with meat which came from heaven it is different. And the question is, was there any meat which came from heaven? It was answered, yeah. As it happened to our Simeon b. Calaphtha, who, being on the road, met lions, which were stirred against him, and a miracle occurred, and 2 legs fell from heaven, one of which the lions consumed, and the other one remained. Simeon then took it, brought it into the college, and questioned if it was allowed to eat it. And he was answered, an unclean thing never came from heaven. And our Phizera questioned our Abuhu, how is it if such should come from heaven in the form of an ass? And he was scolded for this question thus, was it not decided long ago that no unclean thing descends from heaven? Our Simeon said, also witchcraft. What is his reason? It reads, X 22:17, Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live, and farther on, whosoever lieth with a beast shall surely be put to death, which applies also to the descendants of Noah. And as this applies to them, the same is the case with the first verse. Our Eleazar said, Kill aim. Whence is this deduced? Said Samuel, from Leviticus 19:19, My statutes shall ye keep, which means the statutes which I stated long ago, to the descendants of Noah. Thy cattle shalt thou not let gender with a diverse kind, thy field shalt thou not sow with mingled seeds. And as concerning cattle, gender, is prohibited, so concerning fields grafting is prohibited, and as the prohibition of the first applies to every place in Palestine and outside of it, the same is the case with the fields. But if so, why not explain, Ibid 37, Ye shall therefore observe all my statutes, and all my ordinances, in the same way, my statutes which I stated long ago. Nay. You shall therefore observe my statutes, means which I have now given to you. But in the above cited verse, which begins, My statutes ye shall observe, it must be said the statutes which are already stated. Said our Jehoshua b. Karha, etc. Said our Faha b. Jacob, infer from this that one is not guilty unless he blesses, curses, the name which contains 4 letters, but not that of 2 letters, e.g., a Jud and Hetja or Aleph and Lamed, which is ehl. But is this not self-evident? Does not the Mishnah state, e.g., Hosea? By Hosea, which contains 4 letters. Lest one say that this is only an example, but not in particular, he comes to teach us that it is not so. According to others, Aha b. Jacob said, infer from this that a name which contains 4 letters is also considered. Is this not self-evident? The example is given, Hosea by Hosea, which contains 4. Lest one say that one is not guilty, unless he blesses, curses, the great name, Rashi explains, which contains 42 letters which are not known to us, and the example is not particular, he comes to teach us that it is not so. 60. They arise. Whence is this deduced? Said our Itzhak b. Ami, from Judges 3:20, And Ehud came unto him, and he was sitting in the summer upper chamber, which was for himself alone. And Ehud said, I have a word of God unto thee. And he arose out of his chair. Is there not to be drawn in a fortiori conclusion Eglon, the king of Moab, who was a heathen, to whom the God of Israel was known only by a pseudonym, rose up from his chair when he heard the name of God, an Israelite, hearing the great name, so much the more must he arise. Rend, etc. Whence is this deduced? From 2 Kings 18:37, Then came Eliakim the son of Chilkiah, who was superintendent over the house, and Shabuah the scribe, and Yoch the son of Asaph the recorder, to Hezekiah, with their clothes rent, and they told unto him the words of Rabshakeh. Not to be mended. Whence is this deduced? Said R. Abuhu, from an analogy of expression rent. It reads here, with their clothes rent, and, Ibid 2:12, And Elisha saw it, and he cried, my father, the chariot of Israel, and their horsemen. And besaw him no more, and he took hold of his clothes and rent them in 2 pieces. Why the word pieces? Is it not self-evident that when he rent them in two, they became pieces? Hence this term means that they should remain pieces and never be mended. The rabbis taught, there is no difference if one hears it from the blasphemer himself or from the witness who heard it from the blasphemer, he must rend his garments. However, the witnesses themselves are not obliged to rend their garments again, as they already did so when they heard the blasphemy. But supposing they have already rent, do they not hear this now? Hence they should rend again. This cannot be supposed, as it reads, Ibid 19, and it came to pass, when King Hezekiah heard it, that he rent his clothes. Hence Hezekiah rent, but they who told him did not rend again. Jehudah said in the name of Samuel, if one hears a blasphemy from the mouth of a heathen, he is not obliged to rend his garments. And should one say, why did they rend when they heard it from Rabshakeh, he was not a heathen, but an apostate Jew? The same said again in the name of the same authority, garments must be rent only upon the unique proper name, but not upon a pseudonym. And he differs from our Haya in both his decisions, as our Haya said, if one hears a blasphemy in our times, he is not obliged to rend, for if one should say he is obliged, then all garments would be full of rents. Now, who are the blasphemers Israelites? Are they so bold as to blaspheme God? Hence he means heathens. And are, then, the heathen aware of a unique proper name? Hence he means a pseudonym. And nevertheless he says, in our times, from which we understand that in previous times it was obligatory to rend upon a pseudonym also. Infer from this that so it was. The second witness says, I heard exactly the same, etc. Said Resh Lakish, infer from this that in civil cases, as well as in criminal, if one of the witnesses says, I have heard just the same, and does not repeat what he has heard, it is lawful. And that which the court used to require from the witnesses, that each of them should explain how the case was, is only a higher standard which the rabbis have enacted. In the case of blasphemy, however, in which it is impossible that the second witness should repeat, they leaned on the biblical law. From this, however, we infer sacrificing only. But whence do we know that the same is the case with smoking incense or pouring wine? From the words, unto the Lord only, which would be superfluous if they do not mean, all the kinds of worshipping the Lord. If he has done it to an idol, he is guilty. Now, as sacrificing is included in the worshipping of the Eternal, and nevertheless specified, it is to be assumed that it comes to teach that one is guilty for that kind of worshipping which takes place inside of the sanctuary. Whence, then, do we know that bowing is also considered? From Deuteronomy 17. 3, and he hath gone and served other gods and bowed 62 himself to them, and, Ibid 5, it reads, then shalt thou bring forth that man, etc. But from this we know the punishment. Whence is the warning? X 34. 14, for thou shalt bow thyself to no other god. And lest one say that arming, kissing, shooing are also included to be crimes subject to capital punishment, as they are to be inferred from bowing, therefore sacrificing was specified, to show that nothing is to be inferred from bowing, and also to teach that as a distinction is made concerning the worshipping inside of the sanctuary, the same is the case with all other